In Marvel, I am a pure support. Chapter 1 I hate the party of all needs. Brain storage, responsible for processing, to ensure that it smells good when you take it back. Hello, Laos Yet, World of Warcraft is back, do you want to play? What? You have to take care of the baby, okay. Hello, Rabbit? World of Warcraft is back, let's do it. Damn, what are you doing, are you so busy? Okay. Hello. After making a round of calls, the former comrades in arms have now retired and are entangled in trivial matters and can no longer fight. Alas, I'm the only one left. Let's go up and play first. Lin Yuan sighed. Since World of Warcraft entered the domestic market in 2005, Lin Yuan, who was in college that year, began to conquer Azeroth. He witnessed the excitement when the gates of Ahn Kiraj opened, and secretly despised the leader who gave up his comrades for a sword of the Brotherhood, although he also wanted it. He followed his comrades in the alliance from Outland to Northrend in the polar region, fought demon hunters, and beat up the rebellious son who killed his father. He was baptized by Deathwing and went to the mysterious Pandaria continent to pet pandas. He followed the leader of the alliance to launch a charge, and also waved flags and shouted behind the queen. From the first profession of druid to the later Death Knight, Lin Yuan has practiced all professions. Since learning riding at level 20 and buying the first horse, Lin Yuan has collected almost all mounts. Once upon a time, for midnight, Karajan was almost bankrupt, and for invincibility, the rebellious sons all turned over a new leaf for the phoenix, and the princes were ready to abdicate. It can be said that the entire World of Warcraft is an irreplaceable part of Lin Yuan's youth. But later, with the update of the game version, the game content became more and more, the playability became worse and worse, and there were fewer and fewer friends to play with. Later, the game company withdrew from the domestic market. So Lin Yuan also bid farewell to the world of Azeroth. Until this year, World of Warcraft returned, and the version opened was still the Wrath of the Lich King version with the best reputation. So Lin Yuan began to call friends to prepare to fight Azeroth again. Unfortunately, his comrades have been burdened by life, some surrendered and some died in battle. Lin Yuan had no choice but to march into Azeroth alone. After thinking about it for a while, Lin Yuan opened the downloaded World of Warcraft. Familiar interface, familiar profession, familiar queue interface. Damn, I don't have to queue up to return, bastard. Looking at the queue time of 3 hours in front of him, Lin Yuan cursed, NND, I queued for several hours in the past, and now it takes several hours. This is really a complete return. But there is no way, this is not the rat paradise, where you can buy VIP tickets to jump the queue, you can only wait honestly. After finally entering the server, Lin Yuan thought about it and decided to choose the alliance. He, Lin Yuan grinned, Horde Pig, welcome the wrath of the alliance. As for the profession, he still chose his favorite druid. Smoothly entered the game, oh, it felt like that, several people fighting a monster, fighting for a quest monster for a long time. Relying on his status as a hardcore player, Lin Yuan quickly completed the tasks one by one. Bullshit. At this time, who is not a hardcore player? Fighting monsters one by one is not good, which makes Lin Yuan have a hard time finding monsters for a task. 100 years later. After several hours of hard work, Lin Yuan finally reached level 15 and was able to enter the dungeon. He finally didn't have to fight with those animals for monsters. Random dungeons were originally a feature that World of Warcraft opened to speed up the game rhythm and reduce the time it takes for players to gather team members. It allows players to randomly match team members for dungeons without having to find them themselves. The main feature is simplicity and convenience. But things didn't develop the way Lin Yuan thought. In the following days, Lin Yuan felt the deep malice of the dungeon matching mechanism. When doing tasks, all kinds of veterans were flying with 6 operations. When entering the random dungeon, what kind of things are matched? The tank that can't hold the monster, the healer that can't heal people, and the output that can only stand still, plus the messy Lost, running around and attracting monsters, causing the team to be wiped out. Anyway, Lin Yuan feels that the difficulty of this random dungeon is higher than the difficulty of his pioneering in the past. Finally, after more than a week of hard work, Lin Yuan, who finally reached the maximum level, breathed a sigh of relief and started to play the team dungeon to collect equipment. However, after another day and night of playing the dungeon, Lin Yuan. Damn, your XXXXXSB is all about leather armor. You are a cloth armor mage, why do you need leather armor? Lin Yuan was so angry that he cursed loudly, and suddenly stood up and wanted to smash the keyboard. Then he felt that his eyes went dark, and there was only one sentence in his mind: I am old, and I really can't stay up all night. Dividing line. I don't know how long it took. It's so hot. Lin Yuan felt that he was surrounded by heat all over his body, as if he was in a huge oven. He felt a burning sensation all over his body, his lips were cracked, and his throat was dry, as if he was burned by flames. I am. Is he dead? Lin Yuan opened his eyes weakly, struggled to sit up from the sand, and found that he was surrounded by sand and next to a huge sand dune. Desert? Am I in hell? Lin Yuan was confused. He didn't do anything bad, so why did he go to hell? Licking his cracked lips, Lin Yuan climbed to the top of the dune. After climbing to the top of the dune with difficulty, Lin Yuan looked into the distance. What he saw was a vast desert gobi, which looked different from the imagined hell. Am I traveling through time? Lin Yuan felt a little confused. No matter what, the first goal now is to save my life. Let's see if there is any water source first. After climbing over another sand dune, Lin Yuan suddenly found a hint of green in the distance. Oasis? Or a mirage? Let's go and take a look first. Anyway, we will die if we stay where we are. Lin Yuan looked surprised. Licking his cracked lips, Lin Yuan slowly walked towards that direction. After walking for about half an hour, the green in front of him began to grow larger, and the scenery gradually became clearer. It's an oasis. Lin Yuan couldn't help but speed up his pace. After walking for a long time, after about half an hour, the oasis finally appeared in front of Lin Yuan. Saved! Thank God! Lin Yuan was filled with joy. Chapter 2. The character is here, but the equipment is not. The oasis in front of him was not large, but it was full of life and vitality. Approaching the oasis, Lin Yuan saw a small lake in the oasis at a glance. The water was clear and you could see fish swimming around. Lin Yuan quickened his pace, rushed to the lake, scooped up the water with his hands, and drank it directly. After drinking enough water, Lin Yuan washed his face again, which made his brain, which was drowsy due to the heat and lack of water, clear up a little. Then he walked to a shady place by the lake, sat under a tree and began to think about his current situation. He should have traveled through time. Just now, he saw his current appearance by the lake. He didn't look the same. He was still as handsome as before, but he became very young. He touched his belly and found that his belly was gone. He touched his head and found that his hair was lush. If this is in hell, then the welfare of hell is too good. Not only will it make you younger, but most importantly, it will make you grow more hair. Increase. If programmers knew about this, they would have to break their heads to grab a few places. Lin Yuan joked happily. His personality has always been like this, a little easygoing, and a little lazy. He has always believed in the saying the boat will naturally straighten itself when it reaches the bridgehead. Besides, after so many years of baptism of time travel novels, he doesn't believe that there is no book fan who is not ready to travel at any time. I don't know what kind of world this is. It must not be a useless start. It's best to be invincible. Don't be a cruel article. I don't know if there is a golden finger. Lin Yuan felt around and felt nothing. I just feel hot in the sun, not Superman, what a pity. I looked at my hand again and there was no ring or anything, and the old man with the ring should not have it either. Deep blue. System master. No response. Panel. Suddenly, Lin Yuan's eyes flashed and a panel appeared. Name, Lin Yuan. Age, 15. Race, human. Profession, druid. Equipment, none. Level, 80-80. Life, 100%. Magic, 100%. Professional skills, Rage, Moonfire, Starfire, Swarm, Typhoon, Hurricane, Starfall, Giant Bear Form, Cheetah Form, Travel Form, Flying Form, Healing, Serenity, Resurrection, Blessing of the Wild. It's a very simple interface, but looking at these familiar skills, Lin Yuan was stunned. Is this the character panel of my druid in World of Warcraft? Damn, I'm rich now. Lin Yuan came back to his senses and was a little excited. This is a druid. In World of Warcraft, druid has always been Lin Yuan's favorite profession. The reason for liking it is very simple, too versatile and too convenient. Druids can tank, heal, fight in close combat, and can ranged, but these are not their favorites. What Lin Yuan likes most is the druid's form changes, giant bear form, cheetah form, traveling form, flying form, aquatic form. These forms have their own uses, and the most important thing is that they are all instant. Once upon a time, Lin Yuan's favorite thing was to jump off the cliff and change into flying form, and then soar into the sky. That action was so cool. He also imagined countless times how cool it would be if he could have these abilities in reality. Now this wish has really come true. Suppressing his excitement, Lin Yuan checked other magic skills. Anger, use natural energy to cause a lot of damage to the target. Healing touch, mobilize natural energy to restore the target's health. Falling stars, summon several meteors, causing huge damage to the target. Tranquility, summon a rain of life, healing all friendly targets within the range. Lin Yuan thought about the launch scenes of various skills in the game. Without mentioning other magic, just think about the scene of the falling stars in reality, countless meteors, falling from the sky, smashing into the ground, destroying the world wherever they go. Lin Yuan had the urge to release it right now, but he held it back, not knowing what world he had traveled through. What if it was that kind of perverted world? If he made such a big move and was killed by some big guys in seconds, he would have no place to cry, so he had better hide for now. I dare not use large-scale magic, but there is no need to wait for other skills. Lin Yuan's mind moved immediately, and a magical light appeared around him. With a roar, a giant bear with a length of 5 meters and fur covered with mysterious runes appeared in the original place. The giant bear stood up and roared at the sky. An invisible wave spread out. Giant bear form skill, demoralizing roar, let out a roar to reduce the fighting spirit of the surrounding targets. Then the giant bear violated the laws of physics and rushed directly from a static state to a huge rock in the distance. Giant bear form skill, charge, rush to the target at a high speed and make the target dizzy. Then the giant bear stood up, and a magical light appeared on its claws. Giant bear form skill, heavy blow slapped the boulder, and the boulder shattered with a sound. Cool. Lin Yuan felt comfortable all over. Then there was another burst of magical light on the giant bear, and the giant bear disappeared, and a black panther appeared in the original place. The black panther just appeared and immediately disappeared again. Cheetah form skill, stealth, put itself into stealth state, increase movement speed. When it appeared again, the black panther was already behind a big tree. It gently waved its claws. A flash of blood-red light flashed, and directly tore the tree in half. Cheetah form skill, tear. Awoo! The black panther roared and then turned back into human form. This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Lin Yuan, who turned back into human form, was very satisfied. It's so cool. After so much trouble, Lin Yuan felt hungry. He looked at the fish in the lake and smiled. Walked to the shore, jumped, and the magic light on his body lit up again in the air. Plop! A fat seal dived into the lake. Lin Yuan flipped the seal in the water and easily caught a big fish. Back on the shore, his clothes were not wet at all. It turned out that magic is unreasonable. Finding some dry branches, Lin Yuan casually summoned a moon fire spell, but nothing happened. What's the situation? I used the transformation skills normally just now, why can't I use the moon fire spell? Lin Yuan opened his face strangely. Bored. At a glance, he saw that his mana was only 5%. Why is my mana gone? I just used some transformation skills and my mana is gone. Lin Yuan was shocked, and then he looked at the panel himself and finally found the reason. Damn, where is my equipment? Why is my equipment gone? Lin Yuan was a little dumbfounded. This game character panel without equipment is not a little bit worse. This can be seen from the fact that he ran out of mana just using a few skills. The main attributes of the World of Warcraft character still come from equipment. Lin Yuan was a little speechless, but now this situation is not the time to study the panel. It is better to have it than not. After he gets out of here, he will look at the situation in this world and see if he can get the equipment in the game. Waited for a while. After a while, his mana was slightly restored, and Lin Yuan used the moon fire spell to light a fire. Putting the fish next to the fire to roast, Lin Yuan looked at his skills again and activated the human tracking skill, tracking all humanoid creatures within a 10-mile radius, in the cheetah form. Damn, did they put me in an uninhabited area? There is no one within 10 miles. Lin Yuan was surprised, but he was not in a hurry. If he didn't have the druid profession, he would 100% die in this desert. But with the druid profession, although there is no equipment, it should be no problem to walk out of the desert. The worst case scenario is that God played a big joke on him and the whole planet is a desert, but the probability of this situation is extremely low, because judging from the plants and animals he has encountered so far, he should still be on Earth. After eating grilled fish, Lin Yuan lay on a rock, looking at the stars in the sky, lost in thought. I don't know what kind of world this is. Fortunately, I was a lone man in the original world, but it was also embarrassing to be killed by fighting a monster. It's all the fault of the all-need party, it's so hateful. My body is so young now, my whole body is full of strength, much stronger than when I was 15 years old in my previous life. This should be the bonus brought to me by the druid profession. I don't know if there is a rabbit family in this world, or if it is the original one. Alas, how come the character panel came over, why didn't the equipment come over? While thinking about it, Lin Yuan also fell asleep. Chapter 3 Another System? In the early morning, Lin Yuan was awakened by the dazzling sunlight. He got up and stretched, then went to the lake to wash his face. Then he changed into an aquatic form and jumped into the water, catching a fish for breakfast. After eating and drinking, a crow soared into the sky from the oasis, circled above the oasis, and then flew away. Blowing the oncoming wind, Lin Yuan looked very happy. Suddenly he saw a winding road on the horizon, which was obviously built by humans. As the distance got closer, Lin Yuan saw several jeeps driving on it. Jeep? It seems that I am still on Earth, and in modern society. I just don't know where I am now. Let's go over and take a look. After making up his mind, Lin Yuan flapped his wings and flew towards the convoy over there. As the distance got closer, Lin Yuan also flew to the caravan. Team above. Military vehicle. Lin Yuan looked down at the machine guns on the car and the soldiers in military uniforms. It looks like it's from the Eagle Sauce side. Am I in the Eagle Sauce's home? No, there doesn't seem to be such a big desert in the Eagle Sauce's home. Desert plus the Americans, then this should be the Camel's home. The Camel's home is not peaceful, and the Eagle Sauce's soldiers are not easy to contact. And since we know this is the Camel's home, it's easy. Find the right direction and fly back home in a few hours at the current speed. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan turned around and wanted to leave. Suddenly, a series of voices came from his mind. Ding! Hello host, I'm late because of the traffic jam on the road. Ding! System binding. Ding! Super Invincible Full Auxiliary Skill System is successfully bound. Ding! It is found that the host has a full-level Druid Professional panel, and the level breakthrough service has begun, and the skill enhancement has begun. Ding! Warm reminder, after the level breakthrough, the host level limit will disappear. Ding! Excellent countdown to optimization 168:00:00. Ding! Please note that during level breakthrough and skill enhancement, skills are unavailable. Optimization countdown starts 10, 9, 8. A long series of system prompts hit Lin Yuan's brain, making him a little absent-minded. Suddenly, Lin Yuan found the key point: during enhancement, skills are unavailable. Damn it! Lin Yuan dived towards the ground with a nervous look. God damn, the skills are not available. This new system is a bit sick. Not only is it late, but the enhanced skills don't let me prepare. I am now thousands of meters high. If the skills fail, I will fall down. I don't know if I will die, but I will definitely be seriously injured. Finally, when there are still more than 10 meters away from the ground, 1 second before the system countdown ends, Lin Yuan directly turns into a human form, and then casts several instant protective and healing spells on himself. Mark of the Wild gives a layer of protective shield to yourself, increases defense, resists damage, lasts for 1 hour. Bark spell makes your skin as hard as bark, reducing the damage you receive, lasting 1 hour. Rejuvenation, release a spell, continuously heal the target's vitality, the effect lasts 1 hour. Then he fell straight into the sand pile, and the strong inertia made him bounce a few beautiful arcs on the sand like a brick skipping on the water, and then fell into the sand pile. After a while, Lin Yuan finally got out of the sand pile with a dusty face. Fortunately, the defense skills and recovery effects of the buff-like skills that have been released will not disappear because the skills are unavailable. Thanks to so many buffs, he only suffered a little minor injury, and after the continuous treatment of the rejuvenation spell, he will recover soon. Puh, puh, Lin Yuan spit out a mouthful of sand. Dog system, come out. Explain to me. You almost killed me. Ding, host, I'm not a dog system, I'm a super invincible all-round auxiliary skill system. The system's voice sounded, and the voice seemed to be a little dissatisfied with this title. You still have the face to be dissatisfied? You almost killed me, don't you know? Lin Yuan roared. Ding, sorry, I was almost late just now, I was a little anxious. Forget it, luckily I'm fine, introduce yourself. Ding, okay, host, I am a super invincible full auxiliary skill system. As the name suggests, it is a system that provides auxiliary skills, the system replied seriously. Listen to your words, as if you listen to your words. Lin Yuan's face was dark, speak clearly. Ding, I can strengthen the skills of your druid panel. How do you strengthen it? Ding, strengthen all auxiliary skills and improve all attack spells. Oh, so that's it, that's not bad, many healing skills have similar effects, this is not a game, so there is no need for so many healing skills. Lin Yuan didn't care about the system's meaning of improving attack spells, he thought it would be strengthened like auxiliary skills. Then Lin Yuan summoned the panel to check. Name, Lin Yuan. Age, 15. Race, human. Profession, druid, super invincible all-round auxiliary skill system optimization. Mana strength, 1/8. Life, 100%. Magic, 100%. Professional skills, strengthening. Countdown, 167:49:25. Dog system, why did I lose my level when you came out? What the hell is that mana strength level? Lin Yuan found that his level attribute was gone, and immediately questioned the system. The system explained, "Ding, didn't I tell you that after the level breakthrough, the level limit will be lifted, and the upper limit shackles of the druid panel will be lifted? Now whether your skills can be used depends on whether your mana strength is sufficient, and the consumption will become very small. As long as you don't use skills continuously for a long time, there will basically be no shortage of mana." Mana strength? How do I know this? Lin Yuan was a little puzzled. "Ding, you will know when the enhancement is completed. The system kept it a secret." Okay. Lin Yuan was also a little helpless. This system was mysterious and he couldn't explain it clearly. He patted the dirt on his body, felt the heat of the desert sun, licked his cracked lips, and a bad feeling came to his heart. Fuck, damn system, you need 7 days to optimize, you want me to survive in this desert for 7 days? I can't survive a day. Lin Yuan was numb all over. Chapter 4 What? Where is this place? Lin Yuan was panting heavily on the spot. This time, he was screwed by this damn system. But the most urgent thing now is to find a way to save himself. With the harsh environment here and the chaotic situation on Camel's side, it is difficult for him to survive until the skill optimization is completed. It seems that I have to contact those Eagle Saw soldiers I just saw. I hope their convoy has not gone far. When the altitude just dropped, Lin Yuan happened to be flying in the direction of the convoy. At that time, the situation was urgent and he had no time to adjust the direction. At his speed, the convoy should not have passed. With a sigh, Lin Yuan walked towards the road. The place where he just fell was not far from the road, only a few hundred meters away. Lin Yuan stood on the side of the road, waiting for the arrival of the convoy. The Eagle Saw's convoy soon appeared in the field of vision. The leading car found Lin Yuan standing on the side of the road. The car stopped on the side of the road, and then a Eagle Saw soldier got out of the car and came over with a gun. Lin Yuan he raised his hand and shouted, "Help! I'm from Rabbit's family." When the soldier heard that he was from Rabbit's family, his expression immediately relaxed, but he still came over to search Lin Yuan vigilantly. After seeing that he had no weapons, he hung the gun behind him and said to Lin Yuan, "Kid, why are you here alone? Where are your family?" Lin Yuan pretended to be terrified and replied, "I have no family, and I don't know how I got here. I was here when I woke up." The soldier frowned, "Wait a minute, I'll report," and turned back, walked to the car in the middle, said something to the people in the car, and then waved to Lin Yuan, motioning him to come over. Lin Yuan hurried over, and the soldier said to him, "Sir, agree you can go up, we will take you to the rabbit house when we get back." Lin Yuan hurriedly thanked, "Thank you, big brother." Then Lin Yuan climbed into the car and saw the man in the car, who should be the gentleman in the soldier's mouth, wearing a suit and tie, a pair of sunglasses, and a beautiful mustache. Lin Yuan saw that he was looking at him, so he greeted him, "Hello, big brother, thank you for taking me with you." The man smiled and said nothing, turned around and talked to the soldier in front of him. Lin Yuan watched them talking and laughing, he did not interrupt, and sat quietly. Boom! With a deafening loud noise, Lin Yuan saw the car in front was blown away. A young soldier next to the mustache, watching his companion die tragically, yelled and rushed out of the car, and then was shot into a sieve. Seeing that all the bodyguards were dead, the mustache man pulled Lin Yuan up and rushed out of the car, ran behind a rock on the side of the road, took out his phone and was about to call for help. A missile landed beside them. The mustache man's eyes shrank, and he pulled Lin Yuan over and stood up and was about to run, but the missile exploded. Lin Yuan only felt a fiery red in front of his eyes, and a huge force suddenly hit him. His eyes went black and he lost consciousness. Dividing line. When Lin Yuan regained consciousness again, he felt his head buzzing and his whole body ached, but surprisingly, he was not injured, not even a small wound on his body. He shook his dizzy head and sorted out his thoughts. He was not hurt at all by the explosion so close. It should be that the defense buff he put when he fell before resisted the explosion damage. Summon the panel. After checking, his HP was 100%, which meant he had no internal injuries. Even if he had, he was probably recovered by the rejuvenation technique. He also checked the skill optimization countdown, which would take another 6 days. I was unconscious for more than 10 hours, Lin Yuan was surprised. It seemed that the explosion was really close to him. He was unconscious for more than 10 hours with so many protections. He didn't know what happened to the big brother who helped him. However, Lin Yuan estimated that he was in danger. After all, he was unconscious for such a long time, not to mention that the man didn't have any protection. Lin Yuan sighed and began to check the current environment. He should have been brought here after he was unconscious. It looked like a cave. The lights in the cave were dim, and only the emergency lights above his head and on the gate in the distance emitted a faint light. The cave was full of mechanical parts and was in a mess. It doesn't look like a good place, Lin Yuan had a bad feeling. Lin Yuan stood up and prepared to look around. A voice came from the corner. "Kid, are you awake? Do you understand English? Is there anyone?" Lin Yuan looked towards the place where the voice came from, and a person was sitting there. "I understand, who are you? Did you bring me here?" Lin Yuan was a little alert. "It's not me. I was captured by those people just like you." "You? Who else? Aren't you with him?" The man stood up and pointed at a person lying next to him. "I heard from those people that he was holding your hand when you came here. You were separated with great difficulty, so you must be a very important person to him." Lin Yuan was shocked and rushed to the person lying there without caring about anything else. The man next to him was indeed the one who asked him to get in the car. What happened to him? Is he still alive? Lin Yuan looked at the man with a bandage on his chest and several wires connected to a small box next to him. He's still alive, but he's not feeling well. Shrapnel fragments hit his chest. I took out most of the fragments, but there are still many small fragments left in his chest. These small fragments will slowly penetrate into his heart, so I placed an electromagnet on his chest to absorb the small fragments, and used the car battery next to it to power it. This chapter is not finished yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Are you a doctor? Lin Yuan only saw the man's face clearly at this time. He was wearing a pair of glasses and his hairline was high to the back of his head. He was wearing a suit and tie, but he always felt that he was old. Yes, I am a doctor. My name is Ethan. What's your name? Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan always felt that there was a sense of familiarity, but he couldn't remember what it was. I'll call you Linear Rabbit's name always makes me tongue-twisting. Ethan stretched out his hand and smiled. Lin, it's nice to meet you. Of course, I'm also very sorry to meet you here. I'm also very happy to meet you, Uncle Ethan. Lin Yuan smiled and shook his hand. Do you know where this is? They call themselves the Ten Commandments Organization KB Organization. This is one of their camps. We were all kidnapped by them. Ethan seemed to bite. Not him who was kidnapped, he said easily. Lin Yuan frowned. The Ten Commandments Organization, I seem to have heard of it somewhere. Then what is their purpose in kidnapping me? What use can a child like me have to them? Lin Yuan was a little puzzled. Ethan pointed at the lying man and said, their target is him, you are just a byproduct. But your luck is really good. You didn't get hurt at all in such a close explosion, and you were brought back by this group of KB elements. They are not the kind of soft-hearted people, and usually don't do unnecessary things. What a bullshit! Since this shit system came, what have I experienced? Crash, explosion, and now I am kidnapped by KB elements. This shit super invincible auxiliary system, I think it is a super invincible bad luck system. Lin Yuan kept complaining in his heart. Who is this person? Why are these people going to such lengths to kidnap him? Lin Yuan was a little confused. You don't even know the famous Tony Stark? Aren't you guys together? Ethan also felt strange. I don't know him. Wait, what's his name? Lin Yuan was about to say he didn't know him, but then he realized. Tony Stark, the world's most famous capitalist, genius scientist, playboy. Lin Yuan couldn't hear Ethan's description anymore, and now there was only one sentence fuck in his mind. This is a big deal. The good news is that he is still on Earth after traveling through time. The bad news is that this Earth is not serious. Marvel, all kinds of monsters and demons are everywhere, and it's the end of the world all the time. This perverted world probably makes Cenarius, the demigod mentor of the druid, have to be beaten up if he comes here. What can a little druid do? Act cute? Lin Yuan feels depressed. Chapter 5. Is he protecting me? Ethan looked at Lin Yuan, who was suddenly doubting his life, with a face full of question marks. What's the matter? Isn't it just hearing Tony Stark's name? Why are you so excited? Is he a fan of Stark? Ethan said he didn't understand. After a long time, Lin Yuan calmed down and cheered up. Alas, it's a blessing, not a curse. If it's a curse, you can't avoid it. Let's make the best of it. After all, I have 2 golden fingers. At most, I can hide a little. Anyway, the protagonists will take care of it. When things are over here, I will go back to Rabbit's house and find a farm to plant some land. Even if the future is snapped, I can come back in 5 years. Just think of it as being 5 years younger. Lin Yuan constantly comforted himself. Next, if the plot goes according to plan, Tony will create the first steel armor and then escape. If I don't get involved, the plot should not change, and there won't be any big surprises. As for Ethan, wait until the skill optimization is completed and see if I can save his life. Well, that's it. Lin Yuan made a plan silently in his heart. Uncle Ethan, Lin Yuan called Ethan, pointed at Tony and asked, how long will it take for him to wake up? It should be soon, the effect of the anesthetic will soon wear off. Oh, Lin Yuan responded, and then said to Ethan. Ethan started chatting. Uncle Ethan, where are you from? I'm from a small town called Kumala. Where are your family? Lin Yuan wanted to slap himself, he knew Ethan's general situation. At home, I'll go back to find them when I escape, Ethan replied with a relaxed look. What about you? Are you from the rabbit family? Where are your family? Alas, Lin Yuan sighed in his heart, and then replied, I'm from the rabbit family. I don't know where my family is, I seem to have lost my memory. When I woke up I was in this desert, it was Tony who passed by and asked me to get in the car. Then you are unlucky enough, if you hadn't gotten in Tony's car, you wouldn't have been kidnapped. That's not the case, if Tony hadn't taken me, I would probably have died in the desert, at least I'm still alive now, right? That's true, it's hard for a child like you to survive in the desert. By the way, how old are you? I'm 15 years old, Lin Yuan reported the age displayed on the panel, thinking silently in his heart, this is definitely not pretending to be young, I am 15 now, the system certified. Wow, you are really young, but your English is really good. Are all the children in the rabbit family so good at English? Ethan asked in surprise. He thought Lin Yuan was an adult, but he looked young. He didn't expect that he was only 15 years old. Yes, when did my English become so good? Lin Yuan only realized at this time that he had been communicating in English all the time. He, a poor English student, could communicate in English so fluently. Dog system, is it because of you? Lin Yuan asked the system in his mind. Humph, the system snorted arrogantly, it's an auxiliary skill system, and language is also an auxiliary skill. This is standard. Your dog system is still a little useful. Humph, the system snorted again and stopped answering. You are quite arrogant. If you don't satisfy me after the skill optimization is completed, I will deal with you. Lin Yuan thought viciously. What's wrong with you? What are you thinking about? Ethan asked curiously after seeing Lin Yuan didn't answer for a long time. It's okay, it's okay. I don't know why I can speak English. I have amnesia. Lin Yuan said that if there is anything that doesn't make sense, just blame it on amnesia. Okay, what a pity. Ethan didn't delve into it. Just when they were chatting happily, Tony, who was lying down, suddenly woke up. Lin Yuan watched him pull the oxygen tube out of his nose. The long tube looked a bit creepy. Then Tony struggled to sit up and suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. He looked down and saw a bandage wrapped around his chest. Several wires came out from under the bandage and connected to the car battery on the table. Tony was stunned for a moment and began to tear off the bandage desperately. When he saw the round device on his chest, he panicked. When he was about to pull out the wires, Ethan stopped him. I advise you not to do this. Tony turned his head to look at the two people standing next to him. When his eyes swept over Lin Yuan, he paused, then looked at Ethan and asked, "What did you do to me?" "I saved your life." Ethan looked at Tony and pointed at his chest. "You have a lot of shrapnel in your chest." "I tried to remove most of it. But there are still a few left inside, and those things will drill into your heart. This electromagnet can absorb those small shrapnel, and that wire is connected to the power supply battery." Tony looked down, and with his intelligence, he immediately understood the function of this thing on his chest. After a moment of silence, he zipped up his jacket to block the machine on his chest. Then, Tony looked up at the surrounding environment, and then his eyes drifted to the surveillance in the corner. Lin Yuan followed his gaze and looked over. "Damn, there is a surveillance, why didn't I find it?" Tony is really sensitive to these things. Ethan smiled, he was used to it. "Don't worry, just smile more." Since Tony woke up, Lin Yuan looked at Ethan and was obviously a little excited. It seems that Tony Stark is a genius recognized by the world. I guess many scientists they all think of him as an idol, Lin Yuan thought silently. "Hello, Mr. Stark, I'm Lin Yuan, you can call me Lin. I didn't have time to thank you in the car. Thank you for taking me with you." Lin Yuan smiled and stretched out his hand. Tony glanced at him and didn't stretch out his hand. Lin Yuan smiled and didn't care. He knew Tony's general personality. Then Ethan talked to Tony over there. "We met once, at a technology conference in Bern." Tony glanced at him. "I don't remember." "Of course, if I was so drunk, I would definitely not be able to stand up straight, let alone give a speech on the centralized circuit." Ethan's words revealed a resentment of being let down by a scumbag. "Where are we?" Tony didn't care at all, just asked indifferently. "Equals." Lin Yuan was laughing beside him. "This is very Tony." Ethan looked at Tony with resentment, and just when he was about to speak, a shout suddenly came from the door. Ethan's face changed immediately. He walked to Tony with a panicked look, pulled him to stand up, and kept shouting, "Hurry up, learn from me, do it like me, Lin, you also come and raise your hands above your head quickly." Tony looked at his panicked look, did not resist, raised his hands above his head, and stood quietly. Lin Yuan knew that those KB members were coming in, and quickly raised his hands above his head like Ethan and stood next to Tony. Tony looked at him, moved his body, and blocked Lin Yuan. Looking at Tony's actions, Lin Yuan suddenly had an indescribable feeling in his heart. He is protecting himself, right? Chapter 6 Call Me Tony. Bang, the door was opened, and a man with a full beard and a camel-like appearance walked in with a group of gunmen. Tony saw at a glance that the guns in those people's hands were the models produced by his own company, and turned around and asked Ethan, "This is my gun, how did they get it?" Ethan was frightened and shouted to Tony with a terrified face, "Don't talk, raise your hands like me." When the bearded man came in, he raised his hands high, smiled, and chattered in his mouth, acting like a hospitable local welcoming guests from afar. Lin Yuan watched from behind and sneered, "Tisk, smiling tiger." Then the bearded man walked up to Tony and chattered again, then motioned Ethan to translate for Tony. Ethan translated to Tony. He said, "Welcome, Tony Stark, the most famous mass murderer in American history. It's an honor for him to be captured. He wants you to build them the latest Jericho missile you showed him." Then Ethan took the photo handed over by the bearded man and showed it to Tony. Tony took a look and saw that the photo was the latest Jericho missile he designed himself. His heart tightened. How could this group of people have the photo of this missile? This missile is still confidential and there is no way that the photo would be leaked. It seems that there is an insider. After a moment of silence, "I refuse." Tony spit out 3 words coldly. The bearded man's face immediately darkened. He waved his hand and said something to his men behind him, and then pointed at Lin Yuan behind Tony. Tony didn't understand Arabic, but Lin Yuan understood. "Catch that kid and wash his face first." Lin Yuan was stunned. He knew that the washing face in this sentence must not be a simple washing face. But shouldn't you torture Tony when you threaten him to do something? Why should I do the job that the protagonist should do? Before Lin Yuan could come to his senses, he was brought to a basin filled with water by several minions. 2 minions grabbed Lin Yuan's head and pushed him into the water. Gulp gulp, Lin Yuan was repeatedly pushed into the water. He didn't know how much water he drank. He felt that his consciousness was almost blurred, and then he heard Tony shouting in his ear, "Stop, I agree." Lin Yuan felt relieved, and he complained in his heart, "Brother, my dear brother, if you agree, can't you do it earlier? You have to soak me. You called for a stop when I was almost dead." The bearded man was happy to see Tony agreed. He waved his hand and stopped his men from washing Lin Yuan's face. "Where are the materials?" "I need a lot of materials," Tony said indifferently. The bearded man listened to Ethan's translation, turned around and took Tony and Ethan out of the cave, while Lin Yuan was thrown back like a dead fish. Outside the cave, the dazzling sunlight made Tony feel like he was reborn. Tony narrowed his eyes and looked at the scene outside the cave. The cave was at the foot of a low mountain, and all around it were bare hills. The camp outside the cave was filled with all kinds of weapons, and the camp was covered with camouflage tents. Dozens of fully armed KB members were busy moving weapons. It was full of fully armed sentinels. Looking at the weapons and ammunition in front of him, Tony's eyes shrank. These weapons all had the logo of Stark Company. He remembered that he had never sold weapons to this area. How did these KB members get these? It seems that he has to go back and investigate the traitor. Thinking of this, Tony's heart sank. He might not be able to go back alive. Why think so much? The bearded man brought Tony and the other 2 to the middle of the camp, pointed at the weapons around, and boasted, "Here are all the materials you need to build missiles. Make a list of materials and start building them right away. Once you build them, I will let you go." Tony looked at Ethan next to him. "They won't let us go." Ethan knew it well. Yes, they won't. When Tony and Ethan returned to the cave, Lin Yuan had recovered. The 3 of them sat by the stove, and Lin Yuan walked to Tony. "Mr. Stark, thank you for saving me." Although, Lin Yuan felt that Tony was a little slow to call a halt, but he was willing to agree to the request of this group of KB members in order to save himself, so he still had to thank him for that. Tony looked at the fire and didn't say anything. Lin Yuan didn't care, turned around and was about to leave. Suddenly Tony said, "Don't call me Mr. in the future, call me Brother Tony." Then he fell silent again. Lin Yuan was a little confused, but still nodded, "Okay, Brother Tony. I always feel that this title is not very serious." Tony looked at the fire in silence. The pain in his chest kept hitting his brain. He was a little desperate. Ethan noticed Tony's state. "Stark, there must be someone looking for you outside, but they can't find you in these mountains. Do you want your life's hard work to fall into the hands of those murderers? If you don't cheer up, everything you see outside will be your legacy. Is this the last resistance of the world's greatest Tony Stark? Shouldn't you think of a solution? Lin Yuan listened beside him. This Ethan is really a fan of Tony, and a diehard fan. What else can I do? Tony interrupted Ethan, no matter what we do, they will kill us in the end. Even if they don't kill us, I can't hold on for a week. Shouldn't this week be crucial? Lin Yuan echoed beside him, yes, Tony, you are Tony Stark, the smartest man in the world, you must be able to think of a way. I am still waiting for you to rescue me. Tony was silent beside the fire. Slowly, his eyes began to change, becoming firm, decisive, and mixed with a little bit of ruthlessness. Lin Yuan watched it clearly from the side. As expected of Iron Man, he is a man who will not give up easily. From the current point of view, the plot direction is still fine. Although I have a little cameo, it has not changed in general. Then I will follow the original plan and keep a low profile. Wait for the two of them to finish the first set of iron suits. Fuck, when my skills are restored, I must give that bearded man a starfall. Lin Yuan thought bitterly. Chapter 8 I Am a Rose with Thorns, Skill Introduction. This chapter is posted in the opposite order to the next one, please read chapter 7 first. Let me say in advance that the protagonist just doesn't have attack magic, which is equivalent to the 3 talents of a druid. The protagonist has wildness and healing talents, but no balance talent. Name, Lin Yuan. Age, 15. Race, human. Profession, druid, super invincible full auxiliary skill system optimization. Mana strength, 1/8. Life, 100%. Magic, 100%, mana value is not equal to mana strength. Mana strength will slowly increase over time, affecting the effect and duration of all skills. Professional skills, super invincible all-round auxiliary skill system optimization. Anger, hit me if you want. Druid can mobilize the anger in the target's heart and make the target angry, no consumption. Moonfire, I shine on you on behalf of the moon. Druid can summon a beam of moonlight to shine on the target, no consumption, later found that the hidden effect is blinding and stun. Starfire, a spark can start a prairie fire. Druid can fire a spark, no consumption, later found that the hidden effect is still for lighting. Thorns, I am a rose with thorns. Druid can summon natural energy to form a layer of invisible magic thorns around itself, making the attacking enemy feel prickly for 1 hour, no consumption, later found that the hidden effect makes the enemy painful. Insect swarm, I am the insect swarm. Druid can summon a bunch of bugs to surround the target, no consumption, later discovered hidden effect makes the enemy itchy. Hurricane, no matter how good the air conditioner is, it can't compare to the comfort of natural wind. Druid can summon a cool breeze to blow towards the target note, the hurricane will have a stronger wind, no consumption, later discovered hidden effect hurricane blows away the enemy. Falling stars, accompany you to watch the meteor shower fall on this earth. Druids can summon a meteor shower across the sky, later discovered that the hidden effect is effective outside the atmosphere. Giant bear form, rabbit family special skin version has a magic skin, extremely strong defense, and has skills, demoralizing roar, a roar that reduces the fighting spirit of surrounding hostile targets, challenge roar, enemies who hear your roar will prioritize you as a target, the duration depends on the hatred value, charge, rush towards the target at high speed and stun the target for 5 seconds, this form cannot use magic. Cheetah form, rabbit family special skin version has a magic skin, strong defense and extremely fast speed. Has skills, rush, greatly increases movement speed, stealth, enter invisible state, releasing skills will cancel stealth state, leopard grace, thick paw pads can greatly reduce falling damage, this form cannot use magic. Aquatic form, Rabbit House Special Skin version transformed into aquatic form with magic skin, can survive in any water area, greatly increase movement speed. This form cannot use magic. Flying form, Rabbit House Special Skin version transformed into flying form with magic skin, extremely fast flying speed. This form cannot use magic. Healing touch, consume mana, release a healing spell to the target, restore a lot of target vitality, and quickly recover from injuries. Skill cooldown time 5 minutes. Rejuvenation. Consume mana, release a healing spell to the target, continuously restore the target's vitality, physical strength, and mental strength. The duration increases with the increase of mana strength, and the maximum duration is 24 hours. Tranquility, continuously consume mana, use itself as the center of the circle, summon the Rain of Life, heal all friendly targets, continuously and quickly restore the target's vitality, physical strength, and mental strength, and quickly recover from injuries. The cooling time is 7 days. Nourishment, consume a large amount of mana, plant a natural seed in the target's body, the seed will absorb natural energy, continuously nourish the target's body, and slowly improve the target's physical fitness. When the target is dying, the seeds will burst out with energy, quickly recovering the target. After the seeds dissipate, the residual energy will prevent the birth of new seeds. The dissipation speed decreases with the increase of mana strength, and the longest is 12 months. Life Bloom, consume a large amount of mana, burn the target's vitality, and regenerate its broken limbs. Resurrection, consume all mana, summon the target's soul to return to the body, and revive the target. Warning, the soul of the dead belongs to the Lord of Hell, and summoning the soul will anger the Lord of Hell, please use with caution. Activation, stimulate your own potential, and continue to quickly recover mana for 1 minute. Wild Mark, consume mana and summon natural energy, forming an invisible natural armor on the target's skin surface. The armor can consume armor value to resist a large amount of damage until the armor disappears. The unconsumed armor lasts for 24 hours. Wild Blessing, consumes mana, blesses oneself or all friendly targets around oneself, and improves all-round attributes of all targets. The more blessings, the greater the consumption of mana, and the duration is 1 hour. Entangled Roots, consume mana, summon vines to entangle the target, making the target unable to move. The strength of the vines increases with the level. The vines exist for 10 seconds and can be used on up to 10 targets at the same time. Nature's Grasp, consumes mana force, forming a layer of natural energy on the surface of your body, causing all targets that attack you to trigger the Entangled Roots skill for 10 minutes. Whirlwind, consume mana, summon a magic whirlwind to blow the target into the air and rotate continuously, lasting 30 seconds. Remove Curse, remove all curses on the target. Passive effect, Druid is immune to curse effects. Detoxification, remove all toxins on the target. Passive effect, Druid is immune to toxins. Bark Skin, passive Druids bathe in natural energy, and their skin becomes unusually tough. This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading. Fairy Fire, summon invisible fairy fire, mark the target. Druids can feel the location of the fairy fire. The duration increases with the level, up to 24 hours. Calm Animals, Druids can calm animals and make them calm. Hibernation, calm the target and let it fall into a deep sleep. Looking at the new panel, Lin Yuan is very happy. Although the number is much less. The dog system said that some skills will be integrated, so it is reasonable to have fewer skills. Now Lin Yuan is looking forward to the extent to which the skill enhancement mentioned by the dog system can enhance the skills. Happy to open the skill introduction of Starfall. Starfall is already very strong, summoning meteors to attack enemies. If it is enhanced, will the meteors be bigger and more powerful? However, looking at the weird skill introduction, Lin Yuan rubbed his eyes vigorously. I'm not seeing things. What the hell is this eye-catching introduction? Even after traveling through time, I can still be backstabbed by this F4, right? And what does this crossing the sky mean? What's the target? Then Lin Yuan quickly clicked on other skill introductions. Fuck, God, make people angry, God, summon moonlight to illuminate the enemy, what for? I use a skill to hit people just right. And this spark, a spark can start a prairie fire, I'll burn your sister. You dog system, get out of here and explain to me what is a prickly hand and what is a cool natural breeze. Ding, host, calm down, please don't get excited. I'm calm, what the hell? How can I calm down with these bird skills you optimized? Ding, host, calm down first. First of all, I am an auxiliary skill system, I can only strengthen auxiliary skills. In addition, the skills carried by the Druid panel can only have some effect on ordinary people, and I have strengthened these skills. As long as your mana is strong enough, they can be effective on anyone. I don't care, I want attack skills. Lin Yuan couldn't listen to the system's explanation at all. What he was thinking in his mind was, my handsome star fell and disappeared. Chapter 7 Idol is awesome. The next 2 days, the whole cave was busy. At Tony's request, a large number of lighting equipment, various tools and materials were piled up in the cave. Afterwards, Tony began to dismantle these weapons and ammunition that were so familiar that they couldn't be more familiar. After all, these were weapons designed by him. Ethan also helped beside him, while Lin Yuan sat in the distance paddling and lazy. How many languages do you know? Tony asked Ethan while dismantling a rocket. I know a lot, but it's not enough here. They speak Arabic, Urdu, Dari, Pashto, Mongolian, Persian, and Russian, Ethan answered while watching Tony pull out the device in the rocket. He was terrified. Is it really okay to pull it out so carelessly? I understand all these languages, Lin Yuan shouted beside him. The two ignored him. Children just know how to brag. Who are they? Tony continued to dismantle the device he had pulled out. They are your loyal customers, they call themselves the 10 Rings Gang. They are not my customers, Tony retorted, knocking off the warhead of the rocket. Outside, KB, who was monitoring them, watched Tony's actions. Is it really okay for him to be so rude? Ethan's eyelids were also twitching. Why don't you tell me what to do, so that we can go faster? Tony dismantled something from the warhead and threw it aside, then said to Ethan, metal palladium, this one is only 0.15 grams, we need at least 16 grams. Go and dismantle the other 11 as well. Ethan didn't know what Tony wanted to do with this, but he did it anyway and started to dismantle the rocket. The two of them moved quickly. When they had enough palladium metal, Tony started to make the mold. Lin Yuan didn't intervene, watching them busying around. It wasn't that he didn't want to help, but Tony and the others wouldn't let him do it, and he was afraid that he would accidentally detonate the ammunition. Anyway, he didn't care, it was good to be lazy. Then Ethan poured the boiling hot palladium metal liquid into the mold, and Tony was still beside him, grumbling, be careful, we only have one chance. Don't worry, my hands are steady, Ethan said cautiously, teasing, otherwise, how can you survive? Watching Ethan pour the palladium liquid steadily into the mold, Tony asked, don't you know your name yet? Ethan was speechless. After so many days, you finally remembered to ask my name. My name is Ethan. Nice to meet you, Ethan. How happy. Tony carefully used tweezers to pick up the cooled palladium ring and gently put it into a device. In the next few days, Lin Yuan watched Tony use a pile of scrap copper and iron to assembled the world's first mini-arc reactor, couldn't help but sigh. It's really exaggerated that you can be recognized by Sweet Potato Head. These junks can make such awesome things. As the reactor in front of him emitted a charming blue light, Tony also breathed a sigh of relief. Ethan was stunned beside him. This doesn't look like a Jericho missile. Tony seemed to see a fool. Because this is a mini arc reactor. I have a big one at home to power my factory. This should have enough energy to absorb the shrapnel. Ethan almost knelt down, idle. This is too awesome. How much power does it generate? If I'm not wrong, Tony said arrogantly, I usually wouldn't be wrong, it should be able to generate 3 gigajoules per second. Enough for your heart to beat for thousands of years. Yes, or let a big guy work for 15 minutes. Ethan didn't understand. Tony took out a bunch of drawings. Ethan looked at it and was shocked. When did you draw the drawings? We have been together for so many days, why don't I know anything about it? Don't ask about genius matters, Tony said with disdain. Then he put the drawings on the table, and Lin Yuan also squeezed over to look. Ethan looked at the inexplicable lines on the drawings and was confused. What did you draw? Why can't I understand it? This is our escape tool, you have to look at it this way. Tony said, pulling the light over, folding and smoothing the drawings. Under the light, a mighty and domineering steel giant appeared on the drawings, and the drawings indicated various detailed parameters. Obviously, this is a set of mature blueprints, just follow the blueprints to build it. Ethan knelt again. Idle, awesome. With Ethan's help, Tony finally replaced the crude electromagnet on his chest. Lin Yuan looked at the reactor on Tony's chest that was shining with blue light, and his saliva was flowing down. This is so cool. I want one too. What? Need to dig a hole in the chest? Forget it, let's wait until Tony updates the version without digging holes in the future. Tony, who temporarily got rid of the threat of death, was finally able to take a breath and started playing a kind of chess with Ethan that Lin Yuan couldn't understand. Of course, Lin Yuan would never admit that it was his IQ problem. Damn, these scientists are really poisonous, and people can't understand their chess game. Lin Yuan muttered and lay down beside him. This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading. Alas, let's go to sleep, I'm tired. I don't know where you are from yet. Tony drank a sip of water. I come from a small town called Kumala, it's a very beautiful place. Are all your family members there? Yes, I'll go back to find them when we escape. Ethan lowered his head, then raised his head and asked Tony, what about you? Stark, do you have any family? Tony looked at Ethan and curled his lips, no. No. Ethan said with a little sarcasm, Stark, you have everything, but you also have nothing. Tony smiled sadly and lowered his head. The next day, Tony and Ethan began to secretly build armor parts. And Lin Yuan wanted to help, but was driven to sleep by Tony. According to Tony, can you understand the parameters on the drawings with your IQ? Lin Yuan was dissatisfied, and then went to sleep in the corner obediently. That day, Lin Yuan was sleeping with saliva coming out. Suddenly. Ding! Skill enhancement completed. Lin Yuan woke up immediately and jumped up from the ground, startling Tony and Ethan who were working nearby. Lin, what's wrong with you? Ethan asked hurriedly. It's okay, you guys continue. Lin Yuan quickly said that he was fine, and then found a corner to sit down and summon the system panel. Chapter 9 For a child, isn't it normal to be abnormal? Lin Yuan felt that his sky was grey. System, I beg you, please go. Lin Yuan begged, leave me, find a better host, see that handsome guy over there, go find him, he is the protagonist, you must be better off with him than with me. Ding, host, I am loyal and will never betray you. I don't need your loyalty, my wife is the druid panel, you came later, you are the mistress, please go quickly. Ding, host, I won't leave, even if I die, I will be with you. Lin Yuan felt as if his heart was dead, lying on the ground like a dead fish. Tired, destroy it. In the distance, Ethan and Tony watched Lin Yuan jumping up and down, and then said something to the air, and then lay on the ground pretending to be dead as if he had lost something. Tony stopped what he was doing and asked Ethan in confusion, "What's wrong with him?" Ethan was also confused. "I don't know, maybe it's the rebellious period. Children of this age are so inexplicable. Is it because he is holding it in?" Tony frowned and thought for a while. "It's very likely, after all, he is a child, and the current situation should be quite stimulating to him. It seems that he has to speed up." Thinking of this, Tony's movements can't help but speed up. Ethan was a little confused. "What's going on? All of them are weird." Lin Yuan lay down, looking at the cave ceiling, feeling hopeless. The system advised, "Ding, host, think positively. Didn't I strengthen your auxiliary skills? And these attack skills are not useless, you just haven't discovered them yet. You don't need to explain. You must be an undercover sent by others to cause trouble for me. Look at how many times I've been unlucky since you came." Lin Yuan became more and more angry, and his words were incomplete. "Ding, host, first of all, your bad luck is not my problem, because you are a traverser, and you will naturally be resisted by the world consciousness, so you will be more unlucky, and the situation you show is that you will encounter various accidents, and various villains will unconsciously come to your side. In addition, the druid panel is not as powerful as you think. The world rules are different, and the various skills of the druid will be affected by various such restrictions, and weakening, such as resurrection skills, will not take effect. But after my optimization, it is different. Not only is the effect enhanced, but it will not be restricted. Although using resurrection skills is also a high-risk behavior, at least it can be used, right?" After listening to the system's explanation, Lin Yuan felt a little better. "Damn, I will be resisted by the world? You mean that no matter where I hide, there will be enemies coming to my door? Then you still optimize my attack skills." "Ding, host, not having attack skills does not mean that you have no means of attack. You can still fight hand-to-hand. Of course I am not afraid of ordinary people, but this is Marvel. There are so many superpowers. What do you want me to do? Do you have a way to prevent me from being resisted by the world consciousness?" "Ding, host, you can find various children of destiny in this world, that is, the protagonist you mentioned, try to stay near them. Under the influence of their powerful protagonist halo, villains will also give priority to trouble them. You can also hug their thighs and get experience. After a long time, your aura will merge with the world, and the world consciousness will not target you. It seems that this is the only way." Lin Yuan sighed. "I originally wanted to escape and go back to the rabbit's house to hide, but now it seems that I can only hug my brother Tony's thigh. Fortunately, this thigh is thick enough and rich enough, but I don't know if Tony will take me with him." After calming down, Lin Yuan lay on the ground and continued to look at other skills. "Hey, dog system, what does the rabbit's special skin behind the giant bear form mean?" Lin Yuan looked at the instructions behind several form skills and asked the system a little curiously. "Ding, the host will know after trying it. Tisk, keep it a secret. It's not suitable to test the transformation skills here now, let's talk about it after we go out. By the way, system, logically speaking, shouldn't the giant bear form and cheetah form be attack skills? Why don't you optimize this?" "Ding, the giant bear form and cheetah form are special skills. The giant bear and cheetah themselves are not attack skills, but the skills of the giant bear and cheetah form are attack skills, so the system only optimizes those attack skills, and the host can still use the giant bear's body to attack. What's the use? A bear is still a bear no matter how powerful it is. I guess Captain America can easily crush it. Ding, the host can still be cute. Go. Ding, okay. Nourish." Lin Yuan continued to check the skills and looked at the introduction of nourishment. This skill is well enhanced. I remember that it was originally a blue dotting skill. Now it can actually strengthen the physique and come with a life-saving skill. Not bad, not bad. This must be used now. Lin Yuan quickly got up from the ground. It was the first time to use an enhanced skill, so there had to be a sense of ritual. Lying down was too disrespectful to the new skill. With a thought, the skill was released. Hey? No feeling. Lin Yuan was surprised. Is the action wrong? Balala energy shallow little magic fairy whole body transformation. Gunara god of darkness, Bhurahu, black magic transformation. Give me strength, I am Zaman. Moon prism power, transformation. Burn, little universe. Appear red condor. Resurrect, my warrior. This should not be appropriate. This chapter is not finished yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. In the distance, Ethan and Tony looked at Lin Yuan in confusion. What happened to him again? I don't know. It's normal for children to be lively. Alas, this child seems to be locked up stupidly. Lin Yuan was so tired that he lay on the ground and panted. It's impossible, the skills were very simple before. System. Ding, host, is it possible that your mana strength is not enough? Ah. Ding, nourishment is a special skill, and you definitely can't use it with your current mana strength. Why didn't you say it earlier? Ding, you didn't ask. What did you see just now? Ding, this system didn't see anything. Humph, you know what's good for you. What skills can I use with my current mana strength? Ding, except for the 4 special healing skills of tranquility, nourishment, life bloom, and resurrection, and the transformation skills, which require a high mana strength and cannot be driven now, all other skills can be used now, but you have to pay attention. If your mana strength is not enough, although you can use some skills, the effect will be extremely poor. Does mana strength also affect the effect of skills? Ding, yes, the higher the mana strength, the stronger the skill effect will be. Then system, how can I improve my mana strength? Ding, in layman's terms, the system continues to provide you with experience every day. You can also gain experience by killing monsters or assisting teammates to kill monsters, which means speeding up the improvement of mana strength. Understood. Chapter 10. Why do I have to do the supporting roles work? Time is like the balance in a bank card, it disappears if you are not careful. Lin Yuan judged from the bars on the wall that more than 2 months have passed. During these 2 months, Tony and Ethan worked day and night to catch up with the progress. Lin Yuan fell asleep to the sound of ding ding dong dong and woke up to the sound of ding ding dong dong. Lin Yuan even doubted whether he could sleep without these ding ding dong dong sounds after he went out. Now, the basic components of the iron suit have been almost completed. Today, with the help of Ethan, Tony began to test the hydraulic system of the suit. Outside the cave, the brains of the group of KB members who were watching the surveillance were almost burned out, holding the photo with a confused look. Why does it look completely different from the photo? Maybe it has been modified. Bullshit, the tail wing is obviously wrong. It's upside down, I'm sure. What are you sure of, you illiterate? Don't you understand it either? Why are you talking about me? In front of the monitor, a bald man touched the ring on his hand and watched the video of Tony testing the leg device of the battlesuit. His eyes twitched and he ordered, "Go and see what's going on." Here, Tony was welding armor. When he heard the sound of the door opening, he quickly stood up and put his hands on his head. This skillful action was a bit distressing. Lin Yuan also heard the sound of the door opening and quickly shrank into the corner to reduce his presence. He should have nothing to do with this. As the cave door opened, the bearded man came in first. After the bearded man came in, he did not come to Tony like before, but just stood quietly on both sides like everyone else. The bald man walked in with a look of arrogance, turned the ring on his hand, and looked at Tony. "Don't be nervous." Tony was surprised that this man could speak English, and then put down his hands. The bald man walked in front of Tony and looked at him. "The thing on his chest. Bow and arrow, once upon a time, were the most advanced equipment. Genghis Khan relied on them to sweep across Eurasia. But today, only those who possess Stark's most advanced weapons can rule the world. And that person will be me. Lin Yuan rolled his eyes in the corner. This guy really has no sense and still wants to rule the world. Do you think the 5 big gangsters are just decorations? This kind of villain will definitely not survive one episode. After the bald man finished speaking, he stared at Tony fiercely and shouted in Arabic, "Why did you disappoint me?" Ethan knew that the bald man was talking to him. "We are working very hard. I saved your life, and this is how you repay me." Tony looked at Ethan in surprise, knowing something in his heart. Ethan pretended to be calm. "The work is complicated and he has tried his best. Pull him over and make him kneel down," the bald man shouted to his men. The minion was about to pull Ethan. "It's not him, pull that kid over," the bald man pointed at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was confused inside. "Why is it me again? I did the work of the protagonist, why do I have to do the work of the supporting role? Did you give me a raise?" Looking at the minion rushing over like a wolf, Lin Yuan sighed resignedly and quietly added a wild mark to himself. "Now that I have skills, you can do whatever you want. If you shout, I lose." Kneeling on the ground after being pulled by the minion, the bald man took a piece of red hot coal from the stove. "Do you think I'm stupid? I will find out the truth." Ethan was still stubborn. "We are working." Lin Yuan felt that he was not as nervous as before. "MMP. Open your mouth." The bald man blew the coal he had picked up, and a creepy smile appeared on his face. Tony was nervous. He didn't understand, but it was definitely not a good thing to see the bald man's actions. "Tell me what you are doing." The bald man held the coal close to Lin Yuan's mouth and kept asking. Lin Yuan didn't feel anything. With the shield of the wild mark, the coal couldn't cause him any harm at all. But Ethan and Tony were both scared. Ethan kept shouting, "We are making missiles." Tony didn't understand what they said, but he knew what the bald man wanted. "What do you want? Delivery date?" He walked forward. Frightened the minions, they raised their guns to stop him. Lin Yuan rolled his eyes. What a rubbish! He was afraid of this. The bald man glanced at Tony. Tony exhaled, "He is my brother. I need him." Lin Yuan felt warm in his heart. The bald man looked at Ethan again. "He is a good assistant and can help me." The bald man looked at Tony deeply and threw down the coal. "Tomorrow at the latest, I want to see the finished missile." After saying that, he turned around and left with the minions. As soon as the others went out, Ethan fell to the ground. Tony came over and helped Lin Yuan up. "Are you okay?" "It's okay. I just feel like I did something I shouldn't have done." "It's okay, Tony. What should we do next?" "We have to speed up the progress." After saying that, he turned around and went to work. Finally, with the quenching of the last part of the suit, the helmet, all the parts of the suit were completed. Tony put on a leather jacket, protective gloves, and a scarf, and began to wear the mecha with the help of Ethan. Ethan once again reminded Tony to remember the route out, and Tony answered fluently. All this was done in the blind spot of the monitoring. Seeing Tony disappear from the monitoring, the leader felt uneasy and hurriedly arranged for the minions to check. My dear, there is more to this chapter, please click on the next page to continue reading, the latter is more exciting. Two minions ran to the door and shouted Tony and Ethan's names. Tony asked Ethan nervously, what are the people outside saying? Ethan kept moving his hands and continued to tie and assemble the suit. I don't understand either. I don't know the Hungarian they speak. Lin Yuan spoke at this time, let them go out and let them see, otherwise they will come in. Lin, delay a moment. Lin Yuan yelled to the outside of the door, wait, I'm going to the toilet. I'll be there soon. The minions outside the door looked unconvinced, and shouted louder and louder, and then opened the door and came in directly. Boom! The two minions were blown away by the bomb that Tony had tied to the door in advance. The bald man looked at the explosion on the monitor and sounded the alarm directly. A group of KB members rushed in. Tony had already put on his battle suit and was waiting for the control program to be imported, but the progress bar was still halfway. The sound outside was getting closer and closer. Ethan looked nervous, and then he made up his mind again, saying, "I'll buy you some time," and rushed out with the gun on the ground. Tony was confused. "Hey, buddy, how much time can you buy if you rush out alone? You're just giving it away. Can you follow my big plan?" Lin Yuan sighed in the back. He knew Ethan would do this. He could not persuade him. He raised his hand and put Mark of the Wild and Rejuvenation on him. "Okay, buddy, the buff is up, go and deliver it." Ethan felt refreshed and full of strength. He raised his gun and fired like Rambo, then rushed out with a roar. Just after turning the corner, a group of people in front of him pointed guns at him. "Rambo Ethan! Buy time! 3 seconds!" Chapter 11. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Tony looked anxiously at Ethan rushing out, watching the progress bar on the computer constantly jumping. "Hurry up, hurry up!" Finally, the progress bar reached 100%, and the first set of iron suits in the Marvel world, Mark the First, was officially launched. Putting on the mask, Tony turned to Lin Yuan and said, "Follow me, act according to the plan, and pay attention to safety." Lin Yuan nodded, and also gave Tony a wild mark and rejuvenation technique. Following several KB members, they rushed into the cave, which was pitch black. They moved forward cautiously. Suddenly, a KB member had a light in front of his eyes, and then he only felt a huge force coming, and the person had already flown out. As Lin Yuan's system interface experience bar jumped. First blood. The killing began. A steel giant in the darkness slowly moved forward, and only gunshots and screams were heard wherever he went. Tisk, 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 the deja vu of this horror movie is really great. Lin Yuan followed Tony and watched the scene in front of him with relish. He now has skills, and occasionally a few bullets hit the shield of the wild Mark, but they can't penetrate his skin. Lin Yuan is very awesome now. As the Mark the First went out with overwhelming force, Tony also called out to Ethan all the way, but Ethan didn't respond. Until he was almost at the entrance of the cave, Tony saw Ethan lying on the ground, looking like he was shot. He was about to go up to check, but suddenly heard Ethan shout, "Be careful!" Tony tilted his body and dodged the RPG shot by the bald head. Then a small missile exploded on the top of the cave above the bald head. The bald head just screamed and was knocked to the ground by the falling rubble. Tony didn't care whether he lived or died, and threw away the sandbag pressing on Ethan. Looking at Ethan's bloody appearance, his face was full of sadness. "Come on, we have to go, follow me, come on, we have a plan, we have to follow the plan." "Always follow the plan, Stark," Ethan said weakly. Tony knew what he meant, but still encouraged, "Come on, you are about to see your family." "My family is dead, now I'm going to see them, Stark." "Sure enough." Tony confirmed his guess. "It's okay, I hope so." Tony looked at the dying Ethan, holding back tears. "Thank you for saving me." "Don't waste your life." After saying this, Ethan tilted his head. Looking at Ethan's tragic death, the angry Tony turned around and wanted to go out and kill all those KB members, but he suddenly saw Ethan move again. Ethan, who felt that he was not dead, tried to kill again with his head tilted. "I'm not dead yet." Looking at Ethan constantly tilting his head to act cute, Tony felt that his angry move was interrupted. He. Ethan felt a little embarrassed and laughed awkwardly. "I think I can live for a while." Both of them were silent, and the atmosphere gradually became awkward. "Uncle Ethan, you can live for a long time. Tony and I still need you." Lin Yuan smiled and walked out of the darkness, and released a healing touch to Ethan. As a faint green light lit up, Ethan felt warm all over. And the weakness just now was swept away. The wound on his chest also squirmed, and the bullets that were originally on the surface of the skin were squeezed out one after another, and fell to the ground with a clang. Ethan stood up and touched his body with an incredible look. Hey, this, Lin, how did you do it? Why am I fine after so many bullets? This is my special one of the special abilities. I gave you an invisible energy shield before you rushed out. Although the bullet penetrated the shield, the remaining force could only break the surface of your skin. I guess you were too nervous, and you bled a lot, so you felt you were dying. Lin Yuan still smiled and explained to Ethan. Ethan was determined to die, but after walking through the gates of hell, he felt that he should not die so easily. He should do something for himself and for his lost family. Ahem. Tony coughed lightly, put down the mask, and walked directly out of the cave. I'll go clean up the outside first, you guys come out later. Brother Tony, be brave, I also put a shield on you, Lin Yuan cheered behind him, and then suddenly thinking of something, a shot of spirit fire was added to Tony. Tony looked back at Lin Yuan deeply, then turned around and walked out of the cave. The KB members outside the cave were waiting for battle. A steel giant slowly walked out of the cave, looking like a thick, big, and brave guy. Fire! Countless bullets flew towards Tony, but were easily blocked by the Mark I armor. Tony raised his hands, and two flames shot out, burning only those KB members cried for their parents. A KB member on the hillside nearby saw this and pulled a heavy machine gun to shoot at Mark I. The force was so strong that Tony was knocked over. Suddenly, a bullet hit the hydraulic device of Mark I's leg, which directly caused Mark I's one leg to be unable to move. Tony then ignited the ammunition at the entrance of the cave, opened the flight device, and soared into the sky. With the explosion of the base's ammunition, all the terrorists in the base were killed. Mark I soared into the sky in a large ball of flames, then turned around and rushed to the ground, directly into the sand pile. Tony lay in the fragments of the disintegrated Mark I, feeling the heat of the desert sun, as if he had been reborn. This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading. Finally got out, not bad. Tony felt his body, not injured? With such a big impact, although the armor has buffered, it is impossible not to be injured at all, and I don't feel tired at all now, and I feel better than before the kidnapping. Is it because of Lin? Fuck. Tony suddenly remembered something, Lin and Ethan are still in there. No, I have to find them. Looking at the direction, Tony walked towards the cave. After walking for a while, he saw Lin Yuan and Ethan talking and laughing in the distance, walking towards him with easy steps. Hi, Tony, you were so handsome just now. Lin Yuan greeted Tony. Lin, thank you. Tony looked at the smiling child, and his heart was moved. It's okay, Tony, you have saved me several times. Lin Yuan waved his hand indifferently and said, what should we do next? Where to go? Go over there, the military must be looking for us. Tony pointed in a direction, go over there. The three of them started walking in that direction. With the effect of rejuvenation, they continued to recover their physical strength. In addition, they finally escaped from the dark cave, so they walked very easily. Ethan, where are you going next? I don't know, I have nowhere to go, I should go back to my hometown first and pay homage to my family. How about this? I'll go with you, and then you come to help me. I need your help. Okay, anyway, I have nowhere to go, I will help you. After a conversation full of gay love, Lin Yuan felt goosebumps all over his body. Lin, follow me too, you will be my brother in the future, Tony suddenly turned to Lin Yuan and said. Lin Yuan was stunned for a moment, then smiled and replied, okay, Tony brother. I'll leave it to you in the future. Chapter 12 What Security Bureau? Thump thump thump. As two helicopters flew overhead, Lin Yuan knew that this desert trip was about to end. Sure enough, the helicopter landed soon, and a large group of Eagle Sauce soldiers rushed towards Tony, led by Tony's good friend Colonel Rhodes. Colonel Rhodes originally thought that Tony must have suffered a lot, and he would be very weak after walking in the desert for so long. But what the hell are the three people in front of him? Tony looked even more energetic than him except for the fact that he had something on his chest and looked a little sloppy. Tony, are you traveling in the desert? Yes, it's a very good trip. Who are these two? This is Dr. Ethan, this is Lin, they saved me. Tony introduced Lin Yuan and Ethan. Thank you. Rod shook hands with Lin Yuan and Ethan in turn, and then hugged Tony. Let's go, they are waiting for you. Okay. As the transport plane landed at the military airport of Eagle Sauce, Tony's secretary Pepper Potts and Tony's driver and bodyguard Happy, looking at the slowly opening door of the transport plane with anxiety and excitement in his eyes. During the time when Tony was kidnapped, they never rested well, and never gave up looking for Tony. Happy also blamed himself for not protecting Tony. Until today, they received news from the military that Tony was found, and they came to wait for Tony as quickly as possible. The door slowly opened, and Tony's figure appeared in their eyes. Then they were both stunned. Tony's weak and listless appearance did not appear. On the contrary, Tony's suit was straight and his face was ruddy. Except for looking a little dark, he was healthier than before being kidnapped. Pepper and Happy were dumbfounded. What's going on? It's unrealistic that he is still in good spirits after being kidnapped for 3 months. Tony got off the plane and refused the medical staff pushing the stretcher. You are so blind. I look so rosy. Do I look like someone who needs a stretcher? Hi. Pepper, hi. Happy Tony smiled and greeted the two of them. Pepper felt that her tears were shed in vain. Does this person look like someone who was kidnapped? Are you okay, Tony? Tony smiled and said, do you see what's wrong with me? Are you crying? Are you sad about the disappearance of your boss? I am happy, I just don't want to find a job. Yet, your vacation is over. As everyone got on the car, Pepper wanted to take Tony for a physical examination, but Tony was strict rejection with words. Do you think I look injured? I've been locked up for 3 months. There are 2 things I want to do most now. 1. Eat a cheeseburger. 2. Just. Before Tony finished speaking, he was interrupted by Pepper. No, that kind of thing is not allowed. Puff. Lin Yuan, who was drinking water in the car, sprayed it out. Pepper is indeed a little girl. She knows Tony too well. It's no wonder she thinks so. The main reason is that Tony used to be like this. He can't live without a woman. Tony looked at Lin Yuan with disdain and took a tissue for him. Pepper looked at Tony with surprise. This was the first time Tony took the initiative to take care of someone, although he just handed over a tissue. Who are these two? Pepper asked curiously. Just now, her attention was on Tony and she didn't notice the 2 people at all. This is Lin, who will be my brother in the future. This is Ethan, my friend. This time, I rely on the help of these 2 I can come back. Tony patted Lin Yuan's shoulder and introduced him to Pepper. Hello, I'm Lin Yuan, you can call me Linear. Lin Yuan smiled and greeted Pepper. Pepper looked at this young face and was even more surprised. This was the first time that Tony was so affectionate to a man. Tony just said that he was his brother, which was a bit scary. This was the brother admitted by Tony Stark himself. This is not a small gold content. Thinking of this, Pepper smiled. Hello, Lin, I'm Potts Pepper, I'm glad to meet you and thank you very much for saving Tony. It should be, Tony has saved me many times. Pepper, the second thing I said is that I want to hold a press conference, immediately. Right now. Press conference? For what? Pepper looked confused. She held a press conference right after she came back. What was she going to do? You'll know when the time comes. Happy, go buy some burgers first. Okay, sir. Inside the luxury car, Lin Yuan was eating the cheeseburger in his hand, watching Tony eating with relish, and couldn't help but say, "Brother Tony, is this the food you've been missing for 3 months?" Ethan was also eating happily. "I think it's delicious." "Okay, as long as you're happy." Lin Yuan sighed, stuffed the burger in his hand into his mouth, and muttered, "When things get stable here, I must go to Rabbit's house for a good meal first." Soon they arrived at the gate of Stark Enterprises. A bald man led the employees of Stark Enterprises to applaud and cheer, welcoming Tony's return. Tony pulled the collar of his suit, turned around and said to Lin Yuan, "Lin, follow me." Lin Yuan responded and followed Tony out of the car. The bald man laughed and greeted Tony. Tony looked very happy and hugged back. The two of them exchanged greetings and walked towards the press conference venue. Lin Yuan followed quietly. He knew this bald man. This bald man was called Obadiah Stane, equivalent to the Stark Empire. The Minister of Orphanage, one of Tony's most trusted people, but unfortunately he betrayed Tony's trust. He was the mastermind behind Tony's kidnapping this time. We have to find a chance to remind Tony. I wonder if he will believe it. In the press conference room, a group of reporters have been waiting here for a long time. Tony Stark has been missing for 3 months. He just came back and held a press conference. There must be something big to announce. A group of reporters have been eager for it. Tony greeted the cheering crowd and walked to the stage. Looking at Tony surrounded by the crowd and talking and laughing, Pepper couldn't help but smile. This is what Tony should be like. Lin Yuan also sighed beside her. "Mr. Lin, can I talk to you?" A gentle voice came from the side. Lin Yuan turned his head and looked. "Oh, isn't this Coulson, the head of Marvel Novice Village? This hairline is not much better than Ethan's." Coulson extended his hand to Lin Yuan in a friendly manner. "I am Agent Phil Coulson, from the Strategic Homeland Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau." "Where are you from?" "Strategic Homeland Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau." "Homeland what?" "Strategic Homeland Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau." "What support bureau?" "Strategic Homeland Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau." "Homeland what bureau?" Chapter 13. Is he serious about this job? "Mr. Lin, we know you. This time we are looking for you to ask you to tell us the details of Mr. Stark's escape. As far as we know, Tony is almost unscathed. Can you tell us what happened?" Coulson wisely changed the subject and asked directly. Lin Yuan was about to answer when Tony called him up on the stage. "I'll go up first, and we'll talk later if there's anything." Coulson politely signaled Lin Yuan to do whatever he wanted. After all, he wasn't in a hurry. Tony pulled Lin Yuan and introduced him to the reporters below. "This is Lin Yuan, he will be my brother from now on." The reporters below were in an uproar. Tony Stark personally recognized his brother and held a press conference to announce it with great fanfare. This is big news. Lin Yuan was also dumbfounded. "My dear brother, although I am very happy to have Stark Enterprise as a big thigh, I am a support. Shouldn't a support be the 6th in the back? Why did you pull me to the front row?" Perhaps in Tony's eyes at this time, since he admitted that "You are my brother, Tony, then the whole world must know that this is my brother, Tony Stark." But in a few years, Tony, who has experienced pain, will hide his family well, and will never be as big as he is now. It was displayed in front of the world with great fanfare. Lin Yuan, who was touched but also a little helpless, had to smile and greet the reporters in the audience. Instantly. "Fuck, it blinded my Krypton gold dog eyes." Lin Yuan was immediately blinded by the flash. Tony smiled as he watched Lin Yuan run off the podium, and then his face became serious. "Now I'm going to start talking about the second thing about today's press conference." The reporters in the audience were instantly silent. "I used to think that the weapons I created were protecting people, but I saw with my own eyes a young face being killed in front of me, killed by the weapons I designed to protect them. What happened to you there? A reporter asked in the audience. Tony didn't answer, and continued, after this period of time, I finally realized that I can do more for this world, not just making things that explode. Because of this, I decided to close the weapons manufacturing department under Stark Enterprises, effective immediately. Until I can decide the future direction of this company. Boom, the whole venue seemed to be bombed as if it was a big deal. All the reporters rushed to ask questions. Obadiah Stan looked at Tony with a look of shock and anger, and hurriedly stepped on the stage to stop Tony from continuing to speak. Lin Yuan looked at the chaotic scene, and couldn't help sighing in his heart, this is very Tony. After the press conference, Tony took Lin Yuan and Ethan to visit Stark Enterprises. Looking at the huge arc reactor in front of him, he couldn't help but sigh at Tony's genius. This big one looks completely different from the small one. How can a finished product be made in just a few days? The technology boss is so terrifying. While sighing, Obadiah Stan came in angrily, Mr. Lin, Mr. Ethan, I want to talk to Tony alone about something. Lin Yuan pouted, turned around and went back to the car with Ethan. After waiting for a while, Obadiah Stan and Tony walked out arm in arm, talking and laughing. Lin Yuan knew that Tony revealed his secret to Obadiah Stan. Alas, this chest thing is always a hidden danger. I wonder if Tony dares to take out the fragments in his chest now. I'll find a chance to talk to him. In the next period of time, the news announced by Tony exploded around the world, and Stark Enterprises stocks plummeted. Lin Yuan, Tony, and Ethan were living quite comfortably. Tony and Ethan were busy modifying the arc reactor in Tony's underground laboratory. After all, Tony's chest was rushed out, and both the material and the workmanship were very ordinary. Now that we have the conditions, we must build a good one. After all, this is related to Tony. Tony's life and property. Lin Yuan was even more comfortable. He asked Happy to take him everywhere to find delicious food. Lin Yuan ate all kinds of high-end restaurants in New York these days. Chinese and Western food, Lin Yuan ate them all. But to be honest, it's just so-so. Although there are many delicious foods here, they are not to my taste. Don't mention Chinese food. Except for a few, most of them are not worthy of the name. That day, after eating delicious food, Lin Yuan came to the laboratory to find Tony. As soon as he entered the door, he saw the arc reactor under the glass cover at the door. Hey, Tony brother, change the equipment. Is this made by Sister Pepper? Lin Yuan knocked on the glass cover. Yes, I asked her to throw it away. She said she wanted to keep it as a souvenir. Tony replied helplessly. Where is Uncle Ethan? Lin Yuan didn't see Ethan. He had been with Tony before. He went back to his hometown to pay respect to his family. I asked Rod to find someone to protect him. I wanted to go, but he wouldn't let me. Lin Yuan found a place and sat down, watching Tony busy. Brother Tony, do you want to take out the fragments of your body and plug the hole in your chest? I can help you. It's 100% safe and 100% regenerative. There won't be any scars left. I know your ability, Linear. Tony was stunned when he heard it, and thought for a while and said, I still need this thing for the time being. I plan to rebuild the thing in the cave. I wanted to find Rod to join me, but he didn't agree. Then he smiled at Lin Yuan again, anyway, I know that with your ability, even if you keep it like this, if something unexpected happens, you can save me, right? Of course, I'm a gold medal assistant. Lin Yuan said that this little thing is just a drop in the bucket. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. It will be more exciting later. By the way, Tony, you should pay more attention to Obadiah. I always feel that he has bad intentions. You are too suspicious, my dear brother. Stan has watched me grow up. He will not harm me. He may just be a little angry. After all, I did not inform him of such a big announcement before. We talked about it when we chatted before. More than angry, he wants to kill you immediately. Lin Yuan complained in his heart. Anyway, you should be more careful. Don't worry. Tony didn't care. Lin, do you think I am good to you? Tony came over and hugged Lin Yuan's shoulders, smiling. It's okay. Lin Yuan said that he was very arrogant. Tony came over, then help me with your rejuvenation technique again. You don't have any problems now, why do you need rejuvenation? Lin Yuan was a little puzzled. Tony said mysteriously, since you used the rejuvenation on me after that, I feel that my physical strength has become particularly durable, and I won't feel tired no matter how long I work. What kind of work are you talking about? Tony Lin Yuan was speechless. It's serious, definitely serious. I don't believe you. Lin Yuan rolled his eyes and used a rejuvenation spell. With my current ability, this one can last for about 6 hours. When it's gone, ask me for it. Lin Yuan thought about it again. Now that the nourishment can be used, he will give Tony a life-saving talisman. Okay, you go quickly, I'm going to start working. Tony achieved his goal and immediately started to drive people away. This work is really not serious. Chapter 14. This armor is not good anymore. Brother Tony, Brother Tony. Lin Yuan rushed to the laboratory. Lin, you came just in time. I was just about to test the flight system of the suit. Can you help me keep a record? Tony didn't wait for Lin Yuan to speak and asked Lin Yuan to help. Oh, okay. He swallowed the words on his lips. Let's get ready. Tony got ready. Wait a minute, Tony, I'll give you a buff. Lin Yuan added the wild mark to Tony. As for the rejuvenation technique, it never stopped on Tony. The continuous physical recovery made Tony, who was already a bit of a workaholic, even more sleepless. Are you ready? Let's get started. Increase thrust by 20%, ready to take off with Lin Yuan's magic protection. Tony also became bold and started with 20% directly. Then, Lin Yuan watched Tony hit the roof directly, knocking a big hole in the roof, and then Tony fell to the ground with a plop. The retarded mechanical arm next to him sprayed Tony's face. Half a beat late, Lin Yuan laughed so hard that he couldn't straighten his waist. These records were all Tony's black history. In the next few days, Lin Yuan didn't mention his own affairs. He watched with interest as Tony continued to improve the various performances of the suit. It was also a very memorable thing to watch the real Iron Man suit slowly take shape. In fact, Lin Yuan's favorite was Jarvis, and the operation method that he had only seen in movies before made Lin Yuan envious. When Tony is done, I must ask him to get me a set of such a system. This thing should be very fun to play games. Lin Yuan fell into the fantasy of a better life. This brother is good in everything, but he often does stupid things. Tony looked at Lin Yuan, who was grinning on the side, shook his head, installed the hand parts of the battle suit, turned around and shouted, Lin, stop grinning, I want to test the flight stabilization device. Oh okay. Lin Yuan came back to his senses. Go ahead, Tony brother, you don't have to worry about anything with me here. At this time, Pepper also came down with a cup of coffee to find Tony. Tony, Obadiah is waiting for you upstairs. Aren't you not going to study weapons? Looking at what Tony had in his hand, Pepper was a little confused. This is not a weapon, it's just a flight stabilizer. Tony got ready and started testing. Then Tony disappeared in front of the two. After a crackling sound, Iron Man Tony Stark was shamefully buried in a pile of parts. Lin Yuan took out his phone, click. Iron Man's Black History photo +1. When Lin Yuan and Tony returned upstairs, Obadiah Stan was playing the piano leisurely. The two exchanged pleasantries, and Obadiah got straight to the point. Tony, the board of directors applied to stop your work. They think you have post-traumatic stress disorder. What a bullshit board of directors, isn't it you, a dead bald guy, who pushed it? Lin Yuan complained in his heart. Just because the stock fell 40 points. Tony was a little unbelievable. It's 565. Little Pepper emphasized. What does it matter? I have the controlling rights of the company. Tony was obviously a little excited. The board of directors has this right. They think your new project is not in the interests of the company. You have to show them something. Give me the thing on your chest so that I can use it to convince the board of directors. Obadiah pointed to the reactor on his chest, showing that he was very considerate of Tony. No, this can only belong to me, no talk about this. Tony refused without thinking. Obadiah wanted to persuade him a few more times, but Tony ignored him and turned to the laboratory. Tony now just wants to get the armor done quickly, slap the faces of those old antiques, and let the world know that he, Tony Stark, is still the world's #1 genius. Underground Garage Laboratory. Day 11, 37th Test, Version 20. Brother Tony, come on. Jarvis, start from 1% and increase slowly. Tony was ready, his hands and feet emitted pure white light beams, he was stable in the air, and then landed steadily. Very good, now increase the thrust by 25%. This time the control was much worse. Tony flew around in the parking lot, and the flames almost set his luxury car on fire, but it was safe and sound, and landed safely. Lin Yuan applauded beside him. Isn't this more interesting than watching a movie? The mentally retarded robot arm next to him wanted to spray Tony with a fire extinguisher, but was stopped by Tony immediately. Lin Yuan saw a disappointed emotion from a robot arm. In fact, Lin Yuan was also quite disappointed, he also wanted to see Tony being sprayed, hee. I can fly, haha. Tony was excited. The flight system test was completed, and the next step was to assemble the mecha. With the surface armor of the Iron Man suit fully installed, except for the color, the first set of armor in the true sense of Iron Man Mark II was officially formed. So handsome, Tony brother, I want it too. Lin Yuan looked at it, and the emotion of wanting it almost came out of his eyes. It's handsome, wait for the future, I'll get you one too. Tony looked proud. Jarvis, get to work. Then Jarvis went online and the system began to self-check. System check completed, ready to shut down, start data analysis. Well, let's do this, first check the weather conditions and flight control, and monitor ground control. Jarvis understood immediately, sir, we have to prepare before the actual flight. Jarvis, before learning to walk, you have to run and prepare. 321. As flames gushed out of his hands and feet, the first flight of Mark II began. This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content later. With the roar of flames, Mark II flew out of the garage exit, and Tony in the armor shouted excitedly, oh! The feeling of flying freely in the air made Tony's adrenaline surge. This was an unprecedented experience. After circling over the city, the Mark II changed direction and flew rapidly into the sky. At this time, Jarvis suddenly sounded the alarm. Sir, something is approaching quickly, at a very fast speed. As soon as the voice fell, a big bird with a body length of more than 1 meter and a wingspan of more than 2 meters appeared next to Tony. Brother Tony, I'm here. Lin Yuan's voice reached Tony's ears. Lin. Tony was very shocked. Yes, this bird is Lin Yuan. His transformation form can also be used. He went to Tony to talk about this before. He can fly. He wanted to go to the rabbit house to have a look. As a result, he saw Tony testing the Mark suit. He felt interesting and stayed in the laboratory. Until just now, when he saw Tony flying out, he remembered this matter. What surprised him was that the flying form of the rabbit house's unique skin turned out to be the legendary Daypen. Of course, it's just a skin, and the size is equivalent to that of an ordinary large raptor. If it is really as big as the daypen bird, he would not dare to use it. Although it is a little smaller, its speed is not slow at all. For example, now, he can easily catch up with the Mark II suit. Lin Yuan can feel that as the strength of mana increases, the flying speed should be faster. The dog system is indeed a super invincible auxiliary system. The optimization of auxiliary skills is really amazing. Lin Yuan couldn't help but sigh. This flying form, Lin Yuan gives 5 stars. Lin Yuan is also looking forward to other forms. Tony looked at the armor on his body, and then looked at the handsome bird flying next to him. I feel that the armor on his body is not good enough. This bird is so handsome. I want it. Chapter 15 I can kill you with cuteness. Jarvis, what is the flight altitude of the SR-71 Blackbird reconnaissance aircraft? The altitude record of fixed-wing aircraft is 850,000 feet. Records are meant to be broken. Come on, Lin, let's see who flies higher. Even if you can turn into a bird, it doesn't matter. Birds can't fly higher than machines. That's not necessarily true. Brother Tony, I'm not an ordinary bird. I'm a big peng bird. The legendary beast of the rabbit family. Come on, let's see how it goes. 2 figures, 1 silver and 1 gold, rushed into the sky. As the altitude got higher and higher, Lin Yuan felt a little chilly, and saw a layer of frost on the surface of the Mark II armor next to him. At this time, Jarvis also sounded the alarm. Sir, the surface of the body is frozen, and ice may cause major system failures. Lin, are you okay? Tony shouted to Lin Yuan next to him. It's easy. Lin Yuan felt no pressure. Then continue. Tony's unwillingness to admit defeat came up again. 3 seconds later, the lower temperature caused the surface of the machine to freeze and thicken, resulting in the system crashing directly and the Mark II shutting down. Tony screamed and fell straight to the ground. Lin Yuan smiled and changed back to human form, then took out his mobile phone and took a few photos. Iron Man's embarrassing photos +1. Changing back to flying form, the peng bird let out a long cry and swooped down. In an instant, the peng bird caught up with Tony, who was constantly rolling in the air, stretched out its claws, grabbed the feet of the Mark II, stabilized its body, lowered its head and sneered, "What's wrong, Tony, why can't you do this?" Tony was so angry that his teeth itched. "Just wait until I improve it. If I don't make you cry, I'll call you brother." Lin Yuan laughed loudly. "Okay, Tony. You remove the ice first. Let's talk about it when we get back. I have something to tell you." Soon, the Mark II, which had successfully restarted its system, was flying in the air again. The two chatted and flew back to the villa by the sea together. On the rooftop of the villa, Tony was suspended in the air. "Turn off the power." As soon as Tony finished speaking, the Mark II smashed the rooftop, smashed the piano and floor on the first floor, and smashed the luxury car in the underground parking lot with a bang. The mentally retarded mechanical arm next to him finally seized the opportunity and excitedly sprayed Tony in the face. Lin Yuan took out his mobile phone silently beside him. Iron Man's embarrassing photo +1 again. After sorting out the chaotic scene, Tony sat in front of the computer with a cup of green stuff. Jarvis faithfully recorded Tony's improvement plan for Mark armor. "Brother Tony, you drink this to relieve the toxins of palladium, right?" Lin Yuan thought that Tony now had the buff of rejuvenation and should not have palladium poisoning like before. It seems that he underestimated this thing is powerful. "How do you know?" Tony looked at Lin Yuan in surprise. "He didn't tell anyone about this." "Is it serious?" Lin Yuan asked with a worried look. "It's okay, just a little uncomfortable. With your magic, it's not a big deal," Tony said indifferently. "Be sure to tell me if there is anything. I should be able to help you solve this problem in a while," Lin Yuan said confidently. Now he can't use the poison removal technique. When he can use it, any poison will be no problem. Lin, what's the matter with your transformation? Tony changed the subject and asked curiously, what kind of bird is that? It looks so handsome. This is my ability. I have 4 forms in total: giant bear, cheetah, flying, and aquatic forms. The daypen bird just now is the flying form. Daypen bird? What kind of bird is it? Lin Yuan explained, it is a bird in Chinese mythology, Kunpeng. Zhuangzi records, there is a fish in the North Sea, its name is Kunkun's big, I don't know how many thousands of miles it is. It also turns into a bird, its name is Peng Peng's back, I don't know how many thousands of miles it is, I am the Peng mentioned in it. My aquatic form is probably Kun. Of course, my transformed form can't be as big as the legend says. Cool, Tony exclaimed, what about your cheetah form and giant bear form? I haven't tried it yet. They should be animal images unique to the rabbit family. Lin Yuan said he didn't know. Then hurry up, transform me and see. Tony looked interested, do you mind if I make a record? It's okay, then I'll start, first in cheetah form. After saying that, Lin Yuan disappeared from the spot, and what appeared in front of Tony was an orange cat. Yes, an orange cat. Tony was stunned for a moment, and burst into laughter, ha ha ha, Lin, is this the cheetah form you mentioned? This is obviously a fat cat. Lin Yuan was also confused. He always thought that the flying form was something as handsome as Kunpeng, so how could the cheetah form not be too bad? Not to mention mythical creatures like Zhuwu, there was also a Siberian tiger or snow leopard, but he never expected that this was actually an orange cat, and a fat orange cat. Dog system, come out and explain to me. Lin Yuan questioned the system in his heart. The system voice that had not appeared for a long time sounded in Lin Yuan's mind, host, you don't need to fight in cheetah form, why do you have to be so handsome? You know how good cats are, safe and cute. Then you don't have to give an orange cat. There are so many cats, and you chose the fattest one. Lin Yuan gritted his teeth. Host, in this world, orange cats are not simple. Lin Yuan took a breath of cold air, he remembered a creature in this world. Okay, kneel down. Tony was still laughing there, come, let me stroke it, ha ha ha. Lin Yuan rolled his eyes at him and turned back into human form. Don't, I won't laugh anymore. In fact, that cat is also very cute, but it's a little fat. Press the arc of the corner of your mouth first. Do you want to see other forms? Puff, ha ha. Tony was still laughing over there. Okay, I won't laugh, you continue. Lin Yuan didn't want to pay attention to Tony at first, but was pulled by Tony and strongly asked to continue. Then don't laugh, I'm starting. With a flash of magic light, the giant bear form appeared. Oh my god, this is great. Tony stood up with a look of surprise and hugged Lin Yuan. Jarvis faithfully projected Lin Yuan's current appearance in front of Lin Yuan with a holographic projection. A cute giant panda. Yes, it is a giant panda, the legendary iron-eating beast, Qi Yu's mount. Qi Yu relied on it to help Huang Di defeat himself. Lin Yuan looked at the holographic projection in front of him in disbelief, and then looked down at the black and white pattern on his body. This is really a panda. Does this dog system intend to let me use this image to kill the enemy? But Lin Yuan said, it's not impossible. Chapter 16. Since I can't do it well, I'll do it myself. Brother Tony, you have been touching it for half an hour, can I change back? A panda was lying on the ground, being rubbed by a hand, with a look of despair on its face. No, rub it for a while, this panda is waiting for Pepper to come, you must let her rub it too. Tony stroked the panda with an intoxicated look on his face. Lin Yuan struggled to escape from Tony's clutches and quickly turned back into human form. Tisk tisk tisk, what a pity. Tony retracted his hand with an unsatisfied look, what abilities do you have in these forms? The flying form is extremely fast, anyway, much faster than your battlesuit. I haven't tested how fast it is. The aquatic form can survive freely in any water area, and the movement speed is also extremely fast. The cheetah form can be invisible, and the giant bear form has strong defense, Lin Yuan explained. What a convenient ability! Tony couldn't help but admire, and then smiled and said, Lin, turn into a panda. I'll take a picture and send it to Pepper. Don't, come on, Jarvis has already taken the picture, you just want to ruin my head, Lin Yuan refused. If he continued to ruin, he would become a bald panda. Well, it's a pity. Tony smacked his lips, expressing regret. At this time, the TV suddenly broadcast the news that Stark Enterprises was holding a charity dinner. Tony was stunned. Jarvis, did I receive an invitation? No, sir, there is no invitation letter for you. Lin Yuan was beside him and laughed, haha, Tony, you are in such a bad situation. Your company held a charity dinner, but no one sent you an invitation. Tony was not angry. He didn't care about these things. Besides, if Xiao Leijiao didn't mention it, it must not be an important banquet. After thinking about it, he picked up the car keys. He hadn't shown up for a long time, so he might as well go and take a look. Lin, are you going? Tony asked Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan waved his hand, no, I hate this kind of occasion the most. It's too uncomfortable. Okay, then you stay at home after I leave. Tony said, and left. Lin Yuan felt a little bored staying at home alone. Suddenly, he seemed to remember what. How about go to the rabbit's house for a midnight snack now? Then come back after breakfast tomorrow. Yeah, good idea, let's do it. Do it as soon as you think of it. Then the big peng bird appeared again, flapped its wings, flew towards the east, and disappeared in the sky in a blink of an eye. Flying above the clouds, Lin Yuan felt that his current speed was far faster than the speed of sound, but the flight was very quiet, without sonic booms, and even without the sound of breaking through the air. Sure enough, magic is not scientific. Lin Yuan couldn't help but sigh. In just over an hour, Lin Yuan had already entered the rabbit's house. Where should we go to eat first? Lin Yuan was tangled. There were so many delicious foods at the rabbit's house that he had a bit of choice difficulties. Let's go eat barbecue first. Although I really want to eat hot pot, it's boring to eat alone. Let Tony and the others come together to eat hot pot next time. After eating and drinking, Lin Yuan returned to Tony's beach villa and found that the lights in the underground garage were still on. Hey? Tony has returned from the party? Why did he go to the lab to work again? Lin Yuan thought and walked straight into the lab. Tony was wearing the mark armor and was sitting on a chair thinking about something. He didn't even notice Lin Yuan approaching him. Tony, are you okay? Lin Yuan probably knew what happened at the party tonight. Lin, you are right, there is something wrong with Obadiah. Tony's face was full of loneliness, and his tone became heavy. He has been selling weapons to those terrorists in private. Ethan found me today. His hometown was attacked by the 10 Rings. I saw the photos of the scene. The weapons used by those people were all produced by Stark Enterprises. Lin, do you think I am wrong? My invention cannot bring peace. Tony's voice was low and bitter. No, Tony, it is definitely not your fault. The weapons themselves are not wrong, but those who use the weapons are wrong. Tony looked at Lin Yuan quietly, revealing complex emotions in his eyes. He seemed to be thinking about Lin Yuan's words, trying to find some comfort or explanation. After a while, he slowly said, but, if it weren't for my invention, they won't have such tools to hurt others. Lin Yuan shook his head and said firmly, no, Tony, even without your weapons, those with bad intentions will find other ways to cause damage. Your technology, which could have been used to protect people, was just used by bad guys. Tony, you set too high standards for yourself. You always want to do your best, but sometimes things don't go as we wish. Lin Yuan gently patted Tony on the shoulder and encouraged him. Tony took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He looked at Lin Yuan gratefully, then smiled and said, "Thank you, Lin. Your words made me feel much better. Maybe I need to re-examine my ideas and goals." Lin Yuan nodded and replied with a smile, "Of course, Tony, I will be there anytime and anywhere. I will always be there to support you. You are a great inventor. Your talent and wisdom will change the world. As long as you stick to your beliefs and believe in your abilities, everything will be fine. Brother Tony, you will become the greatest hero in the world. I have always believed this." "Thank you, Lin, I feel much better." Tony hugged Lin Yuan gently and then looked at the mark armor in his hand and fell into deep thought. Then, he stood up, and the flight stabilization device in his hand turned into an arc pulse cannon, shattering the glass in front of him. As more and more glass was shattered, his expression became more and more determined. "Brother Tony, call me when you go to Kumala." Lin Yuan knew that Tony had made up his mind. Since his invention could not be used in the right direction in the hands of others, he would use it himself. "You can." Tony did not stop his hand movements and answered neatly. In the following days, Lin Yuan stayed with Tony in the laboratory and watched him optimize the Mark II armor step by step. Tony did not choose the yellow color scheme that he thought was too flashy, but chose the red and yellow color scheme of a classic car in the garage. Lin Yuan said that this color scheme was more flashy. But it was so handsome. Watching Tony standing on the platform, the surrounding manipulators smoothly helped him put on the latest steel suit Mark III. Lin Yuan's tears could not help but flow from the corners of his mouth. This was really too handsome. This is a man's gas station. However, the current armor is not perfect. When Tony makes further improvements, he will ask Tony to build a set of armor for his giant bear form, so that he can also have some attack capabilities. You can't really rely on your appearance to kill the enemy, right? Chapter 17 The Bald Head. "Lin, well, let's go." Tony, who was ready, called Lin Yuan to go out to fight for justice. "Okay, Tony." Lin Yuan was also very excited to participate in Iron Man's first attack. The two of them soared into the sky in an instant. "Lin, can you keep up with my speed?" "Tony, who are you looking down on? You have to ask if you can keep up with me." Lin Yuan said he was insulted. "Then let's compete." Tony didn't believe it. "Let's compete, watch out, you can't even see my ass." Lin Yuan flapped his wings, speeding up, and in just a moment, Tony was far behind. Looking at the rock that disappeared in the field of vision, Tony was dumbfounded. "Jarvis, what is my current speed?" "Sir, the current flying speed is Mach 3. Fuck." Tony was shocked. "Then what is Lin's speed?" "More than Mach 10. Sir. What a beast." 5 minutes later, Lin Yuan, with a drooping face, appeared next to Tony, because he didn't know the way to Kumala town, and there was no mobile phone signal in this broken place, so the navigation couldn't be used. "Brother Tony, you must get a navigation system for my flying form when you go back this time. There is no mobile phone signal in this broken place. Last time I went back to Rabbit's house, I didn't get lost." Lin Yuan complained. "No problem, this is a very simple thing." "No, when did you go to Rabbit's house?" "That day you went to the banquet, and I went to Rabbit's house for barbecue when I was free." Tony was silent. "Call me next time." "Okay." Kumala town. AKB member was about to shoot a disobedient villager on the spot to serve as a warning to others. When the wives and children of the villagers saw their husbands and fathers about to be killed, they showed despair in their eyes. Suddenly, the boy held in the arms of the woman looked at the sky with surprise. A humanoid mecha fell from the sky handsomely. The KB members were startled by the thing that fell from the sky and fired at it desperately. The bullets hit the armor of Mark III, leaving only a little trace. Tony calmly used the arc pulse cannon in his hand to clean up the KB members one by one. Then he used the automatic locking function to instantly kill the KB members who held hostages. Pretender, but really handsome. Lin Yuan did not follow him down. He just gave Tony a set of buff and watched him pretending in the sky. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Oh, isn't this our old friend bearded man? The bearded leader in the cave was hiding behind a mud wall, feeling lucky that he had escaped. Suddenly, he saw a handsome bird appear in front of him, and then turned into a familiar-looking boy. The boy even said hello to him, "Hi." Then he saw the boy turned into a black and white bear, and slapped him. He felt a pain on his face, and his body flew out. Lin Yuan slapped the bearded man several meters away, feeling relieved. "Let you soak me in the water. If the starfall hadn't been destroyed by the dog system, I would have at least hit you with 10 meteors." Lin Yuan was about to go over to finish off the bearded man, when Tony's voice came. "Lin, let's go. Let the villagers here vent their anger on this man. Let's go and destroy the base over there." Without waiting for Lin Yuan to reply, Tony turned around handsomely, soared into the sky, and left a sentence, "You can do whatever you want with this man. This guy is pretending without any trace." Lin Yuan curled his lips, transformed into a big bird and chased Tony. Only the bearded man was left screaming at the angry villagers who surrounded him. Tony had just flown over the Ten Rings gang base and was about to take action when a shell shot him down and hit him heavily on the ground. Mark III, who stood up again, was already covered in dust and looked very embarrassed. Lin Yuan laughed so hard that his stomach hurt. "You are pretending so much, and you got slapped in the face." Then he took out his cell phone and snapped a few photos. Another Iron Man embarrassing photo +1. Tony looked at his brother with resentment, raised his hand and fired a small rocket, destroying the tank that shot him down, turned his head away from the explosion behind him, flew into the air under the bullets of the KB members, and fired a reinforced arc energy cannon to detonate the ammunition in the base. Then he ignored Lin Yuan and flew away. Lin Yuan looked at him and found it funny. He knew that Tony was not injured. The Mark III had very good protection, and with his buff, it was difficult to get injured. Lin Yuan guessed that Tony felt that he was embarrassed in front of him. "Hee, brother Tony, this is just the beginning. I will hold an Iron Man embarrassing photo exhibition in the future, and then you can deeply feel the love from your brother." Hee. Lin Yuan smiled evilly, transformed into a big rock, and flew towards home. 5 minutes later, Lin Yuan was dumbfounded. He couldn't find the way back, and there was no signal in this broken place. Lin Yuan had no choice but to fly in a random direction and wait for the phone to have a signal before positioning. While flying, Lin Yuan felt something was wrong. The mountain in front of him looked a bit high. "I didn't see such a high mountain when I came here just now." It looks like a temple on the mountain over there." Lin Yuan flew towards the building on the mountain. As the distance got closer and closer, Lin Yuan saw the building on the mountain clearly. It was indeed a temple. There were many people in the temple square doing some neat movements. What kind of temple is this with so many people? Damn, it's that bald guy, how did I fly here? Lin Yuan almost peed himself, resisting the urge to turn around and run. This chapter is not over yet, please click continue reading on the next page. In the temple, a bald man looked up at the direction where Lin Yuan came from. Fuck, is she looking at me? Can't run, just fly over like an ordinary bird, she will definitely not find it. Lin Yuan kept comforting himself, biting the bullet, flew over the temple, and then accelerated away. She shouldn't have found it. Fortunately, now is not the time to deal with her. Lin Yuan was scared for a while, now he knew where he was. In the temple, the bald man looked at the flying rock. And a strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Finally returning to the villa, Lin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Hey, I'm finally back. I'm so tired, Jarvis, is Tony back? Yes, sir, Mr. Stark is in the laboratory. Lin Yuan arriving at the underground laboratory, Tony was busy with something. Brother Tony, I'm back, Lin Yuan greeted. Why are you so late? I got lost. Hurry up and get a navigation system for my flight mode, the kind that connects to a satellite. It's not urgent. Please do me a favor first. I'll ask Pepper to help me get evidence of Obadiah's crime. Can you protect her? I remember your cheetah mode can be invisible. Why did you ask her to go? It's so dangerous. I can go. You don't know where these things are. Pepper knows better. Oh, that's right. When will Sister Pepper go? It should be in the next 2 days. You can follow her for the next 2 days. Okay. I promise to complete the task. Chapter 18 I want to eat all over the rabbit's house. Camel's house. 10 Rings Gang Base. Lin Yuan's old acquaintance the bald leader is receiving his god of wealth. In the tent, Obadiah Stan looked at the humanoid armor in front of him, his eyes showing infinite desire. He touched the round hole on the chest of the armor and fell into deep thought. The bald leader was still chattering, imagining how to rule the world after making such an armor. Then, there was nothing else. Obadiah Stan easily subdued him with high-tech paralyzing ultrasound, and then the entire 10 Rings Gang base was cleaned up. If Lin Yuan was at the scene, he would definitely spit in the bald leader's face. How dare you think of ruling the world with your kind of stuff? Stark Enterprises building. Lin Yuan turned into an orange cat and followed Pepper into the building, and then Pepper entered the office and began to copy data from the computer. Lin Yuan stayed outside to keep watch. Then Lin Yuan saw Obadiah Stan walking towards the office. Lin Yuan looked at the little Pepper inside and saw that he hadn't finished yet. He sighed, it was another busy day. Lin Yuan cancelled the invisible state and walked towards Obadiah Stan with a cat step. Obadiah Stan was smoking a cigar and walking towards the office. Suddenly, he saw a fat orange cat in front of him and hurriedly called the security guard. Security, how come there is a cat coming in? Catch it out quickly. Lin Yuan's orange cat walked slowly, then stopped in front of Obadiah Stan, and then jumped up. Secret, cat cross claw. Ah! Damn it! 2 scratches appeared on Obadiah Stan's face immediately, and he covered his face and shouted. Security, catch this damn fat cat! The security guards who came after hearing the news hurriedly began to catch Lin Yuan, and Lin Yuan easily dodged. For a while, the whole building was in chaos. In the office, Pepper finally copied Obadiah Stan's evidence, hurriedly packed up her things, walked out of the office, and hurriedly left the company in the chaos. Lin Yuan watched Pepper leave safely, nimbly avoided the capture of several security guards, ran to an empty corner, entered invisible mode, leaving only a group of confused security guards and Obadiah Stan who was still cursing. Obadiah Stan, who returned to the office cursing, keenly discovered that his computer had been touched, and he immediately went to investigate the surveillance. The figure of Chili Pepper appeared in front of him in the surveillance. Watching Chili Pepper come out of the office in the surveillance, hurried downstairs and then left with a government official waiting downstairs. Obadiah Stan was so angry that he smashed the screen in front of him. Looking at Chili Pepper's back, his eyes showed a hint of ruthlessness. After completing the task, Lin Yuan returned to the villa, greeted Tony, and prepared to go to the rabbit's house to eat delicious food. This time he planned to eat all the food in the rabbit's house. A few days later, Lin Yuan, who had eaten well, flew back slowly. Alas, I thought I could eat all the food in the rabbit's house with my speed, but I failed without even going out to the panda's hometown. Lin Yuan said that it was definitely not because of his poor fighting ability, who made the rabbit's house have too many delicious foods. Hey, Tony, what's the matter? Lin Yuan, who was flying in the air, received a call from Tony. Lin, where are you? I need your help. Tony's voice sounded very anxious. I'm on my way back. What happened? Lin Yuan realized that something was wrong and increased his flying speed. Obadiah attacked me. He took the reactor from my chest. How are you? Tony, are you okay? Lin Yuan was a little anxious. He thought that because of his help, Pepper was not discovered by Obadiah on the spot, and Obadiah would not attack Tony so quickly. Unexpectedly, he underestimated the cunningness of the dead bald head. It's okay. I felt when I was about to die, a burst of energy suddenly appeared in my body, which quickly restored my physical strength. I then got the original arc reactor that Pepper had collected for me. Is this your ability? Tony's tone was full of relief for escaping death. It's good that you're okay. That was the spell I cast for you before. It can save your life when you are dying. Lin Yuan then remembered the nourishing spell he cast for Tony before, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Lin, you saved my life again. Tony's words were full of gratitude. Brother Tony, don't be so polite. There is no need for us brothers to talk about this. What do you need me to do now? By the way, Pepper is taking people to find Obadiah. I need you to help me stop Obadiah for a while. I'll be there soon. Tony's voice was full of anxiety again. Don't worry, Tony, I'll be there soon. Sister Pepper will be fine. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yuan sped up again, like a golden lightning across the night sky. At the entrance of the Stark building, Pepper was leading several agents into the Stark Enterprise building to arrest Obadiah Stan. However, not long after they entered, a violent explosion occurred in the basement of the Stark Enterprise building. Pepper ran out of the building in a panic and took out her phone to call Tony. A huge steel armor drilled out from the ground in front of her. It was the Iron Man driven by Obadiah Stan. Obadiah Stan, he raised his hand with a grim smile to deal with Pepper Potts. An eagle cry was heard, and then a golden lightning flashed across the eyes of Tony, and Pepper Potts disappeared. Obadiah Stan watched Pepper Potts disappear in front of him, roared in anger, and then prepared to run towards Tony's villa. In the air, Lin Yuan's eagle claws grabbed Pepper Potts' arms and lifted her up in the air. Pepper Potts was frightened and screamed desperately and struggled. Sister Pepper, it's me. Lin Yuan quickly spoke to comfort her. Lin. Pepper Potts heard Lin Yuan's voice, stopped struggling, and asked in confusion, what's going on with you? I'll explain to you later. I'll put you in a safe place first. You go back to the villa first. I'll go stop Obadiah. Lin Yuan put Pepper in a safe place, turned around and chased after Obadiah Stan. Obadiah Stan was running towards Tony's house. He could fly, but he still chose to run over. He didn't know what he was thinking. Lin Yuan saw that Zhang was running on the road. Cars along the way tried to avoid him. Those who couldn't avoid him were directly knocked away. There were wailing and cries for help everywhere on the road. He cursed him as a bastard, then flew over. After turning into a human form in the air, he released a tangled root at Zhang and turned into a rock again. Zhang's feet were instantly entangled by a thick vine. The huge inertia made it hit the ground directly, and it fell on its face. Obadiah struggled to get up and looked at the vines wrapped around Zhang's feet, with a puzzled look on his face. What is this? Where did the vine come from? After 10 seconds, the tangled root effect ended and the vine disappeared. Obadiah looked at the vines on his feet that suddenly disappeared and was confused. Who am I? Where am I? What happened? Chapter 19. Oops, this is going to be a failure. After being confused for a while, Iron King Kong continued to move forward. This was just a small episode and could not stop him. Lin Yuan sighed. After all, the flying form was not a combat form, and it was impossible to stop Iron King Kong's steps. There is no other way. I can only let the national treasure play. I hope this bald guy is a cat lover. Then the big peng bird appeared in front of Iron King Kong and instantly turned into a cute panda. Charge! The panda rushed towards the Iron King Kong at an incredible speed. The powerful magic effect directly stunned Obadiah Stan on the spot. Lin Yuan Panda stood up and slapped Iron King Kong on the face with a big punch. However, Iron King Kong did not move at all. A crow flew over the panda's head, and Lin Yuan felt a little embarrassed. Obadiah came back to his senses and controlled Iron King Kong to punch back at Lin Yuan Panda's face. The giant bear form has a strong defense and a shield of wild mark. Lin Yuan said that this punch was just a tickle. One beast and one machine, you punch, I punch, and it's crackling. The passers-by around were stunned. Is that black and white object a panda? It looks like it. But aren't all the pandas in the zoo cute? Whose panda is this? It's so fierce. Lin Yuan Panda, whose claws were a little painful, said he was helpless. The giant bear form optimized by the system has no attack skills at all. Relying on the panda, the claws of the flesh can't scratch the armor of the Iron King Kong. Although I also have magic protection and am not afraid of the attack of the Iron King Kong. But it's so tiring to fight like this. Tony brother, come quickly. Obadiah Stan was also speechless. Just now a bird came to rescue Pepper, and now a panda has been pestering him. It's so annoying. Obadiah Stan decided to ignore the panda in front of him, and sprayed a huge flame from the nozzle, ready to fly directly over. Lin Yuan saw that the Iron King Kong was about to take off, and he roared in challenge. Obadiah suddenly felt a surge of anger in his heart, and an impulse to tear the panda in front of him rushed straight to his head. He turned around and sprayed a round of missiles at Lin Yuan, then roared and rushed straight towards Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was blown up in the face by the oncoming missile. Before he came to his senses, he found that the Iron King Kong had appeared in front of him and grabbed his feet. Pa pa pa! Lin Yuan, who had no hope in life, lay on the ground and felt the panda life is meaningless. Damn, working overtime again. This time I'm covering for Loki. Dog system. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be in this situation. Lin Yuan said it was all the dog system's fault. Looking at the panda lying on the ground, Iron Man raised his foot and wanted to crush the panda's head. A red figure came whistling and knocked him out. Brother Tony, you're finally here. Lin Yuan was about to cry. Are you okay, Lin? Tony looked at Lin Yuan lying on the ground with a worried look on his face. It's okay, go ahead, Brother Tony, I'll think about life first. Lin Yuan waved his hand and laid his bare body on the ground. Then, Tony rushed towards Iron Man with an angry face, and then there was no more. Iron Man used the latest arc reactor on Tony's chest, which had enough energy, and Iron Man was large in size and armored thick, equivalent to a heavy armored warrior. And Tony is now using a reactor made of scraps in the cave. The energy can barely make the Mark III run normally, and Mark is small, equivalent to a lightly armed assassin, or an assassin with insufficient energy. This assassin confronted the heavy armored warrior Hedon, so now Tony is almost doubting his life. Fortunately, compared to the original plot, Tony has the help of Lin Yuan. Tony had a nourishing effect on his body that has been slowly improving his physique. Now Lin Yuan has given him the effects of rejuvenation and wild mark. Although he was beaten by Iron King Kong without any ability to fight back, Tony himself is still unscathed except for the embarrassment. Tony quickly broke free from Iron King Kong's entanglement and flew directly into the sky. He didn't believe that the Iron King Kong made in a hurry by Obadiah could live up to his personal experience. The weaknesses found were optimized. Sure enough, the high-altitude Iron King Kong quickly froze, causing the system to crash, and fell directly from the sky, smashing in front of the Stark building, smashing a big hole in the road in front of the building. Then Tony also staggered down from the sky, and Lin Yuan hurried to meet him. Brother Tony, are you okay? I'm fine, but the battlesuit is running out of energy. Where's Obadiah? Did you deal with him? He fell into the sewer. I think he should be fine. What should I do? I have no energy anymore. Tony looked worried. Lin Yuan rolled his eyes and leaned close to Tony's ear. Brother Tony, you do this, and then, leave it to me afterwards. Can it work? Tony was a little worried. Don't worry, it doesn't matter if you fail. Anyway, he can't kill us. At worst, let Rhodes clean up the mess. Lin Yuan looked indifferent. Okay. Let's do it. Tony also made up his mind. On the road in front of the Stark building, Iron King Kong came out of the ground with a dusty face. The excellent shock absorption ability of Iron King Kong made Obadiah, who was controlling it, almost unharmed. But he was very angry. He felt that he was played by Tony. He decided to make a quick decision. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind him. Yo, isn't this the big bald head? Who are you looking for? Obadiah Stan turned around and saw that it was Lin Yuan. You? Where is Tony? What, is he scared by my beating? Let you, a little brat, come and die. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. It's more exciting later. You don't need to care where Tony is. I came here to tell you something. Lin Yuan still smiled. What? Obadiah Stan was also a little curious. What else did this brat want to say at this time? Lin Yuan faced King Kong, and the shape of his mouth was clearly imprinted in Obadiah Stan's eyes. FXXKU bitch. Then he turned into a panda on the spot and roared at Obadiah Stan again. Obadiah Stan didn't know whether it was because of the skill effect or because Lin Yuan attacked him in the face. His eyes were directly bloodshot and he was furious. At this time, he only had eyes for the panda in front of him, and he just wanted to turn this panda into a carpet. Lin Yuan was not in a hurry, and then he used entangled roots to wrap around King Kong's legs. King Kong fell face down and slapped his face on the ground. The angry Obadiah struggled to get up. Tony rushed out from his hiding spot, stepped on King Kong's back, and stretched out his hand to tear off the exposed wires on King Kong's neck. Obadiah Stan only felt a black screen in front of his eyes, and his optical connection function failed. Obadiah simply turned on King Kong's driving in the cockpit. He controlled the Iron King Kong with a ferocious face and rushed towards Tony, shouting, Tony Stark, I have dedicated 40 years to this company. I have led the company from scratch to today, but you want to block my way. I will never allow anyone to block my steps. Iron King Kong punched Tony into the Stark building, and he followed in. Hey, Tony, you stopped weapons research and development, but you invented the most powerful weapon. Iron King Kong approached Tony step by step. Tony rushed towards Iron King Kong without saying a word. Iron King Kong grabbed him and began to squeeze Tony's Mark III with both hands. Mark III immediately made a creaking sound of metal being squeezed. Tony's ears were only filled with the constant alarm of Jarvis. Oh no, this one is going to be a failure. Tony was a little panicked. Chapter 20 Brother, I really don't want to go to school. Hey, dead bald head, look here. Lin Yuan saw that Tony was in an emergency and directly said to Obadiah used a swarm skill. He originally wanted to use the bugs summoned by the swarm skill to harass Obadiah so that Tony could get away. But unexpectedly, the bugs summoned by the swarm skill were unexpectedly many. The cockpit of the Iron Man was covered with densely packed bugs of all kinds. If someone with intensive phobia saw it, he would probably die on the spot. Obadiah kept screaming, threw Tony far away, and grabbed the bugs on his face with both hands. Fuck, so many bugs. Lin Yuan didn't expect the effect of the swarm skill to be so fierce. It seems that after this is over, I have to test the attack skills optimized by the dog system. Lin Yuan thought to himself, but his hands were not slow. He transformed into an orange cat and punched Obadiah in the eyes. Obadiah screamed, not caring about the bugs on his face, and controlled Iron Man to shoot randomly. He wanted to kill this damn orange cat with a missile. Lin Yuan saw a missile coming towards him, he dodged it lightly, and then saw the missile heading straight for the large arc reactor in the Stark Enterprise building. Fuck! Lin Yuan was startled, and did a cat backflip, turned into a rock in the air, and rushed out of the door. The rock rushed out of the door, grabbed Tony who was about to rush in at the door, and flew away from the building at a high speed. There was a loud bang behind him, and a dazzling blue light shot straight into the sky. The arc reactor hit by the missile was directly overloaded, and the energy that burst out directly engulfed the entire building, and more energy punched a big hole in the sky. Lin Yuan took Tony to the top of a building, and Tony was silent when he looked at the blue light column in front of him. In the distance, the police cars that arrived late surrounded the Stark Enterprises building. "Go back first, Tony brother." Lin Yuan patted Tony on the shoulder. "Sister Pepper is waiting for you at home." Hearing this, Tony smiled unconsciously. "Okay, let's go back first." In the beach villa, anxious Pepper paced back and forth in the hall, constantly asking Jarvis, "Ms. Potts, Mr. Stark has returned and is now in the laboratory." Jarvis' voice suddenly sounded. Pepper's expression was happy, and she rushed directly to the laboratory. Looking at the tattered appearance of Mark III, her eyes turned red. With the help of the mechanical arm, Tony finally took off the deformed battlesuit. As soon as he stepped off the loading and unloading platform, he felt a fragrant breeze coming. Pepper rushed directly past regardless of Lin Yuan still being beside him, hugged Tony, and keep touching Tony's body with both hands. "Are you okay? Are you hurt? You scared me to death," Tony Pepper cried. Tony hugged Pepper gently. "I'm fine. Don't worry." The two looked at each other, the atmosphere became more and more ambiguous, and their faces got closer and closer. Lin Yuan watched the two of them being affectionate and reminded, "Hey brother and sister, there are minors here." Only then did Pepper realize that Lin Yuan was also there, and quickly pushed Tony away, blushing and greeting Lin Yuan. Tony looked at Lin Yuan with a bad face, and then suddenly thought of something, and suddenly smiled. "Lin, how old are you this year?" Lin Yuan looked at Tony, who suddenly changed his face and was confused. "Brother Tony, why are you asking this?" "I'm 16 years old." "Oh, 16 years old." Tony suddenly showed a sinister smile, turned to Pepper and said, "Pepper, help me contact the best high school tomorrow. How can I not go to school at the age of 16? Pepper was stunned, and then smiled. "Okay, boss." "Really? Tony, how can you do this? I treat you as my brother, you let me go to school." Lin Yuan was dumbfounded. He didn't expect Tony to be so cruel. "Children must go to school so as not to run around and see things they shouldn't see," Tony said, ignoring Lin Yuan who was wailing behind him, and led Pepper out of the laboratory. Only Lin Yuan was left, who doubted his life because of his brother's little revenge. In the next few days, Iron Man vs. Panda, Iron Man vs. Iron Man had already caused an uproar, and the explosion of the Stark Enterprise building. No matter which, the news media flocked to the incident. In order to calm the situation, Stark Enterprises announced a press conference, and Tony Stark personally came out to refute the rumors. At the press conference, Colonel Rhodes was emphasizing that everything was an accident, and it was just a robot prototype failure that caused the arc reactor to explode. Behind the press conference, Tony was making preparations, and Agent Coulson kept telling Tony what to say at the press conference. Lin Yuan listened to it and pouted. "The Investigation Bureau, I'm curious about how you explain the matter of King Kong vs. Panda." Agent Coulson had a dark face. "There is no King Kong vs. Panda, it's just a dyed black bear from the circus that ran out, and you can call us SHIELD." Then he turned and left. "Dyed black bear, ghosts believe it." Lin Yuan complained in his heart, looking at Coulson's back, suddenly thought of something, and smiled. "Agent Coulson, I hope your hairline can still maintain the current line." He. Coulson suddenly felt a chill on his head when he walked out of the backstage. Sure enough, after saying a bunch of meaningless nonsense at the press conference, Tony said the words that shocked the world. "I am Iron Man." This chapter is not finished yet, Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Ha ha ha. Lin Yuan in the backstage looked at the high-spirited Tony and laughed happily. This is Tony, brother. That's the taste, that's right. Rod on the stage looked at Tony in confusion. Damn, you made what I said before sound like fart. Coulson in the audience covered his face and sighed. Damn, this is really not playing by the rules. My poor hairline. Lin Yuan saw Tony coming back in the backstage and gave him a thumbs up. Brother Tony, you are awesome. Tony smiled. I will go to school in a while, and Pepper has already contacted. If you don't say this, we are still good brothers. Lin Yuan protested. At night, Lin Yuan and Tony returned to the villa. As soon as they opened the door, they saw a person standing in front of the French window of the villa. Lin Yuan directly fired a moonfire spell, and a dazzling moonlight fell from the sky, covering the egghead man in the dark. The egghead man was caught off guard and screamed, "Fuck, it blinded my titanium dog eyes." Lin Yuan was also a little dumbfounded. Of course he knew who was in the dark. Except for that black egg, who else could have such a hobby? He originally had the idea of trying these magic modified attack skills. This moonfire spell really gave him a surprise. It could be used as a flash bomb. Not bad, not bad, another skill that can be used. Lin Yuan said that the dog system is not too bad. A few minutes later, the egghead man, whose eyes recovered, looked at Lin Yuan resentfully. Do you know how uncomfortable it is to be interrupted when pretending to be cool? Lin Yuan ignored him. Tony asked directly, who are you? Nick Fury calmed down and turned to Tony and said, I am Nick Fury, the director of SHIELD. I am here to invite you to join the Avengers. And you, Lin Yuan, I also invite you to join. No. Before Lin Yuan could speak, Tony refused directly. Why? Nick Fury was not surprised, but still asked the reason. He is underage and has to go to school. Tony pointed at Lin Yuan and said, Lu Dan, this reason can't be refuted. Lin Yuan, brother, I really don't want to go to school. Chapter 21. There is a fish in the North Sea, its name is Kun. The next morning, Pepper came to Lin Yuan excitedly. Lin Yuan, who was sleepy, rubbed his eyes and was pulled up by Pepper, still looked confused. Sister Pepper, what are you doing so early in the morning? Lin Yuan's tone was full of resentment. Little Pepper completely ignored Lin Yuan's protest, with an excited look on her face. Lin, hurry up, I want to see pandas. Lin Yuan was speechless. Sister Pepper, where do I have a panda? This must not be admitted, otherwise he must be bald. Hurry up, Tony told me. You can turn into a panda, and you can also turn into a fat cat. Little Pepper had an expression on her face that you can't fool me. Damn Tony, I will post your embarrassing photos on WeChat moments later. Lin Yuan gritted his teeth and said that he must retaliate against Tony's leak, and then explained to Little Pepper with a flattering face, Sister Pepper, don't listen to Tony's nonsense, how can a person turn into a panda? Tony must have drunk too much. Little Pepper had an expression on his face that said, if a person can't turn into a panda, can he turn into a big bird? Do you think I'm stupid? Lin Yuan said that he hadn't woken up yet and had forgotten that Pepper had seen his flying form. It seems that you won't cry until you see the coffin. Pepper looked dishonest. Jarvis. 5 minutes later, a black and white ball collapsed on the floor. Pepper was stroking the panda's head with excitement, and occasionally lying on the ball and sucking it. Sister Pepper, be reserved. You are essentially sucking me. Lin Yuan was a little shy. You are my brother, what's the matter? What's more, the panda is so cute, why should I be reserved? Pepper sucked the panda without caring. At this time, Tony also came over, and Lin Yuan hurriedly asked for help. Brother Tony, help. Tony seemed not to hear anything, and walked over to grab the panda's head and rubbed it. Lin Yuan's panda eyes were full of shock. After being rubbed by the couple for another half an hour, Lin Yuan felt that if he continued to rub, he would be bald. Seizing the opportunity, he turned into a cheetah and escaped from the clutches of the devil. Pepper saw that the panda was gone, and a fat cat appeared in front of him, with interest in his eyes. What a fat orange cat! Come on, brother, rub it for me. Lin Yuan shuddered and fled quickly, shouting as he ran, Sister Pepper, I have something urgent, I'll go first. Then he went out directly from the window of the villa by the sea and jumped into the sea. Pepper was startled and hurried over to check, only to see that the fat cat jumping into the sea instantly turned into a strange fish and went into the sea. Lin Yuan was very excited, the aquatic form was indeed Kun. Lin Yuan Kun instantly disappeared from the sea, and instantly rushed out of the sea and turned into a Daypen bird. Daypen bird flapped its wings and flew high, then dived into the sea and turned into Kun, repeating it over and over again, chanting. There is a fish in the North Sea, its name is Kun. Kun is so big that it can't be stewed in a pot. Kun is so big that I don't know how many thousands of miles it is. It turned into a bird, its name is Peng. In the villa, Tony and Xiao Leijiao stood side by side in front of the window, watching Lin Yuan having fun in the sea, with a smile on their lips. Great! Xiao Leijiao held Tony's hand and leaned on Tony's shoulder. Tony also held Pepper's hand tightly and nodded, yes, that's great. Maybe it was fate. When they first met, he felt that Lin Yuan was very kind, so even in such a bad situation, he would not unconsciously want to protect him. But in fact, he was actually protected more by this younger brother. Looking at Lin Yuan having fun in the sea, Tony turned to Pepper and said, School matters, speed up. My dear brother, I am doing this for your own good. How can a child be so leisurely? He 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 he. Lin Yuan in the sea suddenly felt a chill on his back, turned his head and looked around, there was nothing. Strange, is the sea water too cold? Lin Yuan was completely confused. Forget it, never mind, it's still early. How about going to Rabbit's house for breakfast? Lin Yuan thought silently in his heart, good idea, let's go. Brother Tony, I'm going to Rabbit's house for breakfast. Tony shouted to the villa. Did he say breakfast at Rabbit's house? Little Pepper asked Tony in disbelief. You heard it right. Tony gritted his teeth. Although he could fly, if he flew directly to Rabbit's house, Rod would probably die in front of him. Sure enough. Children have to stay in school, otherwise it's really annoying to watch. Tony gritted his teeth. But I'm still so envious. Battle armor and the like are not good at all. Jarvis, I want to eat Chinese food at noon. Rabbit's home, a small city in the south. In the lively food stall, Lin Yuan was eating with his mouth full of oil. Originally he planned to have breakfast, but he forgot about the time difference, so he had to have a delicious midnight snack. He forgot about the time difference before, so just ignore these small bugs. Anyway, the author has the final right of interpretation, hee. The food stall was bustling with people. Lin Yuan sucked snails and drank coke. He felt very good. It turned out that the atmosphere was the best at Rabbit's food stall. After eating the midnight snack, looking at the time, Lin Yuan suddenly wanted to go to Tiananmen Square to see, and he didn't know if there was a flag-raising ceremony in this world. Just do it when you think of it, find an empty corner, and transform. Tiananmen, here I come. Soon, Lin Yuan flew over Tiananmen Square and saw that there were already a huge crowd of people below. Lin Yuan hurried down to make an appointment and queue up. You can't fly in the sky to watch this. As the first ray of sunlight in the morning shines on the earth, accompanied by melodious and exciting music, the bright red flag slowly rises. Lin Yuan stood in the crowd, feeling extremely excited. He had imagined the scene of watching the flag-raising ceremony countless times, but he never got his wish in the original world. Now, in this strange world, he finally realized this wish. Looking at the fluttering flag, Lin Yuan couldn't help but burst into tears. No matter where he is, the red color of the rabbit house is the most profound attachment and belief in the hearts of the people. After calming down his excitement, it was still early. Come here, it's not too late. Now that I'm here, why don't I try the legendary bean juice? Half an hour later. Lin Yuan, who was flying in the air, still felt a sour feeling rushing to his head. Sure enough, some foods are really not for everyone to eat. How about, I try canned herring next time? By then, I'll become an orange cat, and cats eating fish shouldn't be too bad. Well, that's it, I'll try it when I have a chance. Lin Yuan secretly made up his mind. Lin Yuan, who was full and satisfied, flew back slowly. Such a leisurely life was really comfortable. Damn Tony, he actually wanted to send me to school. Is this something a human can do? This time I go back, I must think of a way to stop this. Tony monster, wait for this hero to defeat you. Wow, ha 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 ha. Chapter 22 Which Bastard Threw the Hammer? On the way back, the sky was dotted with stars. When Lin Yuan was imagining how to defeat Tony the monster, he felt that the light in front of him was getting brighter and brighter. What is that? Lin Yuan came to his senses. Meteor? Why does it seem to be getting bigger and bigger? Fuck. Lin Yuan dodged to the limit, and a bright ball of light flashed by him. Lin Yuan only felt a heat rushing towards him. I was scared to death, I almost became a roasted bird. Lin Yuan, who was still frightened, cursed, which bastard threw the hammer randomly, almost hit me. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yuan suddenly felt something was wrong. Hammer? Damn. Sorry, Odin, I didn't scold you just now. You are generous. Don't mind it. Lin Yuan bowed to the sky again and again. Although it looked strange to do it in the image of a bird, it was enough as long as the intention was there. The hammer is here. It seems that Thor, the big fool, has arrived first. He should have been stunned by the stun gun and then his body was picked up. But, a dignified Thor can be stunned by the stun gun. It's really unbearable to watch. Alas, although it's a bit low, this big fool is also a big thigh. Let's go and see him first and find a chance to get to know him. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan turned around and chased the direction where the hammer fell. Soon the hammer hit the ground, making a big hole on the ground. This one can't run away. Let's look for a nearby car first. The big fool should be in Jane Foster's car at this time. Lin Yuan soon found that a car in the distance was driving away quickly. It should be that car. Let's go and see it first. Following Jane Foster's car, watching the three of them take Thor to the hospital, Lin Yuan turned into an orange cat and followed in stealthily. Then he watched Thor wake up, watched Thor struggle, and watched Thor being sedated, a needle stuck in the butt. Lin Yuan, the orange cat, took out his phone with a smirk on his face. Click, click. Thor's embarrassing photo +1. The next day, Thor, who had finally escaped, was knocked to the ground by Jane Foster again. Lin Yuan saw that the opportunity had come, and hurried over, squatting next to Thor and meowing. Jane Foster saw that she had bumped into someone, and was frightened and got out of the car to check. It was the big fool from yesterday, and there was a fat cat next to him. The three people hurriedly carried Thor into the car, and Jane Foster turned around and picked up Lin Yuan, the orange cat. It's so heavy, this cat is so fat. Did the fat eat your meat? Besides, it's not my fault that he's fat. The dog system customized his image, what can I do? Lin Yuan complained in his heart, but being held in the arms of the beauty, he decided to forgive her. Back in the car, the three of them checked Thor and found that the big guy was just too hungry to have any strength. Jane, relieved, decided to treat the big guy to a meal. After all, she felt guilty for hitting him twice. In a small shop in the town. Looking at the Thor who was wolfing down his food, Lin Yuan the orange cat sighed silently. The son of Odin, the future king of Asgard, was actually fainted by hunger? It's unbearable to watch, unbearable to watch. Jane Foster was also curious about the big guy who looked like a homeless man. He was a homeless man, but this person revealed a special temperament that could never be possessed by an ordinary homeless man. Moreover, he kept saying that he was a god or something. He looked a little bit mentally ill, but his figure was really great. Jane thought of Thor changing clothes just now, and she was a little distracted. She hugged Lin Yuan, the orange cat, and began to stroke the cat's head with both hands. Lin Yuan was speechless and had to meow to remind Jane. Jane came back to her senses and apologized quickly, sorry, cat, did I hurt you? Lin Yuan ignored him, got out of her arms, and jumped onto the shoulder of Sol who was eating. Sol only cared about eating and didn't care about him. Although he was immortal now, he didn't care about this weight. Jane Foster and the other two kept staring at Sol. Yesterday, the three of them saw a figure in the photos of the meteor they took. Although it was incredible, Jane Foster suspected that the figure was this big fool. Other guests in the store were discussing the fact that a meteor hit the ground last night. They went to the scene early in the morning to see it, and no one could pick up the small meteor. It was particularly magical. Sol, who was eating, knew that it was him. Hammer also followed, and quickly got up to find those guests to ask for the location. After finding out the location, he ran out of the store impatiently. Jane Foster saw him and hurriedly chased him. Where are you going? I'm going to get my things back. Sol said confidently. Didn't you hear that the government has controlled that place? Jane persuaded, and it's 40 miles away, how do you get there? If you can take me there, I will tell you everything when I get Thor's hammer Mjolnir back. Meow? Do you mean the cat? Isn't it on your shoulder? Jane was a little confused. Not this fat cat. Lin Yuan was so angry that he gave Thor a set of meow punches. Professor Eric Shavig, who was next to him, looked at Thor who was talking nonsense and quickly pulled Jane away. He thought this person was definitely a psychopath. Who would say that he was Thor and that he came from the legendary Asgard? Jane was persuaded to leave by the professor. Thor kept staring at Jane as she walked away, with an interested look on his face. People have gone far away, why are you still looking at her? Why don't you go get your hammer? A strange voice came from his ear, which frightened Thor and he threw the orange cat on his shoulder away. This chapter is not over yet, please click the next page to continue reading. Lin Yuan landed lightly on the ground and looked at Thor with an unhappy face. What are you doing? How can the dignified thunder god be so timid? Thor said stubbornly, of course I'm not afraid, I'm the thunder god, how can I be afraid? It's just that you suddenly spoke in my ear, and anyone would be scared, okay? Tisk, stubborn. Let me introduce myself, my name is Lin Yuan, and I'm a druid. Lin Yuan jumped lightly, jumped back to Thor's shoulder, and stretched out his paw to Thor's eyes. Thor reached out and grabbed the orange cat's paw in confusion. Hello, I'm Thorlin, can I call you Lin? I'm very curious, what is the druid you are talking about? Is it the name of the fat cat? Lin Yuan's face was full of black lines, and he raised his paw to slap Thor's face and made a plum blossom mark. Druid is a profession, this orange cat is just one of my abilities. And I'm not fat, just puffy. Don't you see how light I am? Thor laughed heartily, what did you look like before? Of course I'm a human, but it's not convenient for me to change back now. I'll tell you when there's no one around. Okay, I'm looking forward to that Lin. I'm going to get the hammer now. Do you want to go with me? Thor patted the cat's head and asked. Lin Yuan impatiently slapped Thor's hand away. If you're not a beautiful woman, don't come to me, of course, I can't miss such a lively event, but there is a problem, how are you going to go? Of course I'm going to buy a horse. Thor looked as if it was a matter of course. Sure enough. Lin Yuan covered his face with a cat. Brother, don't you pay attention to the development of the planets under your jurisdiction in Asgard? Even if you are a little, you can see that people don't ride horses here anymore. Soul still looked as if it was a matter of course. I don't need to pay attention to these, I just need to fight. Lin Yuan was speechless. No wonder you, a big fool, are played around by your brother. Your brain is nothing but muscles. Odin, I can understand your feelings now. It's really tiring to have such an heir. Chapter 23 Snowflakes are flying and the north wind is whistling. Don't you have a horse to sell? Soul scratched his head stupidly, with a silly face, then run over. Hey, find a place where no one is, I will change back and help you rent a car. Lin Yuan had no choice, this big fool couldn't use his brain. Beep beep beep. Before he took a few steps, Jane drove over. Hey, do you need a ride? Soul looked happy. Lin Yuan whispered in his ear, it seems that this girl is still very interested in you. Of course, I'm Thor. Thor looked proud. The car drove towards the point where the hammer fell. Jane was a little nervous. She had never driven alone with a strange man on the road. I've never done anything like this. Thor was very interested in her. Then you're very brave. They took away all my research results. I have nothing to lose. Jane looked very angry. But you're very smart. You're smarter than anyone in this kingdom. Lin Yuan had a dark face. Thor, look at what you're saying. Awkward conversation, right? People say their things were stolen, and you praise them for being smart. What do you think? Will girls pay attention to you? You don't even know how to pick up girls, do you still need me to teach you? Unexpectedly, Jane didn't care. She was very curious about the kingdom that Thor mentioned, and didn't care at all that Thor's words were irrelevant. Lin Yuan was speechless. It was his narrow vision that made this couple of dogs and bitches get together. It really makes sense. The two chatted happily and looked at each other from time to time. Who are you? Jane asked curiously. You'll know later. The big fool kept it a secret. Jane turned her head and stared at Thor, a little angry. You promised to tell me. Lin Yuan looked at him from behind with his fur standing up. Sister, you are driving and looking ahead. You can talk, but why are you always looking at him? Woo woo woo, I want to get off the car. I'd rather run over by myself. Soul didn't care at all. He smiled and said, I know you are looking for a bridge. Jane was excited when she heard this. Are you talking about the Einstein-Rosen Bridge? Yes, we call it the Rainbow Bridge. Oh my God, I hope you are not crazy. When the car arrived at the crash site of the hammer, it was already dark. The entire crater had been fenced off, and a small, heavily guarded simple research base had already stood there. The two people and the cat looked at the brightly lit base in front of them, and Jane couldn't help but cursed, this can't be a satellite incident at all. They didn't transport the wreckage away, but built a base here. This is unreasonable. Thor put his coat on Jane very gentlemanly and told her, you stay here, I'll go in and get my things. How are you going to get it? Don't you see so many guards? Jane felt that this man was really crazy. I will fly out directly after I get the things. Lin, you stay here with Jane. Lin. Where did you go? No matter. Jane, I'm going. Thor walked towards the base confidently. Jane looked at him like a fool as he walked towards the base. At this time, the sky was covered with dark clouds, lightning, and thunder, and soon heavy rain poured down. As Thor got closer and closer to Thor's hammer seemed to sense the approach of its owner and emitted waves of energy, causing all the equipment in the base to be disturbed. Thor sneaked into the base secretly. He was very professional. As a professional who had participated in so many wars, sneaking in was very simple for him. Unfortunately, he did not expect the current level of technological development on Earth. Soon, the base alarm sounded, and all the guards began to surround Thor's position. Thor began to rush, and the base was in chaos for a while. Carlson held the intercom and asked Hawkeye Barton about the situation. Hawkeye stood in the elevator basket, looking down from above, aiming at Thor with a bow and arrow. "Do you need me to kill him?" "Sir. I think you have to understand his identity before giving orders." Just as he was about to answer Hawkeye, Carlson was startled by the sound in his ear, and then his shoulders sank. He turned his head and saw a fat cat standing on his shoulder. "Lin? What are you doing here? What do you mean by identity?" "Don't worry, just watch the show first, just tell them not to use lethal weapons." Lin Yuan stretched his body. It was not surprising that Carlson knew his cat form. With the nature of S.H.I.E.L.D., his underwear had been stripped clean, but it didn't matter, he was going to hug thighs. In the intercom, Hawkeye was still asking whether to kill the target. Carlson hurriedly stopped. "Barton, no need to kill, we need to capture the target alive." Silly Thor didn't know that there was a bow pointing at him, although he was not afraid even if he knew. Looking at the Thor's hammer in front of him, Thor's teeth were almost bared. He was very happy to be able to show off in front of the girl soon. Stretched out his hand and raised it handsomely. Didn't move. Thor couldn't believe it. He stretched out his hands and tried his best. He still didn't move. He understood that he was no longer qualified to use Thor's hammer. In the rainstorm, Thor raised his head and howled, completely disappointed. Lin Yuan was on Carlson's shoulder, watching all this, and his tail swung wildly at the back of Carlson's head with laughter. Looking at Thor kneeling on the ground, Lin Yuan seemed to hear a BGM sounding above Thor's head, snow flowers fluttering, north wind whistling. Thor was taken to the interrogation room of the base without resistance. Coulson and Lin Yuan were watching him through the glass outside. This chapter is not finished yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content later. Coulson asked Lin Yuan, "Who is he? His skills are not ordinary. Do you know Norse mythology?" Lin Yuan asked. "Yes, why are you asking this?" Coulson didn't understand why Lin Yuan asked this. "That hammer is the legendary Thor's hammer Mjolnir and its owner is the one inside. You should understand now." Lin Yuan pointed at Thor who was sitting inside with his head drooping. "You said he is Thor? How is it possible?" Coulson looked incredulous. "Why is it impossible? Isn't that a character in mythology? Isn't he alive in front of you now?" Lin Yuan said to Coulson with a smile. "So, he is a god? But why is a god so weak? Shouldn't a god destroy the world?" Coulson still looked incredulous. "Don't be surprised, gods are they are just a more powerful creature. They also have birth, aging, illness and death, and they will also get injured and bleed. It's just that compared to humans, they have more powerful strength and longer lifespan. As for him, his situation is a little special. Normally, he is very strong, and you can't stop him at all." Lin Yuan explained. "Then why did Thor appear on Earth?" Coulson asked. "It's a long story. In fact, the rich father thought his son was disobedient, so he stopped his credit card and let him go out to the society to be self-reliant for a while. If Barton had shot the arrow in his hand just now, although I don't know if the arrow can kill Thor, if he kills him, I don't know whether the Earth can be saved, but your shield will definitely be finished." Lin Yuan patted Coulson with a playful look on his face. Coulson felt a chill rushing to his forehead. Chapter 24 Honey, do you need rejuvenation? What should we do with him next? Coulson asked. Let it be. Someone will ask to take him out later. Just go with the flow. Lin Yuan had just finished speaking when he suddenly saw a figure appear in front of Tony in the interrogation room. Loki? Why is this old man here? Yes, he came to trick this big fool. Lin Yuan looked at Coulson and found that he didn't notice that there was another person in the interrogation room. Looking at the interrogation room, Thor was surprised for a while, shocked for a while, and finally became sad and had no fighting spirit. Lin Yuan found it funny. This guy, is his brain full of water? Is he so easy to fool? Lin Yuan shook his head and decided not to intervene, letting this big fool suffer first. He suffered a lot. He just came to Earth and met a beautiful woman like Jane. She saved him, gave him clothes to wear, food to eat, and a place to live. The most hateful thing is that Jane became his girlfriend in the end. How can this be justified? Lin Yuan was so angry, envious, when he thought of these. Why did he end up in the desert when he traveled through time? He was almost killed in the desert by the dog system, and then bombed by missiles and kidnapped. Although his life is not bad now, it is almost like dying compared to Thor's experience. When can I have a beautiful woman treat me like this? Lin Yuan cat raised his head and sighed, oh, I am not an adult yet, it's okay. After a while, the subordinates came in to report that someone was coming to take Thor away. Lin Yuan looked and saw another familiar bald man. The bald man looked at the fat cat on Coulson's shoulder and wondered why there was a fat cat on his shoulder. He had never seen one before. Coulson responded and followed him out. Lin Yuan saw that the person was indeed Professor Eric Shavig, and then he explained to Thor the reason for breaking into the base in a particularly clumsy way. Coulson took advantage of the situation and handed Thor over to him. After the people walked away, Lin Yuan patted Coulson on the shoulder and said, "Old Corvo, I'm going home first. I haven't been home for a few days. Tony has called me several times." After a pause, he continued, "Just let someone keep an eye on that stupid guy, he's not a bad guy." Coulson was full of black lines. What the hell is this old Kobe? Lin Yuan continued, "If you find 4 people in strange clothes coming to see Thor, call me and I'll come over to watch the fun." "What fun?" Coulson was curious. "You'll know when the time comes," Lin Yuan said, jumped off Coulson's shoulder, and disappeared into the night. When he returned to the beach villa, Lin Yuan found that the villa was pitch black. It seems that Tony should be asleep. Lin Yuan quietly opened the door and tiptoed to take off his shoes. Suddenly, his ears hurt, and Pepper's voice came to his ears. "Hey, you still remember to come back? You've been out all night for so many days, don't you know we're all worried about you?" Then, the lights in the villa came on, Pepper pulled Lin Yuan's ears and naggled, while Tony sat on the sofa with a serious face. "It hurts, it hurts, it hurts, I was wrong, Sister Pepper. I won't dare to do it next time." Lin Yuan quickly begged for mercy. "There will be a next time." Pepper's eyebrows were raised, and she put some strength on her hands. No, I don't dare, I was wrong." "Okay, Pepper, let him go." Tony stopped him. "Lin, tell me, where did you go?" Lin Yuan told Tony everything about his encounter with Thor. Tony listened and fell into deep thought. Thor? Does God really exist? It turns out that there are so many things in the universe that I don't understand. It seems that I have to speed up, but it's a pity that my body, alas. After Lin Yuan finished speaking, he looked at Tony, who was lost in thought, and stopped talking. Pepper looked at the 2 people who fell into silence and said, "Lin, you are tired too, go and rest first. Let's talk about it tomorrow." Tony heard this and came back to his senses. "Go and rest, Lin, you don't have to worry about these things. I will solve any problems." Lin Yuan felt warm in his heart and responded, "Okay, Tony." After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the room. Halfway through, Lin Yuan suddenly remembered something and turned back with a smirk. "Sister Pepper, why are you still here so late? Could it be oh?" Little Pepper blushed at Lin Yuan's teasing. Just as she was about to say something, she heard Lin Yuan say again, "Brother Tony, do you need rejuvenation?" Tony was refreshed when he heard this and immediately shouted, "Yes, I need it so much." Lin Yuan smiled smirk and gave Tony another shot of rejuvenation, then quickly fled the scene. Little Pepper asked Tony what rejuvenation was in confusion, and Tony also said something in Little Pepper's ear with a smirk. Little Pepper immediately hit Tony with a blushing face. Lin Yuan returned to his room, thinking about what happened during this period, and gradually fell asleep. The next morning, when Lin Yuan woke up, he found that no one was at home. "Jarvis, where are brother Tony and sister Pepper?" "Sir, Ms. Potts has gone to work, Mr. Stark is in the lab." Lin Yuan came to the lab and watched Tony busy improving the mark armor. "Good morning, Tony," Lin Yuan greeted with a smile. "Well, good morning." Tony stared at the computer without looking back. "What are you doing? Are you optimizing the armor again?" Lin Yuan was a little curious. "Yeah, didn't you talk about Thor yesterday? I thought Thor uses electricity, so I improved the armor." Tony continued to work. Lin Yuan was dumbfounded. "I just talked about Thor yesterday, and you started to take targeted measures. Is this a genius? I can't afford to offend you, I'm going to leave." Lin Yuan got up and was about to leave. "Brother Tony, I'm going out to play." "Wait," Tony suddenly remembered something and called Lin Yuan. "After a while, I'm going to Monaco to watch a car race, and you can go with me then." "Monaco?" Lin Yuan said to himself, turned to Tony and said, "Okay, call me when the time comes." He then ran away. Tony looked at Lin Yuan's back, smiled, and lowered his head to continue working. Lin Yuan was a little aimless after leaving the house. What should he do? "I just went to Rabbit's house a few days ago, so I won't go there today. How about going to see what Thor is doing?" Before leaving, Lin Yuan had given Thor the spirit fire. Now the effect of the spirit fire is still there, and Lin Yuan can feel Thor's position. In just a few minutes, Lin Yuan was already over New Mexico. With a little sense, he had found Thor's position. As soon as he arrived, he found that Thor lived with Jane, and the two were eating in a loving manner. Although there was no particularly intimate action, even a fool could see the ambiguity in their eyes. Lin Yuan turned around and walked away. MMP, he had a mouthful of dog food early in the morning. "Next time I come to see this couple, I'm not a human being." Lin Yuan, the defeated dog, returns sadly. Chapter 25. Hello, little sister. Lin Yuan, who was full of dog food, said that he had suffered a great injury, the kind that only delicious food could heal. For a whole week, Lin Yuan went to the rabbit's house to eat delicious food every day, leaving early and returning late, and finally ate all the delicious food in a small town in the south. The dream of eating all the food in the rabbit's house is a long way to go. "Hey, Lao K, what's the matter?" That day, after dinner, Lin Yuan received a call from Carlson. "Oh, you're here, right? I'll be there right now." On the phone, Carlson said that 4 people wearing ancient armor came to find Thor. He remembered what Lin Yuan said before, so he notified Lin Yuan. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yuan started to speed up. Since the 3 idiots of Asgard and Miss Sif have come to find Thor, Loki will soon drop the destroyer armor on Earth. Sure enough, when Lin Yuan saw the large team of S.H.I.E.L.D. outside the town where Thor was now, they were studying the pattern formed by the rainbow bridge on the ground. Suddenly, the sky was full of wind and clouds. Suddenly, a huge cloud vortex appeared in the sky, followed by a howling wind, which made the agents at the scene unable to open their eyes. When the wind stopped, the agents saw a huge humanoid mecha walking out of the cloud vortex. Lin Yuan secretly said that it was not good, and rushed over faster. Coulson usually looked very smart, but he was stupid at this time. He actually took a big speaker and shouted at the destroyer to surrender. The destroyer seemed to cooperate very well and opened the head mask. However, the helmet did not show someone's face, but a raging flame. When Coulson saw this, he immediately knew that something was wrong and shouted, "Run!" Then he ran away and the chief agent also fled. The destroyer began to attack everything in front of him indiscriminately. Coulson ran very fast, but unfortunately, the flame ray was faster. Although it didn't hit him directly, it hit the car in front of him. The car exploded violently, and the explosion shock wave mixed with flames and car fragments rushed towards him. Coulson felt that he was so close to death at this moment. It's over. Coulson closed his eyes and waited for death to come. Then, he was blown away by the shock wave. Strangely, he didn't feel any pain. Then he felt that he was caught by something in the air and then put on the ground. Why are you still closing your eyes? Why don't you run? Lin Yuan said angrily. If he hadn't been quick to give Coulson a full set of buffs and turned into Daypen to catch Coulson who was blown away, Coulson would probably be disabled if not dead. I said you are usually quite smart, why are you so stupid today? Such a big guy is obviously not easy to mess with, but you are still so close, you can't wait to die, right? Lin Yuan's output was so intense that Coulson's face turned red. I thought it was Mr. Stark's new product. Coulson's voice was as loud as a mosquito. Hurry up and go. Seeing that the flame ray in the destroyer's helmet began to condense again, Lin Yuan hurriedly asked Coulson to run, and after giving himself a full set of buffs, he turned into a panda and activated the charge skill. Among his current skills, only the charge can interrupt the skill. Sure enough, the destroyer was hit by the charge, and the flame ray in the helmet was instantly interrupted. Lin Yuan used the force of the charge to knock the destroyer to the ground. However, the destroyer stood up again soon, and Lin Yuan's collision did not hurt him at all. After the destroyer shot a flame ray at Lin Yuan, he turned around and walked towards the town without caring whether it hit or not. Obviously, his target was Thor. Lin Yuan saw the destroyer heading towards the town, and immediately transformed into a human form, sending out a tangled route towards the destroyer. Vines appeared under the destroyer's feet and entangled its feet. Unfortunately, the vines that could last for 10 seconds were torn apart by the destroyer in just 3 seconds. Sure enough, the vines produced by the tangled roots of this level are still not good enough to deal with magic products of the destroyer's level. They can only bully the likes of Iron Man. Lin Yuan sighed. Coulson, go to the town and let Thor and the others come out. This guy is going after him. We can't let the battle happen in the town. Lin Yuan took out his mobile phone and called Coulson. Then, Lin Yuan turned into a panda again, and the challenge roar skill was activated. The destroyer turned around and walked towards him, and the flame rays in the helmet quickly condensed. The taunt skill is still useful. No matter whether you are human or not, you have to fire at me. Lin Yuan dodged the attack of the ray and released the demoralizing roar again. The destroyer's fighting spirit decreased after being hit by the demoralizing roar. Both the flame condensation speed and the movement speed were obviously slowed down. It seems that the decline in fighting spirit also affects the energy gathering and movement speed. Lin Yuan silently remembered this incidental effect. But soon Lin Yuan felt that the attack frequency of the destroyer was getting faster and faster. It seemed that Loki, who controlled the destroyer, was a little anxious. Loki was indeed a little anxious at this moment. Since this black and white creature that could only turn into a human came, he felt very strange. An impulse to kill the black and white ball lingered in his heart. This feeling was not under his control at all. He felt very bad. He had to kill this annoying fly first and then go to find his dear brother. As the attack frequency of the destroyer became faster and faster, Lin Yuan felt that it was getting harder and harder for him to dodge. With his current defensive ability, he might not be able to completely resist the attack of the destroyer. Although he would not die, it would be very painful. Damn, Thor's group, why are they so slow? If they don't come, I'll be a light bulb every day next time he meets Jianyat. In the distance, the 4 figures of the Asgard are approaching this side quickly. Thor is not here. He is now a mortal body. He is probably following behind in a car. This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading. Seeing them appear, Lin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. His attack power is too low, or it should be said that there is basically no attack power. He can't do any damage to the destroyer at all. He can only rely on skills to attract the destroyer's attack. I'm going to ask Tony to make me a set of armor when I go back this time, otherwise it's too frustrating to just get beaten. Lin Yuan, the panda, who was thinking about something, jumped up to avoid a ray attack, and was hit directly by another ray, which directly knocked him away. Lin Yuan only felt a burning ray hitting his body. The powerful energy penetrated the shield defense of the wild mark and hit him directly. The hot ray burned his skin and burned the black and white fur of the panda into a charred black. It hurts. Fortunately, my defense is high enough. Otherwise, I would be dead if I got hit by one shot. Lin Yuan, who was flying in the air, quickly restored his human form, added healing touch and rejuvenation to himself, and his injuries recovered quickly. Sif followed the three idiots of the Asgard and ran towards the destroyer. From a distance, she saw that the destroyer had been attacking a black and white bear. The bear was very strange. She had never seen it before, but it looked so cute. And every time the destroyer attacked the black and white bear, it would twist its big butt to avoid it. Looking at it, she inexplicably wanted to hug it. Then she watched the black and white bear being hit directly by the destroyer's fire ray. She sighed in her heart, such a cute animal is finished, what a pity. However, the subsequent development made her dumbfounded. The black and white bear hit by the ray turned into a very handsome boy flew straight towards her. Then she subconsciously reached out and caught the boy in a princess hug. Lin Yuan looked up and saw that he was being held in the arms of a beautiful woman. He grinned and greeted the beautiful woman, "Hi, hello, little sister. My name is Lin Yuan. Nice to meet you." Eve looked at the boy in her arms stupidly and answered blankly, "My name is Zifu, nice to meet you." Chapter 26 Panda? God? What's wrong with this world? Lin Yuan jumped down from Sif's arms, looked at the silly girl, and pointed at the other three who had already rushed to the destroyer. "Sister, aren't you going to help?" At this moment, the three Asgardians had already rushed to the destroyer. Fandar, holding a big axe, jumped directly and chopped at the destroyer's head. The destroyer raised his hand and slapped it lightly. Fandar was slapped to the ground like a fly. The other two were startled and hurried to attract the destroyer's attention. In the distance, Lin Yuan, who was watching everything, held his forehead. The three warriors of Asgard? That's it. Miss Sif saw her comrades being beaten, and ignored Lin Yuan, picked up the weapon in her hand and rushed towards the destroyer. Lin Yuan quickly gave her the rejuvenation and wild mark. Although this sister was several hundred years older than him, it did not prevent him from being gentle and kind to her. While running, Sif suddenly felt that her body, which was originally exhausted from running fast, quickly regained its vitality. She couldn't help but feel puzzled, but this was not the time to think about the reason. It was more important to deal with the enemy in front of her. So, she continued to rush forward without hesitation. Sif made an agile jump and jumped directly to the destroyer who was facing away from her. On his back, the spear in his hand pierced through the destroyer's neck, and the light on the destroyer's head gradually dimmed and finally went out. The destroyer slowly lowered his head, as if he had lost the support of life. The three idiots on the side witnessed this scene and couldn't help but cheer excitedly, "Well done." They cheered for Sif's heroic performance and admired her powerful strength. Sif was also very happy. She didn't expect to defeat the destroyer so easily. She thought it would be a tough battle, but she didn't expect the enemy's ability was not as strong as she imagined. However, when she was about to celebrate her victory, Lin Yuan's voice came from a distance, "Be careful." The destroyer's body lit up again, and the armor fluctuated. The whole body changed from facing Sif with its back to Sif. The destroyer's helmet opened, and the energy gathered inside, and then the flame ray shot out. Sif felt bad when she saw the destroyer's change, and immediately dodged. The ray passed by her. The three idiots were also shocked when they saw the change, and hurried to help. The four of them fought with the destroyer again. In Lin Yuan's eyes, it was the destroyer who was beating the 4 people alone, and the 4 people from the Asgard could only barely avoiding the magic ray, and occasionally being blown away by the explosive shock wave generated by the ray. Beep beep. A horn sounded behind Lin Yuan, and Lin Yuan looked back and saw Jane driving Thor to the scene. To be honest, Jane is really brave. She dared to come here in such a dangerous situation. Thor got out of the car anxiously, and saw his friend being beaten by the destroyer and screaming, and he was very anxious. At this moment, he missed his lost power very much. Just then, Thor suddenly heard a familiar voice, "Haven't you found what your father wants you to find?" Thor looked up and saw a handsome boy looking at him. Thor couldn't help but be a little surprised. "Lin. It's me, asking you, do you understand the real intention of your father exiling you to the earth?" Thor frowned and fell into deep thought. He knew that his father must have had a deep meaning in banishing him to earth, but he never understood what it was. Now facing Lin Yuan's questioning, Thor felt confused. Thor was full of guilt. "I don't know, I have been looking for the reason." Alas, it seems that by the time this big fool figured it out, it would be too late. As for today's situation, who knows if Loki will kill everyone around him first and then kill the big fool. "Thor, do you know what is the most important thing for a king?" Without waiting for Thor to answer, Lin Yuan continued, "It is protection. A king can have no great achievements and cannot expand the territory, but a king must protect his kingdom and his people. As a mortal living here these days, don't you have anything you want to protect?" Looking at Thor, who was lost in thought, Lin Yuan looked at the 4 people who were beaten by the destroyer in the distance and screamed, and then left a sentence, "Come and help me when you figure it out." After saying that, he turned into a panda and charged towards the destroyer. Jane, who was standing next to the car, was confused. What did she see? A young man talked to Thor for a while and then turned into a panda. Such a cute and adorable panda twisted its big butt and rushed towards the terrifying thing in the distance. "Why is this panda so cute? So cute, I want to fuck it." Although Jane felt that it was a bit inappropriate to think about this at this time, she really wanted to hug it. Lin Yuan, who was charging, suddenly felt a chill on his head. He shook his head and roared towards the destroyer. The destroyer's magic ray was interrupted by the charge. He raised his hand and punched Lin Yuan. His fist hit the armor of the wild mark. The shock wave caused layers of flesh waves to appear on Lin Yuan's fat panda body. Lin Yuan was beaten and turned over. Come without thinking, Lin Yuan quickly got up and dodged the flame ray. He turned back and roared a challenge, followed by a demoralizing roar. Lin Yuan dodged and shouted to Sif and the others, "Sister Sif, the hatred is stable, you can output. And those 3, give it some strength, your 3 DPS is not as high as Sister Sif alone." Although the 3 idiots of the Asgard Palace did not understand Lin Yuan's words, it was obvious that they were despised by Lin Yuan. This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading. Taking advantage of the gap between the destroyer's attacks, Lin Yuan turned back to human form and buffed the 3 idiots. "Hey, those 3, don't stand there stupidly, I've added buff to you all, hurry up and send it." The 3 idiots, "We have a name, okay." Then the 3 idiots felt that the physical strength consumed by the battle was recovering rapidly, and the injuries they had suffered before were also recovering rapidly. The 3 of them were refreshed. "Is this the buff that the bear said? It's really awesome." The 3 of them raised their weapons and rushed towards the destroyer again with a roar. Lin Yuan said that if he could not use the savage blessing now, he would definitely let these 3 fools fly to the sky. Now, unfortunately, whether it is Sif or the 3 fools, the strength gap with the destroyer is too big. Even with Lin Yuan's buff, they can only barely guarantee that they will not be killed instantly. And the most terrifying thing is that the destroyer is a magical creation, it will not get tired or injured, and Lin Yuan has no confidence that he can grind him to death. According to the current situation, the biggest possibility is that Lin Yuan's magic value will be worn out, and then everyone except himself and Thor will be killed by the destroyer. In another round, Lin Yuan was hit by the flame ray again. There were large black burn marks on his body. His recovery speed could not keep up with the speed of injury. Miss Sif and the three fools were even worse. They could hardly get up. If it weren't for Lin Yuan's buff, they would have been dead long ago. Thor! You're not done yet! Lin Yuan yelled, rushing towards the destroyer again, nimbly dodging the oncoming rays. As soon as Lin Yuan finished speaking, Thor's hammer suddenly soared into the sky in the distant base, with unparalleled power, flying towards this side at a high speed. Its speed was extremely fast, crossing the sky like lightning, leaving a long tail. Thor stretched out his arm and caught Thor's hammer steadily. At the moment he held the hammer, a huge lightning in the sky struck the hammer. Thor held Thor's hammer tightly, his whole body was covered by lightning, forming a dazzling shield. His Thor armor also appeared on his body piece by piece, and the big red cloak behind him fluttered. Jane was stunned. Today her three views were reshaped. First she saw a boy turn into a panda, and now she saw that her lover was really the legendary Thor. In the distance, the destroyer also felt the movement from Thor's side, gave up attacking Lin Yuan, and began to gather energy towards Thor. A hammer flew over to interrupt its spell, and then returned to knock it to the ground. Then Thor, holding Thor's hammer, flew into the air, gathered lightning energy, and attacked the destroyer's rays, and hit the destroyer into scrap metal with one blow. From Thor's transformation to the destruction of the destroyer, it only took 2 minutes, not counting the time he was pretending to be cool. Lin Yuan couldn't help but take a breath. Top ADC, so terrifying. Chapter 27 Welcome to Asgard. Watching the destroyer being solved so easily by Thor, Lin Yuan looked down at his fat paws and output to the system again, dog system. UXXX. I can be so handsome. Give me back my attack skills. Ding, host, please recognize yourself. Even if you have attack skills, you can't be so handsome. Get out. Ding, okay. Lin Yuan collapsed on the ground tired. He didn't want to do anything now, just wanted to lie down and rest. Thor walked to Lin Yuan, stretched out his hand, and asked with a smile, Lin, is this also your ability? It looks cute. Lin Yuan collapsed and opened Thor's hand. Please describe me as handsome and don't worry about me. Let me lie down for a while, I'm so tired. The three idiots of Asgard surrounded Thor with excitement. Miss Sif squatted beside Lin Yuan, her eyes were full of pandas, and she wanted to reach out touch but feel embarrassed. Lin Yuan was too lazy to pay attention to him and closed his eyes to rest. In the distance, Jane saw the end of the battle and ran over desperately. Sol looked at Jane running towards him, smiled, stretched out his hands, ready to welcome the embrace of the beauty. However, Jane ran straight past him and pounced directly on Lin Yuan's panda, leaving only the petrified Thor standing in the wind in a mess. Panda, panda. I've always wanted to rub the panda. Jane pounced directly on Lin Yuan's panda and sucked it wildly. Miss Sif saw Jane like this, she couldn't help it, hugged the panda's head and rubbed it wildly. Lin Yuan was dumbfounded, what's going on? Don't you guys have any reserve? I'm a man no matter what. 10 minutes later, the two beauties were satisfied and got up to look for Sol, leaving behind the panda Lin Yuan who looked like he had lost all hope in life. Jian calmed down and looked at the handsome Sol in front of her with eyes full of love. Is this how you usually dress? Sol, who was still hurt just now, was instantly revived and hugged Lin Yuan with both hands. Jane, I guess so. Do you want to see the Rainbow Bridge? Then he turned to the 4 people from Asgard and said, go to the Rainbow Bridge landing point. Let's go back to Asgard. I have to talk to my brother. At this time, Coulson came with the agents, and Professor Eric Shavig came with the girl with glasses. Coulson smiled and greeted Thor. Thor represented Asgard to form an alliance with the Earth, and took back Jane's research materials that were taken away by S.H.I.E.L.D. Then Thor asked Jane to stand with the professor to watch the Rainbow Bridge, and said that he would definitely come back to find her. The two of them talked to each other and said goodbye reluctantly. Lin Yuan was still doubting his life when he lay on the ground, and found that Thor and the 4 people from Asgard were standing next to him. "What are you all doing here?" Lin Yuan asked in confusion, and then he heard Thor shouting, "Heimdall! Fuck! Thor, I'm still here!" Lin Yuan shouted in panic. He didn't want to go to Asgard. However, it was too late. The light of the Rainbow Bridge appeared instantly, covering Thor and the other 5 people, as well as Lin Yuan, the panda lying on the ground. Then the light disappeared, leaving only a long fuck in the air. Carlson was stunned as he watched Lin Yuan being taken away. How should I tell Tony about this? Asgard. When Thor and his companions came out of the Rainbow Bridge, Lin Yuan fell in front of Thor with a snap. It was his first time riding the Rainbow Bridge, and he felt very bad, too dizzy. Thor seemed to have just discovered Lin Yuan at this time, with a look of surprise on his face. "Lin, why are you here too?" Lin Yuan was so angry that he stood up and bit Thor's head, cursing in his mouth, "Damn it, you still asked me, do you think I want to come? You only have Jane in your eyes, right? Don't you even look at your feet before calling the Rainbow Bridge?" Thor didn't feel anything at all. Lin Yuan couldn't break his defense at all. He happily patted the top of his head. "Panda head, okay, since you are here, stay and have some fun. This time, thanks to your help, when I am done, I will definitely treat your Sif well. You take Lin Yuan to visit Asgard first. I will go to Loki to do something." After saying that, Thor swung his hammer and flew away, leaving everyone looking at each other in bewilderment. Lin Yuan looked at Miss Sif, who was looking at him with stars in her eyes, shuddered, and quickly returned to human form. The light in Miss Sif's eyes disappeared, and Lin Yuan expressed his relief. "It was a close call, I almost got rubbed again." The 3 idiots of Asgard looked at the bear who fought side by side with them and attracted the firepower of the destroyer alone. It turned out to be such a half-grown boy. They were all dumbfounded. However, several people soon came to their senses, stretched out their hands to pat Lin Yuan on the shoulder and praised him loudly for being good and a warrior. Especially the big muscleman Fondrel gave Lin Yuan a big hug, almost squeezing Lin Yuan to death in his chest. At this moment, Lin Yuan regretted not keeping the panda form. At least there was a little sister to hug in the panda form. Heimdall, who was lying next to him, wanted to cry. He had been frozen for so long, and he risked being injured to break the ice, and then tried his best to open the portal to bring people back. But they didn't even look at him since they came back. It was so sad. At this time, Lin Yuan also found Heimdall lying on the ground with an expression of tired, destroyed, and broke free from the arms of the 3 idiots and walked towards him. He squatted down and poked Heimdall with his hand. "Are you okay?" Heimdall glanced at Lin Yuan. "No, I'm so sad." Lin Yuan seemed not to hear it, and released the healing touch and rejuvenation to Heimdall, then stretched out his hand and said to Heimdall, "Hello, I'm Lin Yuan. This chapter is not over, please click on the next page to continue reading." Heimdall felt a strange power appearing in his body, and his injuries quickly improved, and his tired body also recovered quickly. "Is this your magic? Very good ability." Heimdall stood up, looked at the boy in front of him, smiled, stretched out his hand and held Lin Yuan's hand and said, "Nice to meet you, Lin, I am Heimdall, welcome to Asgard." Next, Miss Sif took Lin Yuan to visit Asgard. At the strong request of the 3 idiots, Heimdall was taken to the hospital in Asgard for treatment. As for Thor, no one cared about him. This was a matter between him and his brother Loki, and outsiders could not intervene. Walking on the streets of Asgard, the people of Asgard are tough. The young ladies they met on the road basically knew Sif, and then smiled and greeted her, and teased Lin Yuan from time to time, making Lin Yuan a little shy, excited. After walking for a while, the sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, and the rainbow bridge in the distance suddenly started up, and a beam of energy shot into the void. It was not like the usual teleportation that lasted for a few seconds, but it continued to emit energy beams. "Oh no, something happened over there at the rainbow bridge," Sif said seriously. Lin Yuan also suddenly remembered something, and his face changed drastically. "Sister Sif, I'll go over there and take a look." Without having time to say more to Sif, Lin Yuan turned into a big rock and flew towards the rainbow bridge. Sif was also stunned when she saw Lin Yuan turned into a big bird and flew away. "This bird is so handsome." Lin Yuan quickly approached the rainbow bridge teleportation hall and saw Thor raising his hammer and smashing the rainbow bridge from a distance. "No!" Lin Yuan screamed and watched Thor smash the rainbow bridge with a hammer. The entire teleportation hall lost its support and began to collapse. "Thor, you idiot, you screwed me to death. It's over, there's no going back." Chapter 28. If the love between two people is long-lasting, why should they be together day and night? Lin Yuan fell on the remaining rainbow bridge and looked at Thor, who was so sad because of losing his brother, was furious. He turned into an orange cat, pounced on Thor's head, scratched and slapped him. "Why are you sad? Your brother is very tough, he is fine. I am the one who is in trouble. I can't go back now. It's all your fault, it's all your fault." The more he spoke, the angrier he became, and his claws left a residual image. When Thor heard Lin Yuan say that Loki was not dead, he was immediately happy. For some reason, he believed Lin Yuan very much. Since Lin Yuan said that Loki was fine, then Loki must be fine. Thor grabbed Lin Yuan's head and grabbed him into his arms. He held him up and kissed him hard, and said excitedly, "Thank you, Lin. I will take you to see my mother first. She will definitely welcome you." After saying that, without waiting for Lin Yuan's reaction, he stretched out his hand to summon the Meow Hammer, swung his hand, and flew directly to the Asgard, leaving only a meow sound at the original place, and the sound lasted for a long time. Soon, Thor flew to the Queen of Gods Frigga. "Mother, come quickly. I brought my friends to play." Frigga was a little confused. Wasn't her son chasing Loki? Where did he bring his friends? "Thor, where is your friend? How is Loki?" Thor handed the fat cat that he made dizzy to Frigga. Loki fell into the black hole. Lin said he was fine. I believe him. Here, this is linear thanks to his help on Earth this time. A cat. Frigga was confused, but soon, as a powerful magician, she discovered the magic fluctuations on the cat. This magic is very strange, she has never seen it before. Frigga elegantly reached out to take the fat cat, held it in her arms, touched the cat's head, and said softly, "Hello, little friend, thank you for helping Thor." Lin Yuan also recovered at this time, and quickly broke free from Frigga's arms, turned back into human form, and greeted Frigga with a red face. "Auntie, hello. I am Lin Yuan." Frigga looked at the handsome and beautiful boy in front of her, with undisguised love in her eyes, and pulled Lin Yuan over and began to ask about his well-being. Lin Yuan was pulled, answering Frigga's questions while looking at Thor for help. Thor, the big fool, seemed not to see it, just giggled beside him. There was no other way, Lin Yuan had to continue to deal with Frigga's concern. Finally, a strong and majestic voice came. "Thor, bring your friends to see me." Lin Yuan was happy, it should be Odin who wanted to see him. No matter what, he finally didn't have to accept Aunt Frigga's questioning. It's not that Frigga is bad, it's really too enthusiastic, which made Lin Yuan a little overwhelmed. "Mother, I'll take Lin to see my father first," Thor said to Frigga. "Go, I'll prepare the banquet, and we'll treat Lin Yuan well later." Frigga still looked reluctant. "Aunt, we'll go first, see you later," and then she quickly pulled Thor away. Thor was speechless. "Lin, why are you running? Do you know where my father is?" You no shit, hurry up and go. Lin Yuan wanted to kick Thor's ass. You're going the wrong way, go that way. Damn, why didn't you say it earlier? Soon. Lin Yuan met the God King in the hall. Odin. How should I put it, there is no such messy thing as the pressure I imagined, he looks like an ordinary and kind old man. Odin smiled very kindly when he saw Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, welcome to Asgard. Lin Yuan saluted and said, I am honored, the great God King Odin. Odin looked at Lin Yuan and suddenly showed an expression that Lin Yuan could not understand. Didn't you call me Odin before? I remember that dad means uncle in your rabbit family, right? You can call me uncle from now on. Lin Yuan was stunned and muttered in his heart, damn, it was said before that the one who threw the hammer was a turtle grandson, and this great god really heard it. Fortunately, I reacted quickly and denied it directly. Wow, haha, it's me. Okay, Uncle Odin, I don't know what you want me to do. Lin Yuan was not polite at all. Since Odin asked him to call him uncle, he would call him uncle. This is a thigh thicker than Thor. It's nothing serious. I just want to see you. Thank you for helping Thor. Odin thanked Lin Yuan solemnly. Hey, it's nothing. Since you asked me to call you uncle, we are all family. We are family members. It's our duty to help or not. Lin Yuan said generously. Odin was stunned, laughed, patted Lin Yuan's shoulder hard, and said with a look of relief, good boy. Good boy. Lin Yuan looked bitter. Why do people in Asgard like to pat people on the shoulders, and they are so strong? At night, at the banquet in Asgard, Thor introduced Lin Yuan to the guests and announced loudly that from now on, Lin Yuan was his good brother. The three idiots in Asgard cheered and applauded. Lin Yuan's battle with the destroyer on Earth was recognized by them. They recognized Lin Yuan. After the banquet started, the three idiots came over and wanted to compete with Lin Yuan in drinking. Lin Yuan smiled and said, I am underage and cannot drink. The three idiots were stunned. In the end, they didn't give up and still filled Lin Yuan's stomach with juice. They laughed and went back to continue drinking. Lin Yuan ate the special food of Asgard and listened to the three idiots bragging about their great achievements in fighting the destroyer. He was in a very happy mood. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. It will be more exciting later. He saw Miss Sif, who was wearing a retro dress and looked like a lady, drinking and chatting with a group of beautiful women. She pointed in the direction of Lin Yuan from time to time, causing the ladies around to exclaim and laugh. Lin Yuan was full of questions, but he felt that what Miss Sif said was definitely not good. It seemed that he had to avoid her for the next few days. Thor walked out of the banquet hall with a lonely face. Frigga looked at him with a worried face. Lin Yuan walked over to comfort Frigga. Auntie, leave it to me, I will go and persuade him. Frigga nodded, thank you, Lin. Hey Auntie, you are being polite. Thor is also my brother. Then I will go first. Behind him, Sif looked at Thor's back with a sad look in her eyes, then she cheered up and went back to drink and chat with her sisters. Lin Yuan walked out of the banquet hall. Thor and Odin were talking on the balcony. Odin looked at the sunset of Asgard and said to Thor with a look of relief, you will be a good king. Thor looked a little sad, there will be no better king than you, and no better father than you. I still have a lot to learn from you. Maybe one day I will make you proud. Odin smiled and patted Thor on the shoulder, I am already proud of you. After that, he turned his head to look at Lin Yuan standing next to him, nodded, and walked back to the banquet hall. Lin Yuan walked to Sol, stood beside him, and looked at the sky reddened by the sunset. Do you miss her, Sol? Yes, I miss her. But I still have a lot of things to do, and now the Rainbow Bridge is gone, I can't go to see her, Lin. Sol looked sad. You know, Sol, there is an old saying in our rabbit country, if the love is long-lasting, why should we be together day and night, which means that as long as two hearts love each other forever, why should we be together every day? As long as you still love Jane and Jane loves you, distance will never be a problem. Lin Yuan wanted to hug Soul's shoulders, but Lin Yuan was much shorter than Soul now, and it was weird to hug his waist, so he had to pat Soul hard. Soul's back. Soul seemed to have heard what he said, and he hugged Lin Yuan's neck, then rubbed Lin Yuan's head into a mess, and laughed, "You little brat, your hair hasn't even grown out yet, but you know a lot about these love affairs." Lin Yuan was almost strangled to death by Soul, and finally broke free. He couldn't help but kick Soul's leg and said angrily, "You big fool, you know nothing except fighting. I have read more romance novels than you have eaten rice." Soul laughed and hugged Lin Yuan's neck and left. Okay, you are awesome, let's go, let's drink." "Fuck, you are strangling me to death, let me go, I am underage and don't drink." "Then drink juice." Chapter 29 Passionate Asgard. In the next few days, the three idiots told Sif that they wanted to thank Lin Yuan for his help and invited him to attend the banquet they held. So, Lin Yuan was fed a belly full of juice every day and returned to his residence in the Asgard Palace with a bang. And the most painful thing is that there are too few delicacies in Asgard. The food at the banquets for several days is almost the same. It feels okay for the first time, with a very exotic flavor, but it becomes uncomfortable after eating it a few times. Lin Yuan now misses the delicacies of the rabbits on Earth very much. After finally participating after all the banquets, Lin Yuan just breathed a sigh of relief, and then something strange happened again. When Lin Yuan walked on the streets of Asgard, from time to time, there were young ladies looking at her with a very strange look, and her eyes were full of desire. For a while, Lin Yuan thought that the young ladies in Asgard had some strange hobbies, until one time when he went shopping, a brave young lady ran up to him and said, "Lin, can I touch you?" Lin Yuan was shocked. Are all the young ladies in Asgard so open? She wanted to touch you in public. Just when he was about to agree, the young lady said, "I heard from Miss Sif that you can turn into a very cute animal. I want to touch it." Lin Yuan's face was full of black lines. "Miss Sif hurt me." Rejecting the request of the bold young lady, Lin Yuan turned around and walked towards the fairy palace. On the way back, he was stopped by several young ladies, all of whom wanted to see the pandas. Then more and more young ladies gathered around him. Lin Yuan felt something was wrong. He had no time to run and was surrounded by the young ladies. He finally squeezed out of the crowd of young ladies. His face was covered with lipstick marks. He had no time to wipe it off. Lin Yuan rushed out with a quick step and instantly turned into a big rock and flew towards the fairy palace. The young ladies below watched Lin Yuan turn into a big rock and fly away. Instead of being depressed, they cheered loudly, and even the bold little sister also shouted, "Lin, I love you. Your bird is so handsome." Lin Yuan, who was flying in the air, almost fell down. He steadied his body and looked scared. "I can't stand it, I can't stand it. The little sister in the fairy palace is too enthusiastic." Back in the fairy palace, Lin Yuan ran into Frigga Hedin. Frigga looked at Lin Yuan with lipstick all over his face, smiled at him and said, "Oh, it seems that our little Lin Yuan is very popular with girls." Lin Yuan laughed awkwardly, "He, Aunt Frigga, don't make fun of me. What's the reason for you to come to me?" Frigga was still smiling, holding Lin Yuan's hand, and asked, "Little Lin Yuan, Auntie can trouble you with something." Lin Yuan patted his chest and promised, "Look at what you said, Auntie Frigga, is there any trouble or not, just tell me if you have something." Frigga held her hand tighter. "Then Auntie will tell you. Auntie heard from Sif that you can turn into a very beautiful animal, called a panda, Auntie wants to see it." Lin Yuan was dumbfounded. "Miss Sif? You hurt me again." Half an hour later, Lin Yuan's panda was lying on the ground. Frigga held the panda's head and kept touching it, and Miss Sif, who came later, took the opportunity to lie on the panda's back, her face almost buried in the panda's fur. Lin Yuan hummed, Sister Sif, can you be more reserved? After all, I am also a boy. Hey, what's reserved or not, you are my brother, and I am hundreds of years older than you. What are you afraid of? Sif said carelessly. I'm afraid you'll make me bald, Lin Yuan complained silently in his heart. Little Lin Yuan, is this magic? I've never seen such magic. Is this panda a creature from Earth? Frigga touched Lin Yuan's head and was very interested in the panda. Yes, Aunt Frigga, I'm a druid, this is one of the druid's transformation forms, but my panda form is a special form. As for pandas, they are indeed creatures from Earth, and they are the national treasures of our rabbit family. Lin Yuan still respects Frigga very much. Who can not respect such a gentle, intellectual, and caring elder? Is that so? If I have a chance, I must go to Earth to see the pandas. These pandas look so cute. Frigga's eyes are full of love for the pandas. Haha, it turns out that pandas are creatures that everyone likes, whether they are Earthlings or aliens. Lin Yuan was proud in his heart, but he said, Okay, Aunt Frigga, when you get to Earth, I will be your tour guide. Let me tell you, in addition to pandas, our rabbit family also has many delicious foods, blah blah blah. Lin Yuan kept talking to Frigga about the delicious food of the rabbit house. Frigga touched the panda and listened to Lin Yuan's introduction of Miss Sif with a smile. She would occasionally interrupt and ask Lin Yuan a few questions, and she would giggle when she was happy. The three of them were talking and laughing happily, and the atmosphere was harmonious and warm. Frigga and Sif left after enjoying the panda, and Lin Yuan hurried back to the room. Because he found that the maids in the fairy palace had their eyes shining. No, this will never work. Let's go to Heimdall tomorrow to ask if there is any way to return to Earth. He is a teleporter and may know some way. Lin Yuan lay on the bed and decided to ask Heimdall tomorrow. If he continued like this, his head would really be bald. The next day, Lin Yuan went to the Rainbow Bridge to find Heimdall early in the morning. Heimdall stood motionless beside the broken Rainbow Bridge, and Thor was also asking something beside him. Since the Rainbow Bridge was broken, Thor came to Heimdall every few days to ask about Jane's news. Heimdall's eyes can see anything in the 9 realms. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. It will be more exciting later. Lin Yuan said that he also wanted such eyes. Dog system, aren't you an auxiliary system? This eye should also be considered an auxiliary skill. Can you awaken such an ability for me, so that I can make some contributions to the peace and development of the 9 realms? Ding, host, your abacus beads are all broken on my face. I suggest you go back to sleep. I have everything in my dreams. Damn, what's the use of you? After finishing the chat with the system, Lin Yuan stepped forward to say hello. Good morning, Thor, Heimdall. Thor, you are here to ask about Jane again? Any good news? I see you are laughing like a fool. Lin Yuan saw Thor's back teeth were exposed, and couldn't help teasing him. Thor didn't care at all, he laughed. Heimdall said Jane has been looking for me. He. That's great, I'll tell you when I get back. By the way, Heimdall, besides the Rainbow Bridge, are there other ways for me to go back to Earth? Heimdall still had a dead face and answered coldly, yes. Lin Yuan said in surprise, really, tell me quickly. Heimdall pointed to Thor who was laughing foolishly beside him and said, ask his father. Lin Yuan was stunned. Yes, as the guardian of the 9 realms, he must know other ways to go to Earth. Thank you. Heimdall Lin Yuan transformed into a big bird on the spot and said to Thor, Thor, I'm going to find Uncle Odin, do you want to come with me? Thor was happy to hear that his father knew how to go to the Earth. He swung his hammer and followed Lin Yuan back to find Odin. Heimdall looked at the backs of the 2 people going away, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he turned his head to continue looking at the 9 realms. Chapter 30 Finally I can go home. Uncle Odin. Father! Two voices sounded in Odin's hall at the same time. Odin looked at the man and the bird flying in directly, frowned and said, "What's the matter? So noisy." Lin Yuan landed, turned into a human form, and asked Odin impatiently, "Uncle Odin, do you know there are other ways to go to the earth?" After Thor landed, he also looked at Odin with hope. Odin looked at Lin Yuan and smiled gently, "Why, little Lin Yuan, did Asgard not treat you well? Why are you so anxious to go home?" Lin Yuan scratched his head, "No," said with a smile, "No, no, I am having a lot of fun here, but Thor brought me here by accident this time, and I didn't inform my family at all, I was afraid they would worry about me." Odin glared at Thor after hearing this. Thor scratched his face embarrassedly and laughed. Odin turned his head and looked at Lin Yuan, "I do know there is a way to go to Earth." Lin Yuan shouted excitedly, "Really? Why didn't you tell me before?" "Odin, you didn't ask either." Lin Yuan, "Okay, my fault." Odin glanced at the excited Lin Yuan and said, "Don't get excited yet, there are ways, it depends on which one you choose." "Wow, there is more than one? Uncle Odin, tell me quickly." Lin Yuan was even happier. Odin calmed down, stretched out two fingers, and slowly said, "First, I can ask a friend on Earth to come and pick you up." Lin Yuan was dumbfounded and asked cautiously, "Uncle Odin, the friend you are talking about is not the one in Camartage?" "It's her, you know her." Odin was also curious why Lin Yuan knew that. "It's that big guy." Odin's friend must also be a big guy, and the biggest big guy on Earth now is the bald wizard, but let that person come to pick him up? Lin Yuan said, "Who is he to let others pick him up?" Thinking of this, Lin Yuan waved his hands and refused, "No, no, no, Odin, don't bother that big guy, I am not worthy of a little Karami." Odin looked at Lin Yuan strangely and said nothing more, and then introduced, "The second way is that I can use dark magic to teleport you back." Dark magic? Lin Yuan muttered in his heart. Although he did not understand the magic principle, he also knew that the dark magic in the Marvel world had to pay a certain price. So Lin Yuan hurriedly asked, "Uncle Odin, will you be hurt a lot when you use dark magic?" Looking at Lin Yuan's concerned look, Odin laughed and said, "Don't worry, kid, this price will not have much impact on me. It's just that I was seriously injured before and have not recovered yet, so if I want to send you back to Earth, it will take at least 1 or 2 years for you to recover and support me to use dark magic." Looking at Odin, who was normal, Lin Yuan thought silently in his heart, "Uncle Odin doesn't look injured either. It seems that the injury he said is not the same as the injury I imagined. I don't know if my skills are effective for his injury. Let's try it first. If it can recover, it would be great, and I can go back earlier." Thinking of this, Lin Yuan said to Odin, "Uncle Odin, you also know that I am a druid, and druids are not only good at transformation spells, but also healing spells. How about I use spells to try to heal your injuries?" Speaking of this, Lin Yuan felt like a knife cutting his heart. Druids are actually proficient in natural magic. Woohoo, dog system, give me back my attack skills. Oh! You can also cast healing spells. Odin was interested, and stood up and said to Lin Yuan, "Cast a few spells for me to see." Lin Yuan didn't hesitate, first cast Healing Touch, then Rejuvenation, and after thinking about it, he added a detoxification spell that he had just used for a while. Well, Natural Energy? It's a very good spell, it seems to have some effect. It's a pity that the great spell is too weak. My origin injury can't be cured by magic of his level, but it's great, and it should be able to recover a little bit if I use it a few more times. Is the second spell a continuous effect? Great effect. Is the third spell a detoxification effect? It can actually remove all the remaining toxins in my body, incredible. Odin is worthy of being the king of gods. He knew that Lin Yuan was using natural magic after just one experience, and he was also pretty sure about the effect of the magic. What surprised him the most was the detoxification spell, which actually eliminated the toxins accumulated in his body for many years regardless of the level. Although this toxin had no effect on him at all, it did surprise him. This little guy can really help him when he grows up, but unfortunately time waits for no one, and Odin no longer has time to wait for the little guy to grow up. Xiao Linyuan, your magic is really good, but unfortunately you are too weak. Your current magic is really helpful to me, but the effect is not great. However, it can indeed speed up my recovery from injuries. How about this, you come to help me heal every day, and the first spell only needs to be used 3 times. And it will not work if you use it more than that. The second one is a continuous spell, right? Just hold on. The third spell is not needed. It has no effect on the injury. Lin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay as long as it works. However, he was also a little surprised. How terrible must Odin's injury be? He couldn't even use his own healing spell to treat it. Thinking of this, he started to scold the system again. Damn system, you still have the nerve to say that you are a super invincible auxiliary system. You can't even cure an injury. What's the use of you? The system was anxious, and its voice was a little distorted. Beep, host, please have some shame. Haven't you heard that you are too weak? I told you a long time ago that the effect of skills is affected by your mana strength. Don't you look at what you are now? Look at what you have done since you came to this world. You just eat and play all day, play and sleep, and eat again when you wake up. You can count the number of battles you have participated in on one hand. It's all because I absorb the surrounding energy to increase your mana strength. You have the nerve to say I can't do it. Lin Yuan was stunned by the system's output, and he stammered embarrassedly, okay. I was wrong, I will try my best next time. Ding, Ruzai is teachable, come on, young man. The system's voice was a little smug. It was rare to educate the host, it was so cool. No. Lin Yuan thought stupidly for a long time, and suddenly reacted, fuck, dog system, I was almost led astray by you. You still have the nerve to say me, didn't you destroy all my attack skills? I used my teeth to fight. Oh no, he found out. The system sweated. Ding, host, you can use your teeth to fight in the transformed form. Get out. Ding, okay. After knowing how to go home, Lin Yuan stopped being lazy and went to Odin to check in every day. Finally, 2 months later, Odin told Lin Yuan that his injuries had almost recovered and he could use dark magic. Lin Yuan burst into tears. He could finally go home. Great! Chapter 31 Farewell and Gifts. In the Hall of Asgard, Thor, Heimdall, Miss Sif, and the 3 idiots of Asgard came to say goodbye to Lin Yuan. The 3 idiots of Asgard came to hug Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan did not hide this time and hugged the 3 fools hard. During the time in Asgard, Thor and the 3 idiots became 4 idiots, and they would ask Lin Yuan to drink from time to time. Although Lin Yuan always drank juice, the 4 idiots did not mind at all. They drank drunkenly every time. Lin Yuan even suspected that they were using him as an excuse. In fact, they just wanted to drink. After spending this period of time together, Lin Yuan still liked the 3 of them very much. Although, he thought these 3 were a little silly, plus Thor was even more silly, but birds of a feather flock together. The fact that the 3 idiots could get along so well with Thor showed that they were all the same kind of people, simple-minded, generous, and not cunning. According to Lin Yuan, these 4 guys are all idiots with muscles growing all over their heads. But it is this kind of personality that makes it easy for them to get along well with each other, and Lin Yuan is also very happy to get along with them. To this day, the whole Asgard knows that Thor and the teenagers brought by the 3 idiots are under their protection. And they are brothers recognized by the Prince of Asgard and the 3 warriors of Asgard. Now, as long as Lin Yuan walks around the streets of Asgard, in addition to being able to feel the enthusiasm of the young ladies, there are also various muscular men shaking their chest muscles to invite Lin Yuan to drink. So much so that Lin Yuan didn't dare to hang out on the streets later, he was afraid of dying in the chest muscles of the Asgardians. Fandar, one of the three idiots, patted Lin Yuan on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Lin, we will go to Earth to drink with you when we have a chance. You can't drink juice anymore when you go there. I say, can't you be gentler? If you keep slapping me like this, I'm afraid I won't grow taller." Lin Yuan rubbed his painful shoulder, then smiled and said, "When you come to Earth, I will take you to my hometown to play, let you taste the delicious food and wine of our rabbit family, and you must not return until you are drunk." "Okay, not return until you are drunk." The three idiots laughed and agreed. Lin Yuan turned his head and looked at Miss Sif, who was wearing the traditional dress of Asgard, and smiled, "Sister Sif, I rarely see you dressed so ladylike. Very beautiful." Sif knocked Lin Yuan's head without any ladylike look, and laughed, "Hey, stinky brother, you dare to make fun of your sister me?" Touching the knocked head, Lin Yuan pouted, "No way, I am telling the truth." Sif smiled, gently hugged Lin Yuan, and whispered, "Stinky brother, I will go to Earth to play with you if I have the chance." Lin Yuan also hugged Sif gently and said with a smile, "Okay, Sister Sif, you are welcome to come to Earth to play in the future. I will take you to see real pandas then." Sif's eyes lit up, "Can I stroke it?" It seems not." Sif pouted, "Forget it, I'll stroke you." Lin Yuan decided to ignore her. Thor. Lin Yuan walked to Thor and punched him in the chest, smiling and said, "When I go back, I will ask Jane to help you send a letter as soon as possible." Thor was overjoyed, hugged Lin Yuan hard, and patted his back, "Good brother." Lin Yuan was almost suffocated by Thor's chest muscles. He pushed Thor away and kicked him, angrily saying, "You want to suffocate me to death? Damn, I have to eat more supplements when I go back this time. I don't know what the Asgardians eat to grow up. They are so tall and strong, and they like to hug people." Lin Yuan complained in his heart. Thor didn't care about Lin Yuan's actions and laughed. Lin Yuan looked at this silly guy and laughed. Lin Yuan gently hit Thor and said with a smile, "Next, learn to be a qualified king from Uncle Odin. Read more books when you have time, don't think too much about muscles. Also, be more careful, don't always believe what others say. Don't make it like a life and death separation. When the Rainbow Bridge is repaired, I will go to Earth to play with you." Thor smiled and didn't care about Lin Yuan's words at all. "It's a deal. It's a deal." Lin Yuan looked at Heimdall, who looked cold, and nodded to him. Heimdall nodded in response. Sure enough, he was still as cool as ever. Odin and Frigga kept smiling as they watched Lin Yuan say goodbye to everyone, without urging them. Lin Yuan was a little embarrassed, and giggled, "Uncle Odin, Aunt Frigga, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for so long." Frigga smiled gently, and she stretched out her hand. She gently pulled Lin Yuan. Her eyes full of love and care. Then, she carefully sorted out Lin Yuan's slightly messy hair, her movements were gentle and delicate, as if she was treating her most precious treasure. Then, she said softly, "Good child, remember to come to Asgard again when you are free. You are always welcome here." Lin Yuan was a little moved. During these days in Asgard, he felt the deep maternal love from Frigga, which he had never experienced in his 2 lives. He felt a little like crying, and gently hugged Frigga, his voice a little choked, "Thank you, Aunt Frigga." Frigga also patted Lin Yuan's back gently without saying much. Odin watched quietly beside him, and then he spoke, "Okay, Lin, it's not like we won't see each other again in the future, there's still a long way to go." Lin Yuan let go of Frigga a little embarrassedly, and smiled, "Yes, there's still a long way to go. Uncle Odin, I'm ready, take me back." Odin nodded, and was about to cast a spell, but Lin Yuan suddenly thought of something and hurriedly stopped him. This chapter is not over, Please click on the next page to continue reading. Wait, Uncle Odin, I have a gift for you. Odin stopped and looked at Lin Yuan. Everyone looked at Lin Yuan curiously. Lin Yuan mobilized his magic power and cast a nourishing spell for everyone present. This is one of my spells. It can plant a magic seed in your body. The seed will absorb the surrounding energy to nourish your body. The most important thing is that when you encounter fatal danger, this seed can save your life. When everyone heard that there was such a good thing, they hurriedly thanked him. Lin Yuan signaled Odin that he could continue. Odin looked at Lin Yuan deeply, said nothing, and began to release the dark teleportation spell. After a spell wave, Lin Yuan disappeared in front of everyone in Asgard Earth. Kamartaj the bald wizard in meditation opened his eyes, looked into the distance, then closed his eyes again and entered the meditative state again. When Lin Yuan came out of the teleportation state, he vomited all over the sky. The comfort of this dark magic teleportation is much worse than that of the Rainbow Bridge. I feel so dizzy that I can't stand it. After a while, Lin Yuan, who finally recovered, began to observe the surrounding environment. He is now on a cliff by the sea. In front of him is an endless, sparkling blue sea and behind him is a vast green grassland. The scenery is nice. Lin Yuan looked at the vast sea in front of him and felt happy. Finally back. I hope Carlson can find a good reason for himself. Otherwise, I have been out for so long without any news. Tony and Pepper will probably beat me to death. Chapter 32. Want to show off, have you asked me? Take out the phone and take a look. It should be said that this is indeed a phone modified by Tony Stark. It has been more than 2 months and the battery is still full. Ding, ding, ding. The phone is beeping frantically at this time, and the information accumulated for several months is sent all at once. Lin Yuan looked at the hundreds of missed calls and text messages from Tony and Pepper, and felt that he would soon be finished. The kind that no skills can save. It's better to call back first. Anyway, you have to die sooner or later. The sooner you die, the sooner you will be reborn. He clicked on Tony's phone number tremblingly. Beep beep beep, no one answered the phone. Lin Yuan felt a little strange. Not only did no one answer the phone, but even Jarvis was not there. This is impossible. Did something happen? Thinking of this, Lin Yuan was a little anxious. He found Pepper's phone and called it. Soon the call was connected, and Pepper's voice came. Hello, who is it? Pepper must be busy with work, and she didn't even look at the caller ID. Sister Pepper, it's me, Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan's voice was a little weak. Lin? You still remember to come back? Where have you been for so many days? You and. Pepper's voice rose 8 degrees, and Lin Yuan quickly took the phone away from his ear. 5 minutes later, Pepper finally vented her anger, and Lin Yuan seized the opportunity to apologize. Sister Pepper, I was wrong. This time it was really an accident. I won't dare to do it next time. I know, but Tony and I are very worried about you. Little Pepper's voice suddenly became very gentle. Lin Yuan felt warm in his heart. It was really good to have someone thinking about him. Don't worry, Sister Pepper, I'm fine. Lin Yuan hurriedly reported that he was safe, and then said anxiously, Sister Pepper, I just called Tony, but he didn't answer. Even Jarvis didn't answer the phone. Did something happen to Tony? There was silence on the other end of the phone. After a long time, little Pepper's voice came, full of fatigue and worry. After you disappeared, Congress held a hearing to collect Tony's suit. Tony firmly disagreed. He believed that he could maintain world peace alone. Rhodes also helped him to make a guarantee that he would never abuse the armor. But then Tony didn't know why he kept wearing the armor and showing off everywhere. At his birthday party last night, he actually wore the armor and used weapons to hit wine bottles at the party. Rhodes was also very angry, and then Rhodes ran to the laboratory wearing Mark II and had a fight with Tony. In the end, Tony actually let Rhodes wear Mark II away. This is not normal, Lin. At this point, Pepper's voice suddenly became aggrieved. Tony also hired a beautiful secretary. I know the way he looks at that secretary. He also donated all the modern art we collected together. Before, I thought he trusted me by letting me be the CEO of the company, but now I feel something is wrong. I know he must be hiding something from me, but he won't tell me. I don't know what to do, Lin. I'm worried about him. Pepper's voice was already crying. Lin Yuan was startled and quickly comforted. It's okay, Sister Pepper, I'm here. I'll go find him now, let me handle this matter. After hanging up the phone, Tony called at this time. Lin, are you back? Come to me, I want to talk to you. After saying that, the phone was hung up. Tony's voice was very calm, and Lin Yuan could not hear any emotion. Soon, Tony sent his location. Lin Yuan flew very fast. When he saw Tony, he was wearing armor and sunglasses, sitting in the middle of a big donut billboard, holding a cheese donut in his hand and eating it bite by bite. You really should go to Rabbit Country with me for a meal. You only know how to eat such disgusting things all day long. Lin Yuan flew to his side, turned into a human form, looked at the donut in his hand with disdain, and then gently hugged Tony, apologetically said, I'm sorry I missed your birthday party. Brother Tony. Tony was stunned, smiled and patted Lin Yuan on the back. I'm glad you're back. The two sat side by side on the donut advertisement, looking at the sunset. After a long time, Lin Yuan spoke. Sister Pepper told me about you. It seems that a lot of things happened in the 2 months I was away. Lin Yuan bumped Tony's shoulder, who was sitting on the donut, and asked seriously. Brother Tony, don't you believe in my ability? Why do you ask? Tony was a little confused. Lin Yuan pointed at the scary purple lines on Tony's neck, and there was a hint of anger in his voice. Since you believe in my ability, why don't you tell me this? Do you think you are dead and that I have no ability to help you? So you handed the company to Sister Pepper and took the opportunity to give Mark II to Rhodes. Tony was silent, and his voice was whispering, you know everything? It was just for a long time, and he didn't give any reason. Lin Yuan sighed and said, Brother Tony, tell you the truth, although my current ability has not reached the peak, it is definitely beyond your imagination. Let's put it this way, even if you die now, I can pull you back from hell. Then Lin Yuan silently added in his heart, of course, after resurrecting you, we brothers will probably be hunted down by Mephisto. Tony stared at Lin Yuan in disbelief. Why do I go to hell when I die? Lin Yuan frowned. Is this what you should focus on? My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. It will be more exciting later. Then he reached out and patted Tony on the shoulder, and the detoxification technique was released. Tony instantly felt relaxed all over his body. The pain caused by palladium poisoning disappeared, and he felt refreshed as never before. Tony wanted to cry because of his long-lost healthy body. See, it's such a simple thing, but you have to die. You are Iron Man. Look at the embarrassing things you have done recently. I heard that you peed in public. Lin Yuan took the opportunity to ridicule Tony. Why don't you let me die? It's really embarrassing. Tony just wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. He, Tony, this is all a small matter. I'm curious about how you can coax Sister Pepper. Lin Yuan suddenly laughed strangely and winked. Tony was dumbfounded. It was over. He really died. At this time, a black salted egg came towards them. Lin Yuan pointed at the black salted egg that was coming towards them and said to Tony, guess why he came to you? Tony said contemptuously, it's just to get me to join the gang, but I don't know what the reason is this time. I guess he must be here to show off, and then help you deal with the hidden dangers in your chest to get you to join the gang. But now, I guess he can't show off anymore. Lin Yuan laughed. Nick Fury came under the donut, put his hands on his hips, and shouted to the two people above, "Gentlemen, can you get down from the donut?" Seeing Lin Yuan and Tony looking at him, he turned around and walked to the coffee shop next to him without saying anything. Lin Yuan said to Tony, "See, he's pretending now, Tony, go see what he says." When the two came to the store, they saw Nick Fury sitting by the window. There was no one in the store, it should have been cleared by S.H.I.E.L.D. Lin Yuan walked over with a smile and said, "Hello, hi Director Liu Dan, long time no see." Veins popped up on Nick Fury's head. "Calm down, he's still a child." Nick Fury advised himself silently in his heart. Just as Nick Fury was about to speak, he suddenly found that the mental state of the Iron Man in front of him was not right. Looking a little too energetic, there was no feeling of deep palladium poisoning at all, and the purple lines on his neck were gone. Nick Fury secretly thought it was not good, and asked Tony unwillingly, "Is your palladium poisoning healed?" Lin Yuan laughed and rushed to answer, "Of course it's healed, now that I'm back, this little problem is not a problem at all." Nick Fury looked at Lin Yuan with resentful eyes, and a bunch of grass mud horses passed by in his heart. "Fuck, why is it you again? Last time I was showing off, you shone the searchlight on me. This time I wanted to show off in front of Tony Stark to show the strength of our shield, and you cured him in advance. How can I respond?" Lin Yuan was frightened by his eyes and leaned back, trying to stay away from the egghead. What, don't look at me like that, I'm not gay." At this time, a nice female voice came. "How about letting me do it?" Chapter 33. Your posture is too standard, I can't help but take action. The person who spoke was a beautiful woman with a great figure, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent Black Widow Natasha Romanoff. Tony was shocked when he saw her. "Oh my god, isn't this my new secretary? Damn, she's from S.H.I.E.L.D. This bastard is so annoying, she actually used a beauty trap. Fortunately, I, Tony Stark, have the willpower to not fall for it." Lin Yuan turned around and said, "Wow, it's Black Widow, she's so pretty and has a great figure." "Sister, I'm still a minor." Natasha came to Lin Yuan, rubbed Lin Yuan's head, and said with a smile, "It's okay, sister can wait until you grow up." Tony heard the words, pulled Lin Yuan behind him, and looked at Natasha vigilantly. "Why you still want to take advantage of my brother? I haven't settled accounts with you yet." Natasha ignored him and sat down next to Nick Fury, winking at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan smiled and said nothing. Nick Fury introduced, "This is Agent Romanoff. When you just felt unwell, I asked her to go to your side. She was responsible for reporting your situation to me, and we knew that you were not in a good condition. So, I have to thank you." Tony's face was a little ugly. And he was sarcastic to Natasha. Natasha didn't care and smiled lightly, "You're welcome." Nick Fury started to get to the point at this time, and said seriously, "Tony, I know you are not right recently." Tony's face turned black, is he going to whip his own corpse? Hurry to stop him, "No, I'm not wrong, I'm normal." Nick Fury was obviously angry, his tone was raised. "Nothing is wrong, why did you hand over the company to your girlfriend?" "Nothing is wrong, you gave the armor to your friend and let him fly in the sky wearing your armor." Tony made a final struggle, "I didn't give it to him, he stole it." Natasha added, "As far as I know, Mr. Stark's database security specifications, others can't use unauthorized products." Okay, I'm already dead. No need to finish off." Tony was too embarrassed to defend himself, so he had to change the subject, "Why are you looking for me?" Nick Fury was about to explode when he heard this, and shouted, "Why are we looking for you? You still ask us why we are looking for you? You have become a problem that I can't help but solve." After calming down a little, Nick Fury continued, "Originally, I brought medicine to relieve palladium poisoning, but since you are fine, it is no longer necessary." Then he turned to Lin Yuan and asked, "Can your magic cure palladium poisoning?" Lin Yuan shook his head and pointed to the reactor on Tony's chest. "My spell can remove all toxins, but as long as Tony doesn't remove this thing on his chest, the toxins will still accumulate slowly." Tony also interrupted at this time, "I have been looking for a substitute for palladium. I have tried various combinations of all known elements." Lin Yuan interrupted Tony, "No, Tony, you didn't try all the elements." Tony looked at Lin Yuan in confusion. Lin Yuan pointed at Nick Fury with a smile and said, "Ask him." Nick Fury was depressed. "You took my chance to show off again." But seeing Tony staring at him, he had no choice but to say honestly, "It's not all, Tony, your father left you a gift. It's not good to give it to you outside. Let's go to your house to talk." Then he turned to Lin Yuan and said, "By the way, tell me where you have been." Lin Yuan looked indifferent. Anyway, there was nothing to hide. The four people left after leaving the coffee shop. Lin Yuan smiled and said to Natasha, "Sister, how are you going to get there? Do you need me to take you?" Nick Fury said beside him, "No need for you, we'll drive there and you and Tony will wait for us at home." Lin Yuan pouted, "You stupid fool, disturbing me and my beautiful sister. Let's go, Tony, we'll go back first." After saying that, Lin Yuan transformed into a rock and flew home. Natasha saw Lin Yuan's transformed form for the first time, and there was a curious look in her eyes, but she didn't say anything, got in Nick Fury's car and drove to Tony's villa. In the beach villa, Lin Yuan looked at the mess on the ground and couldn't help asking Tony, "Tony, do you want to redecorate the house?" Tony was a little embarrassed, smiled awkwardly, and didn't respond to Lin Yuan's words. Soon, Nick Fury arrived, bringing a large box with a line of words on it, "Property of Stark." The three of them found a chair to sit down, looking at the window without glass and started chatting. Nick Fury did not delay, put it aside, get straight to the point to the reactor on Tony's chest and say, "This thing is based on an imperfect technology." Tony interrupted him, a little unhappy, "It's perfect, it should be said that it was imperfect before, until I miniaturized it, it is perfect now." Nick Fury ignored him and continued, "No, your father said that the arc reactor is just the cornerstone of a major opening plan. His goal is to make a nuclear reactor as small as a number 7 battery. Is he alone? Is there Anton Vank?" Tony asked again. "Anton Vank is different, he just wants to make a fortune from this. Your father fired him and later he was exiled to Siberia. Drinking and going crazy all day long, how normal can a child raised in that environment be? The person you met at the Monaco race meeting last time was his son." This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content later. Nick Fury paused, then continued, "He said that in this world, only you have the ability to inherit his career and achieve his goals." Tony looked disdainful, "Impossible, he doesn't like me at all, he has always been indifferent to me, he has never expressed his love for me and said that he wanted me to inherit his career, I can't understand." Lin Yuan had been listening beside him, and when he heard this, he couldn't help but interrupt, "Brother Tony, is it possible that your father is just like you, not good at expressing his emotions?" Tony turned his head to look at Lin Yuan, pointed at himself and asked, "Me? Not good at expressing his emotions? Are you kidding?" Lin Yuan nodded desperately to express his affirmation. Tony's face darkened, and he ignored Lin Yuan. He turned around and continued to say to Nick Fury, "You seem to know him very well." "Of course, he is one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury looked at his watch and stood up. "What?" Tony was shocked. Just as he was about to say something, Nick Fury stopped him. "I have something urgent to do. I'm leaving first. There are things your father left for you in the box. Also, Natasha will continue to stay in Stark company. Lin, you know Carlson, right? You will tell him about your business later. Nick Fury got up and left. Halfway through, he turned around and widened his single eye. He stretched out 2 fingers, pointed at his own eyes, and then pointed at Tony, and said, "Tony, I will always watch you." After speaking, his eyes widened. Then a dazzling beam of light fell from the sky and enveloped him. Nick Fury screamed instantly. "Fuck, you come again. My titanium dog eyes are blinded again." Lin Yuan rubbed his hands and said embarrassedly, "I'm sorry. Your posture was too standard, I couldn't help but attack." Chapter 34 Brother, our father is so fierce. Nick Fury covered his eyes and left. Lin Yuan didn't know how he could see the road after covering his only eye. But he left so casually. Tony was still depressed looking at the box. This boiled egg said so much, but still didn't tell him the solution. He was most annoyed by this kind of riddle man. Carlson stood aside, still with the same hairstyle and smile. "Hey, old Corvo, long time no see." Lin Yuan greeted him. "What a ridiculous name." Carlson complained in his heart, with a smile on his face, "Mr. Lin, can you tell me what happened after you disappeared?" Lin Yuan didn't intend to hide it anyway, and told him everything about how Thor accidentally brought him to the legendary Asgard, the reason why Thor came to Earth, and who was the culprit behind the destroyer. Came out. Tony was also stunned when he heard it nearby, and blurted out a lot of questions. "You said you went to Asgard? Does the Einstein-Rosen bridge really exist? You also became brothers with Thor? Then the king of gods Odin personally used magic to send you back. Are they really gods? Are there other gods in the universe?" "Brother Tony, gods only have special abilities. There are various races in the universe, and the Asgardians are just one of them. Will they covet the earth? And what is their technological level?" Tony thought of this first. "Don't worry, the earth is very safe now. As for the technological level, the earth is still far behind." Lin Yuan did not hide it and directly showed the level of the earth. Tony's hair stood on end immediately, and a sense of crisis rushed to his heart. Lin Yuan patted him, comforted, "It's okay, Tony, you don't have to be so stressed, just do the things in front of you first. The earth has its own protection. For example, that egghead knows someone, and that lady can be said to be one of the ceilings of combat power." Natasha and Carlson were also dumbfounded. They knew much more about S.H.I.E.L.D. than Tony, but many of what Lin Yuan said were beyond their cognition. "Okay, no more words, I've said everything I should say, Tony, don't worry too much. We have a good saying in our rabbit country, the boat will naturally straighten itself when it reaches the bridge. Let it go, everything will be fine, it will be fine." Lin Yuan ended the topic to avoid putting too much pressure on Tony. Tony was silent for a long time. He picked up the box and walked into the laboratory. He just wanted to see what his father left him. He wanted to strengthen his own strength. Lin Yuan saw that Tony was not in a good mood. He said hello to Natasha and Carlson and followed him. Arriving at the laboratory, Tony opened the box. The things in the box were very simple: a blueprint, 2 film tapes, and a notebook. Tony put the tape in the projector and played it, flipping through the notebook in his hand. "Why did Yuan sit down next to Tony and watch the movie?" In the movie, Howard Stark stood in front of a layout of a future city and talked about his vision of the future. Tony didn't care. These were outdated things and had already been realized. After watching for a while, he felt that there was no useful information. He turned around and stood up and was about to leave. Lin Yuan grabbed him and pointed at the screen. Tony turned around and Howard called out his name, "Tony. I designed this future city for you. Maybe you don't understand it now, but one day you will understand its value. Based on the technology and cognition of my current era, I can't realize it, but I believe that in the future, only you, Tony, can achieve my goal. No matter when mankind is, my greatest invention is you." This sentence hit Tony's heart. Lin Yuan excitedly pulled Tony aside. "Look, Look, I told you, your dad is just not good at expressing himself. Now he can speak the truth to the camera alone, just like you. Tony rolled his eyes at Lin Yuan. It's our dad. Lin Yuan, oh. After watching the film, Tony fell into deep thought. After a while, he stood up as if he had made up his mind. Lin Yuan asked, what are you going to do next? Tomorrow I will go to apologize to Xiao Lajiao and take this thing by the way. Will you go? Tony pointed to the future city model on the screen and said to Lin Yuan. Go, of course I have to go. Lin Yuan was excited. This is a good show. How could he not go to watch it? The next day, Tony drove and took Lin Yuan to Stark Company. On the way, Tony saw a man selling strawberries and wanted to stop to buy some. Lin Yuan stopped him and said, Brother Tony, I suggest you don't buy strawberries. Tony was still confused and asked, why? Did you forget that Sister Pepper is allergic to strawberries? Lin Yuan still hoped that Tony could save his life. Oh my god! Tony was sweating coldly. Good brother. Tony patted Lin Yuan on the shoulder to express his gratitude. The car arrived at Stark Enterprises very quickly. The two came to the CEO's office. Tony pushed Lin Yuan and asked him to go in first to test the waters. Lin Yuan pushed the door open and went in. Pepper was on the phone, talking about the ownership of Mark II. Seeing Lin Yuan coming in, she showed a surprised expression on her face and motioned Lin Yuan to wait. Lin Yuan didn't care and sat down at the desk. After Pepper finished the call, she stood up and hugged Lin Yuan. Her joy was beyond words. Lin Yuan was also very happy. He hugged Pepper gently and said, Sister Pepper, how do you feel about being the CEO? Pepper's face drooped all of a sudden and she began to complain, Lin, although I like this job very much, now Tony has almost thrown everything to me to deal with, which makes me feel very stressed. What's worse is that he recently publicly declared in front of the whole world that he is Iron Man and promised to maintain world peace. However, look at what he has done recently, it's just nonsense. And what about me? But I can only keep cleaning up his mess. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. It's more exciting later. Lin Yuan hurriedly spoke up for Tony, Sister Pepper, Tony actually has his own difficulties. I promise you that Tony will definitely change from now on. If he doesn't, I will help you teach him a lesson. Just as he was talking, a voice came from outside. Mr. Stark, what are you doing outside? Natasha opened the door and came in with the documents. Tony had no choice but to follow her in, looking at Pepper with an awkward smile. Pepper looked at Tony, her face fell again, and she turned her head and ignored him. Lin Yuan smiled and greeted Natasha, Hello, Sister Natasha. Then he winked at Tony and asked him to say something nice to Pepper. Tony was stupid at this time. He actually asked Natasha why she was here with Pepper. He always thought that Natasha and Pepper didn't get along well. Lin Yuan couldn't help but hold his forehead. Pepper was angry now and didn't want to pay attention to Tony at this moment. It happened that she was going on a business trip now, so she took this opportunity to calm herself down. After hugging Lin Yuan gently, he bypassed Tony and went out to catch the plane. Tony was even more upset when he saw his driver and bodyguard happy pulling the suitcase and following Pepper out. He lost this battle completely. Natasha packed up the documents on the table and didn't care about Tony's glare next to her. Before leaving, she turned around and threw a wink to Lin Yuan. Tony sat dejectedly on the office chair. He was very upset. His beloved was angry and ignored him, the newly hired secretary was turned against him, and the driver and bodyguard also rebelled. Lin Yuan found Tony's dejected look funny. He pushed him and pointed at the model in the office and said, Brother Tony, don't be like this. Sister Pepper is just angry. It will be fine after a while. Why don't you go and see the future city model that our father left for you now? Tony cheered up and began to observe. As he watched, his eyes became brighter and brighter. He quickly pulled Lin Yuan to help transport the model back to the laboratory first. Back in the laboratory, Tony asked Jarvis to scan the entire model layout into the computer, and then slowly remove all unnecessary trees, roads, and other interference factors. Finally, with the central building as the framework and the surrounding buildings as neutrons and protons, they are arranged into a perfect sphere. Finally, as Tony raised his hand, the spherical structure enlarged, and a brand new element appeared in front of the two. Lin Yuan was stunned and pulled Tony's sleeve. "Brother Tony, our dad seems to be better than you." Tony smiled and replied, "Yes, he is the best father." Then he patted Lin Yuan's head again. "Come on, let's get moving, prepare to start large-scale model transformation, and prepare to start brand new hardware development. First, demolish the house." Lin Yuan was a little excited. He had wanted to demolish the house for a long time. Directly turned into a panda and demolished it crazily. Cool. When Tony controlled a beam of high-energy ions to cut half of the laboratory's things in half, he shone directly on the fixed triangular material. After a dazzling light, the new element of the triangle lit up. Success! When Tony put the new element into the new reactor, Jarvis' voice sounded, "Sir, the new energy adaptation is successful." Since then, a new era has arrived. Chapter 35, Sending a Letter. Lin Yuan has been quietly watching the birth of new elements. The new arc reactor is built, and he is very proud in his heart. Because he dismantled the house, moved the things, and made the protection, so rounding it off. He is also one of the inventors of the new element. This is reasonable, right? After all this, Tony still has to wait for Jarvis in the laboratory to collect reactor data. Lin Yuan then remembered that there is still something to do. A big fool far away in Asgard is still waiting for him to send a letter to his sweetheart. I have been busy dealing with Tony's affairs since I came back, and I almost forgot that there should be nothing to do here now. I will do this first, and then go to Rabbit's house for a good meal. The food I have eaten in Asgard in the past few months is really hard to describe. Brother Tony, you are busy, I'm going to do something. After saying hello to Tony, Lin Yuan called Coulson. Hey, old Corvo, can you help me? After asking Coulson about Jane's location, Lin Yuan flew over there. Since the last destroyer incident, Jane, Professor Eric Shavig and the Glasses girl Daisy Louise have been under the protection of S.H.I.E.L.D. In fact, they have joined S.H.I.E.L.D. in disguise. Since seeing the legendary Rainbow Bridge with their own eyes, Professor Eric Shavig and Jane have become more obsessed with research in this area. As Heimdall said, Jane has been working hard for the past few months, but unfortunately, the technology of the Rainbow Bridge is not something that can be achieved on Earth at present. Although Jane's research has made great progress, it will never meet her expectations. That day, after a day of running around, Jane sat alone on the balcony of her residence, looking at the bright starry sky above her head. Also, I don't know which star Thor is on. He said he would come to find me. It's been so long, why hasn't he come yet? Did something happen? Jane's heart was filled with longing, fear, and a little bit of resentment. During this period, everyone around her was persuading her to give up, saying that Thor would never come back after he went back, but she always insisted on her own idea that Thor would definitely come back to find him. Suddenly, she saw a big bird appear in the sky, which looked a bit like an eagle, but it was definitely not the eagle she knew. The silhouette of the big bird crossed the bright moon in the sky and flew straight towards her. Before Jane could react, the big bird had already appeared in front of her, and then transformed into a handsome boy. Lin. Jane was surprised. She remembered this boy. The panda that fought with Thor before was this boy, and later he was taken away by the rainbow ball with Thor. Since Lin is back, is Thor. Jane was obviously excited. Lin Yuan greeted Jane with a smile. Long time no see, Sister Jane. Lin, you are back, where is Thor? Is he back too? Jane was a little excited, and her tone was several degrees higher. Lin Yuan quickly comforted her and said, "Don't be excited, don't be excited, Sister Jane, I came back alone this time. Thor can't go back to Earth for special reasons." Jane drooped down, lowered her head and kept silent, tears falling on the floor. Lin Yuan was startled. "Sister Jane, don't cry, come on, sit down first, I will tell you what happened." Pulling Jane to sit on a chair nearby, Lin Yuan began to tell what happened after they went to Asgard. Jane listened quietly, and her mood gradually calmed down. "Really? Thor destroyed the Rainbow Bridge to save the lives of a planet? He did a great job, he is a hero." Jane's eyes were pride, but also loneliness. "Lin, how did you come back? Can Thor come to Earth again?" Jane looked at Lin Yuan with hope. Lin Yuan nodded, "Yes, I was teleported here by Thor's father using dark magic. Dark magic teleportation is firstly one-way teleportation. If Thor teleports here, he can't go back temporarily. Thor is the future king of Asgard. He can't abandon his people. The second and most important reason is that Thor's father is injured and can't use dark magic many times in a short period of time. Thor asked me to tell you that he has been trying to repair the Rainbow Bridge. When the Rainbow Bridge is repaired, he will definitely come back to find you." Jane lowered her head and murmured, "I knew he didn't forget me. He will definitely find a way to come back." Then she looked up, a smile appeared on her face, and said to Lin Yuan, "Lin, thank you for bringing me this news. I will always wait for him to come back." "Yes, yes, he will be back soon." It's not that Lin Yuan comforted Jane. "Indeed, Thor will come to Earth soon." "Okay, Sister Jane, I've brought the message. I should leave too." Lin Yuan stood up and said goodbye to Jane. "How about you stay and eat something before you leave?" "No, I'm going to Rabbit's house to eat something delicious now. I tell you, Sister Jane, there are not many delicious foods in Asgard. I've been craving for Rabbit's food for the past few months." Lin Yuan couldn't help but say a few more words, then turned into Daypen and waved his wings to Jane. "I'm leaving, Sister Jane. It's just in time for breakfast at Rabbit's house. I'll come to play with you next time." After saying that, Daypen waved its wings and disappeared in the night sky in an instant. Jane looked at Daypen with envy, muttering, "Delicious food at Rabbit's house? I want to eat it too. Lin's ability is amazing. This bird looks handsome and can fly so fast. By the way, he can also turn into a panda. Next time he comes to see me, I must let him turn into a panda so that I can touch it." Lin Yuanfei was on his way to Rabbit's house. When he was thinking about where to eat next, the phone rang. "Hello, who is this?" Lin Yuan answered the phone unhappily. "Lin, it's me." Tony Stark's voice rang on the phone. "Brother Tony, what's up? Just now Ivan Vanko hacked into my communication line." Tony's voice was a little dull, probably because he was wearing Mark armor. "What?" Lin Yuan was shocked, he knew what was going to happen next. Tony's voice continued to come, he said he would finish the Stark family's 40 years of accumulation within 40 minutes. I tracked his phone and he was on the East Coast. I guess he wanted to take action against the Stark Expo, and it must be related to Hammer's products. Today their company will display their drone mecha at the Stark Expo. Pepper is also there. I'm worried about her getting into trouble. I'm going there now. Can you help? The location has been sent to your phone. No problem, Brother Tony, I'll go there now. In the night sky, the rock flapped its wings lightly, drew a golden shadow in the air, and flew towards the east coast. Chapter 36 I don't know. East Coast, Stark Expo Press Conference Site. At the main venue, Hammer Technologies booth, CEO Justin Hammer personally hosted the product introduction. He first belittled Tony's armor in a sarcastic manner, and then began to introduce his own products. Ladies and gentlemen, Now we are showing you our latest product of hammer technology, Hammer Iron Soldier. As Justin Hammer pointed his finger, a formation of unmanned mechas slowly rose from under the stage. These mechas were all equipped with Hammer Technology's latest weapon system. Amid the cheers of the audience, Justin Hammer pointed to the center of the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, now on stage is the first prototype of the Iron Soldier, the Comprehensive Threat Response Combat Armor, and his pilot drone. Lieutenant Colonel James Rhodes. In the center of the stage, under the spotlight, Rhodes slowly rose from the center of the stage wearing War Machine, then raised his hand to salute, and all the steel soldiers behind him also saluted with his action. The atmosphere at the scene reached its peak at this moment. Justin Hammer took the microphone and was about to say something. A roar of flames came from the sky, and Tony flew towards the venue wearing the latest Mark 6 suit and landed steadily on the booth. The whole audience cheered more enthusiastically than before. Tony raised his hand to greet the audience, and the atmosphere at the scene became even more enthusiastic. Tony approached War Machine and warned softly, "Listen, Rhodes, I suspect Justin Hammer is colluding with Ivan Vanko, and they are going to take action here." Rod was also surprised. Ivan Vanko is not dead. Tony no longer cared about the audience, and walked directly to Justin Hammer and asked him, "Where is Ivan Vanko?" Justin Hammer, of course, pretended to be stupid and denied it. However, at this moment, the weapon system of the War Machine was activated, and the muzzle was aimed at Tony. The weapons of all the surrounding mechas were also activated and aimed at Tony. Tony was shocked. "Fuck, Rod, what are you doing?" Rod was also anxious. "Tony, the system has been hacked, I can't control the armor." Tony reacted quickly, soared into the sky, and flew out of the venue. XXXX. The weapon on War Machine's shoulder fired directly at Tony, and other drones also opened fire. The bullets chased Tony's figure, shattered the glass skylight on the roof of the exhibition, and the broken glass fell and hit the audience. The scene immediately became a mess. Screams were heard everywhere, and everyone ran out of the exhibition in panic. War Machine's flight thrusters started, and chased Tony with the drones that could fly on the scene. Tony flexibly dodged in the air, and War Machine and drones behind him chased after him and attacked Tony continuously. "Lin, where are you?" Tony avoided the attack of the drones chasing him from behind, while contacting Lin Yuan. "I'm here, Tony, how are you?" "I'm fine, you go to the venue, there are still many drones that can't fly at the booth." "Okay, be careful, I'll take care of the venue." While speaking, Lin Yuan was already in the air above the venue. Land equipped with sniper guns in the venue, the Army Iron Soldiers and the Navy Iron Soldiers equipped with rockets followed the crowd outside. Fortunately, Ivan Vanko's main target was Tony, and the unmanned mechas left behind did not attack the audience. However, as the mechas walked outside, the Army Iron Soldiers began to lock Tony with the sniper guns they were equipped with and attacked him. Tony dodged the bullets flexibly, and the bullets hit a unmanned mecha following Tony. The unmanned mecha was destroyed, and the wreckage fell into the scattered crowd below. Lin Yuan flapped his wings, grabbed the wreckage with one claw, and threw it to a deserted place. At this time, the Navy Iron Soldiers began to use the rockets indiscriminately attacked the surrounding ground. "Fuck, so cruel." Lin Yuan had a headache. He had no means to stop the rocket launch. Explosions suddenly broke out at the scene, and people became even more panicked. "Damn, dog system, if it weren't for you, why would I get beaten every time I fight?" Lin Yuan made up his mind and rushed towards the group of mechas on the ground. The moment the big rock approached the ground, it turned into a cute panda. With a loud roar, the challenge roar skill was activated. All unmanned mechas within the skill range instantly changed their targets and aimed at Lin Yuan's panda. Ivan Vanko, who secretly controlled the mecha, was dumbfounded. What happened? Why are all the systems showing normal, but all the mechas are abnormally aiming their attacks at the panda? Lin Yuan can't care about Ivan Vanko's thoughts, he is now covered by artillery fire. The dense artillery fire hit him, although he would not be injured under the protection of magic, it was still very painful. He rushed to the most densely populated area of the drone mechas and destroyed them with their own firepower. Soon, most of the drone mechas were destroyed by their own firepower, and the remaining few mechas were unable to make any waves, and their heads were broken by Lin Yuan's panda with one palm. Hey, it's finally done! Lin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and hurried to find Pepper in the venue. When he arrived at the backstage, Pepper was urging the staff of Hammer Technology to repair the system quickly. Lin Yuan was about to say hello when the avatars of Natasha and Tony appeared in the communication window. On the other side, backstage at the exhibition, Natasha followed Pepper to ask Justin Hammer what happened. Justin Hammer wanted to talk, but Natasha got angry and pressed him on the table. After forcing Ivan Vanko to tell her that he was in his laboratory, she left Pepper to call the police to deal with Justin Hammer, and she went straight to Huang Long. This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Happy drove Natasha to Hammer Technology. Natasha changed into a tight-fitting suit in the car, which almost made Happy's eyes pop out. After breaking into the laboratory, Happy finally got rid of a guard. When he was about to show off to Natasha, Natasha had already cleared the place. Looking at the guards all over the floor, Happy was dumbfounded. When Natasha found the room where Ivan Vanko was, he had already run away, but the control computer was still there. As a top agent, Natasha easily restarted Rhodes's armor. In the sky, Tony dodged the attack and destroyed some unmanned mechas with the help of the terrain, but was accidentally hit by the war mecha. From the two of them fell into an ecological botanical garden after being entangled. War Machine pressed Tony down, and the machine gun on his shoulder fired at him. Fearing that Rhodes might be injured, Tony did not dare to use high-powered weapons, but just held the muzzle of War Machine to prevent it from attacking him. Suddenly, War Machine stalled and had no power, so Tony quickly pushed it away. Then Natasha's communication window appeared in front of Tony. "Your partner is back. Thank you, Agent Romanov." Tony hurriedly thanked him. "You're welcome. Your new equipment has stable energy and is more powerful. In addition, your vital signs are also normal. Yet, I won't die for the time being. Thank you." "What? Tony, were you dying before? You actually hid such a big thing from me?" Pepper's voice reached the ears of the two, full of anger. Tony was startled and explained quickly, I'm sorry, I wanted to tell you before, but a lot of things happened and I didn't have time to tell you, I'll explain the details to you later." Natasha also found from the monitoring radar that multiple drones were surrounding Tony at this moment, and hurriedly reminded. Pepper also knew that now was not the time to talk about this, and temporarily suppressed the anger in her heart. Then she turned her head and looked at Lin Yuan, who came over, gritted her teeth and asked, "My dear brother, do you know about this?" Lin Yuan's anus tightened, and he quickly denied, I don't know. "That sister, I'm going to help Tony brother." After Lin Yuan finished speaking, he quickly turned into a big rock and flew towards Tony. Chapter 37 ADC is lame, support is on the horse. Lin Yuan had just taken off when he suddenly thought of something and returned to Pepper's side. Under Pepper's confused eyes, Lin Yuan changed back to human form, put Wild Mark and Rejuvenation on Pepper, and then said to Pepper, "Sister, stay away from those mechas at the door when you go out, they may explode." Pepper nodded to show that she understood, and then Lin Yuan rushed to Tony with confidence. Flying over the botanical garden, Lin Yuan saw that Tony and Rhodes had been surrounded by countless drone mechas. He quickly put buffs on the two of them, and then watched the show in the air. No, didn't want to go down to help, he was really powerless. After all, he was just a support. It was better to leave the output to the two ADCs below. Tony felt a familiar feeling on his body, looked up, and saw Lin Yuan Dapen in the sky. Tony immediately felt his back hard. He had a support, and these mechas were just chickens and dogs, easily crushed. He excitedly said to Rod next to him, "Rod, do you feel it? Our helpers are here to deal with them." After speaking, Tony rushed up directly. It was the first time that Rod felt Lin Yuan's buff, and he felt that the injuries and physical strength he had just suffered were quickly restored. Although he didn't know who the helper Tony was talking about, he didn't say anything and followed him directly when he saw Tony had already started to rush up. The battle was about to break out, and all the unmanned mechas also rushed towards the two. The two cooperated tacitly, using various weapons back to back, and easily destroyed the unmanned mechas one by one. However, there were too many mechas, and even with Lin Yuan's buff protection, the two were still exhausted. Finally, Tony couldn't stand it anymore. Fighting one by one was too slow and too troublesome. He yelled, "Rod, squat down." At this time, the relationship between the two friends was reflected. As soon as Tony shouted, Rod squatted down immediately. The cooperation was quite tacit. Mark Six's hand energy was activated, the body rotated, and the red laser shot out, instantly cutting all the surrounding mechas in half. Lin Yuan was watching from above and smacked his lips. This move was so powerful, so damn cool. What should I do? Rod looked at Tony with resentment and asked, "This move is powerful, use this move first next time." Tony took off the laser launcher in his hand and explained, "There is no other way. This is a one-time use. It will be used at the critical moment." Before Rod could say something, Natasha's voice came out again, "Be careful, another mecha is coming. This mecha is not right. The energy reaction is too big." The two of them were alert in an instant, looking at the mecha flying in the sky. The mecha landed and the mask opened. It was Ivan Vanko. Ivan Vanko landed with an arrogant face, and swung out two whips with both hands. The high-voltage current on the whips surrounded it, making a sizzling sound. When Rod saw that the ultimate boss was coming, he was immediately excited. It was finally his turn to show off. He shouted, "Let me do it. Watch me kill him with the ex-wife missile." Lin Yuan was watching from the sky, looking forward to it. Here it comes, the famous scene is coming. A missile launcher popped out from Rod's shoulder, and a small missile ignited and flew towards Ivan Vanko in front of him. Ivan Vanko was too lazy to hide. He had already looked at the database for the ex-wife missile and knew what it was. Sure enough, the missile hit Ivan Vanko's mecha, then fell to the ground with a thud, sparks flew out, and then there was no movement. Lin Yuan was laughing in the sky, while Tony looked at Rod like he was a fool. Hammers. Rod was embarrassed. "Yes. Let me do it." Tony took the initiative, and the mecha's automatic aiming device instantly aimed at Ivan Vanko's exposed head and chest, and the bullet was fired instantly. Unfortunately, Ivan Vanko was prepared, and his hood fell instantly to block the bullet. The battle broke out, and Ivan Vanko's electric whip was directly thrown at Tony and Rod. The two of them dodged and fought back immediately. Unfortunately, Ivan Vanko was wearing a steel armor and was not afraid of bullets. He whipped and cut off the weapon on War Machine's shoulder. Tony wanted to take off an attack from the air, but Ivan Vanko whipped him down. He then whipped him several times, leaving several deep scratches on Mark Six's armor. Rod rushed to help, but was caught by the whip and fell to the ground. War Machine had no ability to resist electric current. The control system was obviously disturbed by the strong electric current and could not launch an effective counterattack. Ivan Vanko stepped on War Machine and planned to crush Tony. He went up to attack, but was whipped away. Then the whip wrapped around Mark Six's neck. Tony grabbed the whip and pulled Ivan Vanko hard, causing him to stagger. Rod took the opportunity to escape, but Ivan Vanko threw out another whip and wrapped around the War Machine. Instantly, the two were entangled by two electric whips on the left and right and could not move. The two also held the electric whips tightly, and the three maintained a delicate balance. Ivan Vanko may feel that he has won, and he actually put down his mask and looked at the two people mockingly. Tony yelled, "Rod, do you remember what happened on the day of the banquet?" Rod understood immediately. The two raised their hands, and the energy transmitters in their palms began to gather energy. They planned to use the energy explosion generated by the collision of two laser cannons to eliminate Ivan Vanko. When Ivan Vanko saw the two people's actions, he immediately put down his helmet and pulled hard with both hands. Both of them staggered and the laser cannons in their hands shot off the right side. Lin Yuan was dumbfounded. How could this villain have a brain? My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. It's more exciting later. This is different from the plot. What should I do next? Ivan Vanko exerted force with both hands, and both of them were thrown out. He ignored the war machine behind him and walked directly towards Tony, whipping Mark 6 with one whip after another. Tony was beaten back repeatedly and had no ability to resist. Lin Yuan sighed. His own ADC was Super Ghost, the opponent's ADC is Super God, so only the gold medal support can play. The big bird rushed down and grabbed Ivan Vanko's head with its claws. Ivan Vanko was caught off guard and staggered. He reacted and swung his whip towards Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan easily dodged and turned into a panda when he landed. Charge! Ivan Vanko only saw a panda rushing towards him and it was in front of him in an instant. As the panda's claws hit him, a magical force rushed to his brain, his eyes went black and he fell into a coma. Lin Yuan's panda took the opportunity to raise his claws and hit Ivan Vanko with a fierce attack, and the panda's claws left an afterimage. 5 seconds later, Ivan Vanko was unharmed, regaining consciousness. Lin Yuan yelled at Tony helplessly, "Brother Tony, you must make me a battle suit after this, I am too frustrated." Tony struggled to stand up and replied, "No problem, I will make you one after this." Lin Yuan dodged Ivan Vanko's attack while thinking about countermeasures. Under the current situation, Ivan Vanko's electric whip completely defeated Mark 6 and War Machine, and the close combat ability of the two was completely defeated by him. Ordinary long-range weapons could not break Ivan Vanko's defense at all. And Lin Yuan's own attack was a pile of rice fields, and it was impossible to cause damage to Ivan Vanko with full armor. It seems that I can only use that trick. Chapter 38. Are you crying? Brother Tony, Brother Rod, I can hold him in place for 10 seconds, you guys use that move again. Lin Yuan dodged the whip attack while yelling at Tony and Rod. No problem. The two answered at the same time, raising their hands to aim at Ivan Vanko. Ivan Vanko didn't know what they were going to do, but the strong sense of crisis made him give up attacking Lin Yuan and rush towards Tony. Lin Yuan would never let him succeed, transformed into a human form, and released the entangled roots skill. A thick vine instantly entangled Ivan Vanko in place. Ivan Vanko was shocked, raised the whip and wanted to cut the vine. Lin Yuan smiled, turned into a panda again, and shouted, "Hey, Sunze! Challenge roaring skill release!" Ivan Vanko felt a surge of evil fire rushing to his head, and the whip changed direction and swung directly towards Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan didn't expect this guy to be so fast, and he was entangled by the whip before he could dodge. He trembled unconsciously, numb. Numb, so numb, Tony, brother, move, move. Seeing Ivan Vanko being entangled, Tony and Rhodes raised their hands to each other, and two laser energies collided in front of Ivan Vanko. The violent explosion blew Ivan Vanko away for a long distance. When the smoke at the scene cleared, he already dying. There was no fear of death in Ivan Vanko's eyes. He just said to Tony inexplicably, "You lose," and then he died. Then the mecha on his body lit up red, making a beeping sound. Then, all the unmanned mechas also flashed red. Rod understood and shouted, "These mechas will explode, hurry up." Brother Tony. Sister Pepper is at the venue, Lin Yuan reminded Tony. Tony understood immediately, flames shot out. And Mark 6 flew towards the venue at full power. Lin Yuan followed Tony and watched him fly away in a hurry, laughing. "Brother Tony, don't blame me. I'm doing this for your own good. It can be regarded as a contribution to your relationship." At this time, the little Pepper in the backstage of the venue handed hammer to the uncle in the hat who came and walked out of the venue. When she arrived outside the venue, she looked at the wreckage that was glowing red all over the ground. She suddenly remembered Lin Yuan's words and subconsciously moved a little further away from the wreckage, but it was too late. Boom! With a loud noise, all the wreckage exploded at the same time. Explosion! In the blink of an eye, Pepper was engulfed by the raging sea of fire. At this moment, a figure was rushing towards this side at a high speed. It was Tony, who came and watched the woman he loved being engulfed by the flames. "No!" He let out a heart-wrenching roar, with endless grief and sorrow in his voice. Tony rushed to Pepper at the fastest speed, his eyes were full of despair and fear. When he saw Pepper lying there quietly, his heart seemed to be torn apart and painful. "No! This is impossible!" Tony couldn't accept the fact in front of him. He knelt beside Pepper, stroking her cheek with trembling hands, tears flowing out of his eyes uncontrollably. "Pepper, you will be fine, you will be fine. I can't lose you, I can't imagine the days without you, I need you, don't leave me." Tony knelt on the ground, hugged Pepper, and cried. A hand touched his face, and a familiar voice sounded, "Are you crying?" Tony was completely dumbfounded, staring blankly at the beauty in front of him. Pepper looked at Tony with a smile on her face and deep affection. Tony came back to his senses, wiped away his tears, and said stubbornly, "I'm not crying, you saw it wrong." Then he hugged Pepper tightly in his arms. "I'm so glad you're okay." Lin Yuan and Rod were watching the show happily on the side. Rod shouted excitedly, he cried, "Did you take a picture?" Lin Yuan raised the phone in his hand, looking proud, "Of course, I'll send you a high-definition uncensored copy later." Tony helped Pepper up, and seeing his two brothers taking pictures of him, he was so angry that he rushed over to grab the phone. How could Lin Yuan let him succeed? Rod was also there to help Lin Yuan stop Tony. Pepper was also smiling as she watched the three brothers playing. She actually didn't like Tony going out to maintain peace. She was afraid that Tony would not be able to come back one day. But today, she personally experienced Lin Yuan's magic. She was unscathed in such a violent explosion. It was incredible. So she changed her mind now. She believed that as long as Lin Yuan was with Tony, Tony would be fine. Since Tony liked to fly around in armor, she would solve Tony's worries and guard his rear. After a while, the three of them stopped playing. Tony hugged Lin Yuan heavily and said gratefully, "Thank you, Lin. You saved me again and saved my future." Lin Yuan knew that he was thanking him for saving Pepper, and smiled and said, "Hey, why are we brothers saying thank you? Besides, Sister Pepper is not only my sister, but also my future sister-in-law. I can't bear to see her get into trouble. You too, Tony, I won't let anything happen to you." Rod watched the two brothers hugging and couldn't help but feel jealous. "It seems that I am the only one who is superfluous." Lin Yuan walked over with a smile and punched him in the chest. "Brother Rod, I didn't forget you. I also buffed you when we were fighting just now." Rod suddenly realized, "Oh, you are the auxiliary," Tony said, "your abilities are really great, and you can even turn into a bird and a panda. Can I learn this magic?" This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading. Lin Yuan smiled and said, "No, this is my unique skill. I have a more powerful one. Do you want to feel it?" Rod patted his chest. "Come on, let me feel how powerful you are. Then I'll do it. Come on, I'm ready." Lin Yuan raised his hand and the nourishment was released. Rod felt it, but didn't feel anything. He asked in confusion, "Is this what you said is more powerful? Why don't I feel it?" Lin Yuan explained, "This skill will continue to improve your physique, and save your life when you are in danger. How about it? Isn't it powerful? Rod nodded quickly and said excitedly, "Powerful, really powerful? Thanks, brother." Tony came over and asked, "Lin, is this the skill that saved my life before?" Tony remembered the power that appeared in his body when Obadiah took away the reactor on his chest. Yes, Tony's skill is called nourishment, and Sister Pepper also has it. Ah? Do I have it too? No wonder I feel that my body is getting better and better recently, even though I don't have time to exercise. Thank you so much, Lin. Little Pepper thanked Lin Yuan with a surprised look. Hey, what are you thanking me for? I can't let you get into trouble, Sister Pepper. Lin Yuan waved his hand carelessly, indicating that these are all trivial matters. Tony's sinister voice came from the side, "So, you knew that Pepper would be fine, you just want to see me embarrassed." What do you mean embarrassed? If I don't do this, how can Sister Pepper know her position in your heart? I'm helping you, okay? Lin Yuan looked proud. Okay, you're helping me, right? Then I'll help you too. Tony gritted his teeth and turned to Pepper and said, "No matter what the price, I want to see him in the school classroom next week." Lin Yuan looked at Tony, who was repaying kindness with hatred, with a shocked face. No. Chapter 39. You heard it, but others said it. The KB attack, in which only Ivan Vanko and Lin Yuan were injured, ended perfectly. Rhodes did not return the war machine to Tony. He knew that Tony had given him the mecha on purpose, even though Tony was dying before. But now Rhodes was not going to return the mecha to Tony. He was a military man, and he was using the war machine. In a disguised way, the mecha belonged to the military, which could help Tony share a lot of pressure. Tony and Pepper were just pouring their hearts out to each other, and Lin Yuan felt that he should stay away from them and not be a light bulb, because he found that his Tony was a little narrow-minded, so he planned to go to Rabbit's house to play for a few days. After saying hello to Tony, Lin Yuan flew to Rabbit's house. After going to Asgard for a few months, he was about to have a good meal when he came back, and Tony called him back urgently. After so much trouble, he finally got to eat delicious food. Wow, ha ha ha, delicious food, here I come. When he arrived at a small town in the south of Rabbit's house, it was just dawn. But the fireworks in the city made Lin Yuan feel comfortable. This is life. Lin Yuan was very happy. He liked this kind of life. The Rabbit's house in this world was the same as the original world, peaceful and calm. Although he wanted to stay in Rabbit's house, the system said that due to the influence of the world's will, various events would unconsciously find him, so he stayed in Eagle Sauce's house, who let there be many superheroes over there. Doghead. Finding a breakfast shop with many people, Lin Yuan enjoyed his meal. A middle-aged man in a suit and tie sat down next to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan thought he was a breakfast guest and even made way for him. "Mr. Lin Yuan. Hello. Can I have a word with you?" Unexpectedly, the middle-aged man actually called out Lin Yuan's name. Lin Yuan was a little surprised. He had no Chinese relatives in this world, and he didn't even have an ID card. How could the other party know him? But he was not afraid. The other party looked very friendly and should have no ill intentions. "Okay, wait a moment, wait until I finish eating," Lin Yuan said while eating. "Please go ahead, we are not in a hurry," the other party still said very gently. Lin Yuan sped up, but still not in a hurry, until he put the last bite of food into his mouth before putting down the tableware, wiping his mouth and standing up. "Okay, now we can talk about business, where shall we talk?" Lin Yuan looked at the man and asked. "This way, Mr. Lin." The man took Lin Yuan out of the breakfast shop and came to a black car. He opened the door and asked Lin Yuan to get in. Lin Yuan got in without hesitation, and the man got in and sat next to Lin Yuan. The car started, and the man stretched out his hand in front of Lin Yuan and began to introduce himself. "Hello, Mr. Lin Yuan, I am Zheng Xian, the director of the Shenmao Bureau of the Rabbit family." Lin Yuan was stunned. It turned out to be the Shenmao Bureau. Then he shook hands with him calmly and said, "Nice to meet you, Director Zheng." Zheng Xian looked at Lin Yuan and asked, "I wonder what Mr. Lin Yuan knows about our Shenmao Bureau." Lin Yuan shook his head, indicating that he didn't know much. Zheng Xian smiled and explained, "Our Shenmao Bureau is a department responsible for handling special events, similar to the Shield of the Eagle Sauce family." Lin Yuan nodded and asked directly, "So what does Director Zheng want to talk to me about?" Zheng Xian still had a smile on his face and said calmly, "Mr. Lin, when you first stepped into the rabbit family, our monitoring department was keen. We noticed your arrival and immediately started a comprehensive investigation of you. After an in-depth investigation, we made a surprising discovery. We couldn't find any information about you in our population database. This made us very confused and curious. According to the information we have, the first record of you was when Stark Enterprises helped you declare your identity information. Before that, this world seemed to have no trace or record of you at all. This situation is too rare and too puzzling." Lin Yuan asked calmly, "What does Director Zheng mean now? Are you going to arrest me?" Lin Yuan had expected such a situation a long time ago. He came to this world wearing a mask, so there was no trace of his life in this world. He thought that the first person who found him it will be the relevant departments of the Eagle Sauce. Now it seems that it is not that they don't want to find him, but they should be stopped by Tony. Zheng Xian hurriedly explained, No, Mr. Lin Yuan, don't misunderstand. After our observation, we all agree that Mr. Lin Yuan has no ill will towards the rabbit family. We will always be kind to you, Mr. Lin. I mean, is Mr. Lin Yuan interested in joining us?" Lin Yuan was silent for a long time before saying, "Director Zheng, to be honest, I really want to return to the rabbit family to live, but due to some special reasons, I can't stay in the rabbit family for a long time, so I'm sorry that I can't join you." Lin Yuan paused and continued, "But don't worry, as long as the rabbit family needs me, I will definitely come." Although Zheng Xian had expected it, he still said with regret, "Well, it's a pity that although I can't work with Mr. Lin Yuan, we still welcome Mr. Lin Yuan to visit the rabbit family often." Lin Yuan smiled and nodded, "Thank you, I will come often. By the way, Director Zheng, there is another small favor. I don't know if you can help me." Zheng Xian hurriedly said, "Mr. Lin Yuan, please tell me. As long as it is something we can do, we will do our best." Lin Yuan smiled and said, "It's not a big deal, I just want to ask you to help me get an ID card." Zheng Xian was stunned for a moment, then laughed, "Haha, so that's it, of course no problem, Mr. Lin Yuan, I will notify you when the documents are ready, you can come and pick it up." Lin Yuan nodded, "Okay, thank you, Director Zheng." Zheng Xian waved his hand, "Mr. Lin Yuan, you are too polite, this is just a small matter. Is there anything else we can help you with?" Lin Yuan hesitated and asked, "Well, can I bring some friends to play at Rabbit's house in the future?" Zheng Xian answered without hesitation, "Of course, just let us know in advance." Lin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, "That's great, I was worried that it would cause trouble for you." Zheng Xian smiled and said, "How can it be troublesome? Mr. Lin Yuan's friends are also our friends." Then Zheng Xian hesitated again, but still asked, "Mr. Lin Yuan, can I ask if your friend is talking about Tony Stark?" Lin Yuan did not hide it, and said generously, "It's not Tony, it's my friend in Asgard, King Odin and his queen, and his son Thor, the god of thunder, and maybe their youngest son, the god of lies Loki." Zheng Xian was stunned. "You heard, people say it." Chapter 40 The End of the World? After sending off Director Zheng Xian, who was still doubting his life, Lin Yuan was very happy. He had an official channel to solve his identity problem in the rabbit's house. He finally didn't have to run back and forth between the rabbit's house and the eagle's house every day. Although it didn't take much time, it was also tiring. Now it's good. Once I have an ID card, everything will be convenient. I called Tony and told him the reason. Tony didn't object. He was now very relieved about Lin Yuan. After all, he had been on the alien planet for several months. What was there to worry about when going abroad? So, Lin Yuan began to let himself go. After parting with Zheng Xian, he first went to the northeast to eat chicken stewed with mushrooms, and then went to the Hainan beach in the afternoon to see bikini beauties, and had a seafood feast by the way. After eating and drinking, he lay on the beach to bask in the sun. Lin Yuan said that this kind of life is what he wants. And fortunately he came to this world and met Tony. Not to mention other aspects, the economy alone is already top-level configuration, which is not worse than a cross-time gold finger. Zheng Xian acted quickly and contacted Lin Yuan that night to say that the ID card had been processed. Lin Yuan flew over to get the rabbit family ID card in this world. Looking at the familiar ID card in his hand, Lin Yuan was filled with emotion. This can be regarded as giving himself a sense of belonging in this strange world. Putting away the ID card, Lin Yuan decided to celebrate. "Boss, 20 skewers of beef, 10 skewers of mutton, 5 skewers and a bottle of iced Fat House Happy Water." "Okay, you find a seat first. I'll grill it for you right away." Lin Yuan found a seat and sat for a while, waiting for the skewers to be served. The phone rang. "Hello, Tony, what's the matter?" "Lin, tell me something." Tony's voice came from the phone. "What's that?" "I became a consultant for S.H.I.E.L.D. "Well, what's wrong with that?" Lin Yuan was calm. "Aren't you curious at all?" "What's there to be curious about? Isn't this inevitable?" "Okay, let's not talk about it. There will be a commendation meeting the day after tomorrow. Do you want to come?" "I asked that brat to make it happen. I want the bastard who made things difficult for me at the hearing last time to personally present the award to me." Tony's voice was a little proud. "Tony brother, you are so childish." "I'm not childish, I'm clear about gratitude and resentment." Lin Yuan complained in his heart, "It's obviously you who is narrow-minded." Of course, he dared to complain in his heart, and he dared not say it out loud. "Brother Tony, I won't go. I'm still young. I don't want to be too famous. I'll leave the limelight to you and Brother Rod." "Okay, I don't care about you then." Tony hung up the phone after saying that. Looking at the hung-up phone, Lin Yuan continued to eat his barbecue. What's the point of being famous? Isn't it nice to eat barbecue quietly? Leave this kind of fame to the front row ADC, and a support like me can just hide in the back. For 3 whole days, Lin Yuan's figure was all over the country. He would eat whatever he wanted to eat and wherever he wanted to eat. Lin Yuan said that he loved the druid's flying form skill. Although this flight is not as good as camartage spinning, he still has skills. He can turn into a panda, which camartage certainly can't do. "I don't know if I can learn to spin. How can I go to camartage to have a look?" Lin Yuan shook his head desperately to get rid of this terrible idea from his mind. No, I can't be idle. I have to stay alive. How can I have such a terrible idea?" Lin Yuan patted his frightened heart and decided to make up for it. "I don't think I have eaten mushrooms yet. How can I go to Kainan to eat mushrooms?" In his previous life, when Lin Yuan watched the videos posted by those bloggers on a certain audio platform, he wanted to go to Kainan to eat mushrooms, but unfortunately he never had the chance to realize it. Now, I'm not afraid of anything. I'll go whenever I think of it. When we arrived in Kainan, we found a famous local mushroom shop and started ordering. "Boss, give me a plate of each type of mushroom. The more poisonous, the better." He has the skill of expelling poison, which makes him immune to toxins. It is said that the more poisonous the mushrooms, the tastier they are. So he must try it. Don't be ridiculous, sir. How can mushrooms be poisonous? The mushrooms made in our shop are definitely not poisonous. The boss refused to admit it. Okay, I was wrong, hurry up and serve the dishes. Okay, wait a moment. Soon, a big pot was served on the table, with all kinds of mushrooms in it. The waiter helped to light the fire, and then put an alarm clock on the table, and told Lin Yuan 1,000 times. Guest, you must wait until the alarm rings before you can eat. Remember. Lin Yuan agreed immediately, but he felt disdainful in his heart. Tisk, how could I not know this? I'm not a child. However, as the mushrooms in the pot began to emit bursts of fragrance, Lin Yuan's saliva was already flowing out. Seeing that the alarm clock counted down for more than 10 minutes, he couldn't help it. How about trying it? As soon as this idea appeared, it spread like a virus. When he came to his senses, his hand had already reached into the pot and picked out a piece of mushroom. Don't blame me for this, my hand started it first. Then, a piece of mushroom went down his stomach. Fresh, extremely fresh. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. It was really as good as its reputation said. It was so delicious. Lin Yuan couldn't help but pick up several slices. If he didn't have chopsticks and his fingers were not hygienic, the mushrooms would have been gone before the time was up. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. There are more exciting things to come. As for being poisoned? Don't be ridiculous. I am a druid. I am immune to toxins. A mere mushroom is nothing to worry about. After finally waiting until the alarm rang, the waiter brought the chopsticks. Lin Yuan couldn't wait to start eating. Good. Eat, delicious, delicious. Next time, I must bring Tony and his wife here to eat. I don't know if he can fly over directly in his battle suit. It should be impossible, it will easily cause a sensation. Lin Yuan ate while thinking, and his chopsticks never stopped. Soon the pot of mushrooms was empty. Burp. After eating a whole pot of mushrooms, Lin Yuan burped, rubbed his stomach, and looked satisfied. Ask the waiter if they sell mushrooms later, and buy some to bring back for Tony to try. After paying the bill, he asked the waiter where to buy mushrooms, and then Lin Yuan went to buy some mushrooms that he thought were particularly delicious to take back. Lin Yuan leisurely waved his wings and flew towards Yingjiang's house, looking at the scenery while flying, feeling very comfortable. Suddenly, an unexpected figure appeared in front of Lin Yuan. A figure with a human upper body and a deer lower body appeared in the air in front of him. Lin Yuan Daipen braked suddenly in the air and forgot to flap his wings. Fuck, Scenarius! Lin Yuan rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Then, another figure appeared next to Scenarius. He had demon horns on his head, a pair of huge demon wings behind him, and held 2 8-Sinoth warblades. This image is as familiar as it can be. Oh my god, the demon hunter Illidan Storm Rage. Then the moon priestess Tyrande holding a moon blade and riding a white tiger. The Lich King Arthas holding Frostmourne. Deathwing Neldharion covered in lava armor, and so on. One after another, various classic images from the previous life of World of Warcraft appeared in front of Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was dumbfounded and called the system urgently. System, dog system, come out quickly. Something big happened. Come out and see, the world of Azeroth is invading the Marvel world. Oh my god! It's the end of the world. Chapter 41 The posture of entering the water is too beautiful. Lin Yuan looked at the boss in front of him and trembled with fear. These were not what he could handle now. So many big guys entered the earth, and the old big guy didn't notice it. Just when Lin Yuan complained that the big guys were not strong enough, the voice of the system sounded. Ding, host, are you stupid? What nonsense are you talking about? Lin Yuan was anxious, waving his wings and pointing at the various bosses in front of him and roaring, Dog system, are you blind? Don't you see so many bosses in front? Look, that death wing is still roaring at me. Ding, host, these are all your hallucinations. The system's voice was a bit strange, as if it was holding back a laugh. Is it because you ate uncooked mushrooms? Impossible, absolutely impossible. I have the art of expelling poisons and can be immune to toxins. Lin Yuan was righteous and firmly denied it. Ding, host, I didn't say you were poisoned, I just said you ate uncooked mushrooms. What's the difference? Ding, host, how can mushrooms be poisonous, they are just not cooked. Fuck, system, you are from Kainan, right? After knowing that it was because he ate uncooked mushrooms, Lin Yuan fell silent. Looking at the crazy demons dancing in front of him, he decided to fly back with his eyes closed. Anyway, if he couldn't see it, it meant it wasn't there, so he wasn't afraid. Besides, he was flying high, so even if there was a plane coming, he would have enough time to hide after hearing the engine's sound. After flying slowly with his eyes closed for several hours, Lin Yuan opened his eyes and looked ahead. Hey! Lin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I finally recovered, otherwise my little heart couldn't stand such an exciting scene. Where am I? Lin Yuan looked down in the air and saw a bustling city with bright lights, just like daylight. Lin Yuan descended and prepared to go down to see where he was. As he descended, Lin Yuan suddenly saw that on a busy street in the city below, cars were constantly thrown away by some huge force, hitting the buildings on the roadside, and then exploded. Fire was everywhere, and people on the whole street screamed and fled everywhere. Something happened. Lin Yuan sped up, and as he got closer, he finally saw that the owner of that power was a giant with terrifying muscles all over his body. Disgusting. It's him. So Banner is also nearby. Lin Yuan looked at the giant on the ground, muttered, and then looked up and saw a helicopter in the sky nearby. It should be that one. That old man should be General Ross. Tisk 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 tisk, Banner is very lucky, Betty Ross is really a big beauty. Lin Yuan's eagle eyes have good vision, and he saw the three people on the helicopter at a glance. But now is not the time to study the three people. The crazy destruction of the abomination below is the most troublesome thing at the moment. With my current small physique, the abomination will probably fly far away if I hit it. It can't be stopped. Alas! Let's lead this guy to an open place first. The crowd here is too dense. When Hulk comes and fights with this guy, this block will be destroyed. Lin Yuan scratched his head and decided to lead the abomination away first. Call old Corvo first and ask him to find a way to communicate with General Ross. Don't make trouble for me. Lin Yuan took out his phone and called Carlson. Hello, old Corvo, I have something here, which is related to General Ross. Yes, please help me contact General Ross and ask them not to hinder me. I will lead that guy to the nearby Central Park. There are fewer people there. Okay, hold on, I will do it right away. Central Park. Lin Yuan just saw it. There were few people over there, and the vegetation was lush, so it was easy for him to escape. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yuan sighed, alas, why do I, the auxiliary, have to do the work of a tank again? What a miserable life! Lin Yuan first swooped down and gave the abomination a head bang, then stopped in front of him and gave him a middle finger, and finally turned into a panda and roared a challenge. After this set, the hatred value was full, and there would definitely be no OT. The abomination was smashing cars crazily on the street, destroying everything in front of him. He wanted to use this to attract Hulk to come out and fight with him. Then he was hit on the head by a strange big bird, and the bird actually raised his middle finger to him, although he was also very surprised why the bird could raise its middle finger with its wings. Then the bird turned into a panda in front of him. Yes, he rubbed his eyes and saw that he was not mistaken, it was a panda. Then he heard the panda roar at him, and he felt that the whole world had changed. Now his world only had the panda in front of him, and he wanted to tear the panda apart. With a loud roar, the hate grabbed the car in his hand and smashed it at the panda. Lin Yuan was startled by the panda and quickly turned into a big rock to avoid the car. The car brushed past his body and hit another car behind him. With a bang, flames flew everywhere. Fuck, so fierce. If I get caught, I'll probably be torn to pieces. Terrible, terrible, run away. Lin Yuan began to seduce Abomination to run towards Central Park. He didn't dare to fly too high, fearing that Abomination would lose his hatred, so he could only fly at a low altitude. Abomination jumped between various tall buildings, staring at the big bird in front of him. Although he didn't understand why the damn panda turned back into a big bird, he wanted to tear both the panda and the bird apart. And the most despicable one was the bird. He mocked himself while flying, "Yo, almost. Come on, you can do it. Oh, if you jump a little higher, you can catch me. Keep working hard, dear." Abomination now felt that it didn't matter whether he was Hulk or not. He was not thinking clearly if he didn't kill the cheap bird in front of him. Soon, he caught the moment when the bird was distracted, burst out with all his strength, jumped to the top of the bird's head, and punched the bird in the face. Although the bird turned into a panda again, it felt better to hit the panda. Abomination felt a refreshing feeling rushing to his head, and couldn't help but yelled. Awesome! Lin Yuan quickly lured Abomination into the scope of Central Park. Sure enough, it was big and empty here, and the only homeless people were scared away. Turning his head and looking at the helicopter following not far away, Lin Yuan finally felt relieved. His work was done, and the next step was Hulk's work. Suddenly, Lin Yuan felt that the moonlight was blocked by a huge black shadow. Fuck! Lin Yuan looked at Abomination in horror as he appeared above his head, and the huge fist grew bigger and bigger in his eyes. Don't hit my face! Lin Yuan screamed, turned into a panda in the air, and was punched in the face by Abomination. Lin Yuan's panda's face was deformed, saliva splashed, and the whole bare body spun, smashing into the big lake in the park like a cannonball, causing huge splashes of water. Entering the water, 0 points. Hate fell to the lakeside, looked at the gradually calming lake surface, raised his head and roared. Chapter 42 Goodbye. At the bottom of the lake, Lin Yuan, who had already turned into an aquatic form, quietly looked at the Abomination standing on the shore and roaring continuously. NND, you really can't be too reckless. Fortunately, my magic is powerful enough, otherwise I would be disfigured if I got hit in the face like this. Next, it's up to Hulk. If he's not stupid, he should be coming down now. Just when I thought of this, I saw a figure falling from the sky, hitting the water with a snap, and then slowly sinking. Lin Yuan looked at it and shrank his neck unconsciously, gnashing his teeth and touching his nose. This looks so painful. Banner is such a warrior. Then I saw that the slowly sinking figure began to swell, his skin gradually turned green, and his clothes were torn into pieces by the swollen muscles. Only the underwear firmly guarded the workstation. Hulk! Lin Yuan covered his eyes and didn't have the face to look at him. This idiot Hulk, don't shout in the water, there is no momentum at all. Hulk had sunk to the bottom of the lake. He exerted force with his feet, and the bottom of the lake exploded like a nuclear explosion. Hulk rushed out of the lake like a missile. The Abomination by the lake was happy that he had killed the annoying bird with one punch. Then he saw a violent explosion on the lake surface, and a green figure jumped out of the lake. Hulk! Abomination was immediately excited. Today was a good day. He had just killed the damn bird, and now Hulk was delivering it to him again. Hulk landed by the lake and stared at Abomination in front of him. The two beast-like giants looked at each other like lovers who had not seen each other for a long time. Suddenly, they both moved at the same time and rushed towards each other, as if to express their long-suppressed feelings of missing each other. The two began to greet each other enthusiastically, with each punch carrying unparalleled power and speed. The two figures punched each other, and the shadows of their fists flew, accompanied by dull collisions. Wherever the two hit, where the trees and park facilities will be smashed to pieces. The roaring sound is endless. The whole Central Park seems to have been baptized by artillery fire. Lin Yuan, who is already in the air, looks at the messy Central Park below and can't help but smack his lips. Wow! The destructive power of these two guys is really fierce. If they fight in the city, I don't know how many people will die. The battle below continues, but Hulk gradually loses the upper hand. After all, the original body of the abomination is a professional soldier. Whether it is combat awareness or boxing skills, it is much stronger than the Hulk who relies only on instinct. Soon, Hulk is pressed on a stone by the abomination. The spikes on the elbow of the abomination are against Hulk's chest. The spikes slowly penetrate, and Hulk roars in pain, and blood slowly flows out. The beautiful Betty, who is watching from the helicopter, sees that Hulk is about to be killed, and cries and wants to jump off the helicopter, but is pulled back by the people in the helicopter. General Ross should have listened to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s advice and didn't go down to make trouble this time, so the abomination didn't have a chance to destroy the helicopter, and Hulk wouldn't burst out with stronger power because Betty was in danger. Lin Yuan looked at Hulk in danger and sighed, I still have to do it. But how to do it? With the power of the abomination below, my giant bear form is just a piece of onion, so it's impossible to defeat the abomination in giant bear form. The only way to defeat the abomination now is to rely on the power of the Hulk. I can add buff to Hulk, but my buffs are all protective and healing, and Hulk has both, so the effect is not great. It's a pity that the blessing of the wild can't be used yet, otherwise I can add one to Hulk and he can take off directly. Lin Yuan flipped through his skill list, feeling sorry in his heart. Suddenly, he saw a skill that he was about to forget, Rage. Rage was originally the main output skill of Druid. After being optimized by the dog system, it became a pure anger that could only target the target. Normally, making people angry is useless except that they may lose their minds. But Hulk is different. The characteristic of Hulk is that the angrier he is, the stronger his power is, and it can be stacked infinitely. It can be said that Rage is Hulk's exclusive buff skill. Lin Yuan was surprised and flew down quickly, hiding behind a tree and turning into a human form, and then releasing the Rage skill on Hulk. Hulk, who was suppressed by the abomination and whose chest was about to be pierced, was stunned at first, then his eyes quickly turned red, and with a roar, his muscles swelled, and his whole body became 3 points larger. He pried open the left hand of the abomination with his left hand, grabbed the spiked elbow of the abomination with his right hand, and slowly pushed out the spike that pierced his chest. The abomination was full of astonishment, but no matter how hard he tried, his hands were slowly pried apart by the Hulk. Hulk then headbutted abomination, causing him to stagger. Then Hulk swung his fist violently, hitting abomination's hideous and twisted face hard, knocking it out directly. Hulk kicked his feet hard and flew towards abomination like a cannonball. He followed abomination's figure closely, and every time he swung his fist, he brought endless anger and strength. Abomination kept rolling in the air, trying to avoid Hulk's attack, but he could not escape. Hulk's fists fell on abomination like raindrops, making a series of dull sounds. Abomination's body was beaten back again and again, and every heavy blow made it feel extremely painful. It tried to fight back, but the angry Hulk was too fast and too powerful, leaving it no chance to fight back. Sure enough, I still can't beat Hulk. This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content below. Before Abomination could finish his sigh, Hulk rushed up again, and with an uppercut, he flew into the air. Then, with a big jump, Hulk's figure appeared above him, and punched him in the face, knocking Abomination unconscious, and flew into the lake in a spiral. Entry into the water, 0 points. Lin Yuan, who was watching the excitement from a distance, shouted excitedly, "Yes, it's so cool to fight like this." After Hulk landed, his scarlet eyes locked onto Lin Yuan, who was still watching the excitement. Lin Yuan's smiling face froze instantly, and he thought to himself that it was not good. Sure enough, Hulk ran towards him directly, and all the trees blocking his way were smashed to pieces by him. Lin Yuan was almost scared to death, and hurried to stop him. Hey, Hulk, we are in the same group, I just helped you. Hulk didn't stop at all. Lin Yuan was a little panicked, and released the entangled roots to stop Hulk's steps. The entangled roots entangled Hulk's feet, and with a loud bang, Hulk fell to the ground with his face. Hulk supported himself on the ground with both hands, raised his head, and a trace of blood flowed from his nose and dripped on the ground. He looked at Lin Yuan with more ferocity. Lin Yuan exploded instantly, pointing at Hulk and cursing, "Are you trying to scam me? Abomination hit you so many times, but your face was not broken. Now you can bleed from your nose if you fall like this? Bullshit! What am I looking at? I won't take the blame for this." Hulk slowly got up, completely ignoring Lin Yuan's abuse, and rushed towards Lin Yuan with clenched fists. Brother, Hulk, I was wrong, we are in the same group, don't come over." Lin Yuan looked at the Hulk who was getting closer and closer, and begged for mercy. He suddenly remembered something halfway through his words. "Fuck, I can fly, why am I afraid of you?" After saying that, he gave Hulk a middle finger and turned into a flying form. "I won't accompany you anymore, bye-bye." Chapter 43. It's definitely not poisonous. After mocking Hulk, Lin Yuan Daipen was about to take off and go home. Suddenly, he felt his claws sink, and when he looked down, a green human face smiled at him evilly. "Fuck!" Lin Yuan screamed. Hulk grabbed Lin Yuan and dropped him to the ground, holding the big bird in his hand and putting it in front of his eyes. Lin Yuan was hanging upside down, looking at Hulk, and the bird showed a flattering smile. "Well, brother Hulk, if I say that the middle finger represents friendship, do you believe it?" Hulk didn't say anything, but just grinned. Lin Yuan felt something was wrong and turned into a panda instantly. Sure enough, then the sound of paw 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 continued. Hulk didn't care whether it was a bird or a panda in his hand, he just slapped Lin Yuan and threw him aside. Hulk looked up at the helicopter not far above his head, with a trace of reluctance in his eyes, and then disappeared in the distance with a few big jumps. Lin Yuan, the panda, was lying on the ground, with a few crystal tears in the corners of his eyes. "Woo woo woo, why am I always the unlucky one? Loki, come quickly, I don't want to work overtime for you, this is the second time. What a sin." General Ross saw that the abomination was defeated and Hulk had left, so he quickly asked his men outside the park to come in and clean up the mess. After the helicopter landed, Ross asked his men to take the abomination back, and then brought Betty to Lin Yuan's side. Looking at the panda lying on the ground, Betty's inner sadness was dispelled a lot. She poked the panda and asked softly, "Hey, are you okay?" Lin Yuan didn't want to talk, so he raised his hand to show that he was fine. General Ross looked at the panda lying on the ground, and wondered in his heart whether he should take this boy with the ability to transform away. He didn't know if this boy's ability would help him study the super soldier serum. He didn't know Lin Yuan, but he knew through S.H.I.E.L.D. that there was a person with special abilities who would help him deal with the hatred, so he asked him not to obstruct. He watched the boy turn into a bird and a panda, and was thrown by Hulk as a sandbag without getting hurt. This ability, this quality, is not worse than that of a super soldier. Lin Yuan lay on the ground and looked at the old man in front of him. The old man had bulging muscles all over his body, wearing a military uniform, and looked like a typical tough guy. Lin Yuan knew that General Ross only knew about it from the movies in his previous life. At that time, he was still young and thought that this was just a big villain who had been targeting Hulk. But when he really came to this world, he saw when it comes to Banner, Hulk, and Betty, he doesn't think General Ross is a bad guy. Just imagine that his daughter is taken away by a little yellow-haired boy. And this little yellow-haired boy has a super unstable temper and can't give his daughter happiness. Which father can stand it? For this reason, Lin Yuan can understand Ross very well, but understanding is understanding, which does not mean that Lin Yuan stands on Ross's side. After all, Ross is also partly responsible for the birth of Hulk, and now the old man's eyes are a little wrong when he looks at him. Lin Yuan became alert. If this old man dares to hit him, he must give him a big punch and let him see that the dignified Chu Mount is not a vegetarian. Just when he was alert, suddenly a familiar flame jet sound came from the air. Lin Yuan looked up and saw that it was indeed his brother Tony. Tony, wearing Mark 6, landed slowly and looked at Lin Yuan on the ground first. Lin, are you okay? Lin Yuan got up, turned into a human form, and shook his head to Tony. I'm fine. Why are you here, Tony brother? I learned from Carlson that there were some problems here, and I knew you were there, so I came to see it. Now it seems that I came at the right time. Tony glanced at General Screw after he finished speaking. General Ross smiled awkwardly and greeted Tony. Tony walked up to General Ross, pointed at Lin Yuan and said, "That's my brother, you can't hit him, and I don't think your super soldier can succeed. I told you a long time ago that there is a reason why the super soldier plan was terminated." Tony pointed to the armor on his body again. "I still believe that hardware is more reliable." General Ross smiled bitterly and said nothing. Tony continued, "We are forming a team, and Hulk is one of our targets." Without waiting for General Ross to reply, Tony turned around and said to Lin Yuan, "Lin, go home." "Okay, Tony brother." The man and the bird took off without caring about General Ross's reaction and disappeared into the night sky. General Ross was left looking at the backs of the two and fell into silence. In the air. "Lin, how did you get involved here?" "Oh, don't mention it, Tony, I just happened to come here and saw that big guy making trouble below, so I wanted to lead him out. Next time, don't get involved in such things. The water here is very deep." "Okay, Tony. Did you have fun at the rabbits this time?" "Of course I had fun. I told you, Tony, I ate a lot of delicacies that I wanted to eat before, and I brought some back. I will cook them for you and Pepper when I go back. This is a very famous delicacy in the south of the rabbits." "Really? I'm looking forward to it." Back at the villa, Lin Yuan carried a bag of mushrooms into the kitchen. Little Pepper watched Lin Yuan go in and asked Tony a little worriedly, "Tony, I think what Lin brought seems to be mushrooms. Mushrooms, I haven't seen many of them, are you sure it's okay?" Tony spread his hands helplessly and said, "I don't know either. He said he ate it at Rabbit's house and it was very delicious, so he brought it back for us to try. We can't undermine the child's self-confidence. Don't worry, with Lin's ability, he can handle it even if it is poisoned." This chapter is not over, please click the next page to continue reading. For this, Tony is very confident in Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan worked in the kitchen for a whole hour, and finally processed the mushrooms and brought them out. Tony and Little Pepper looked at the mushrooms in front of them and fell into silence. "Lin, are you sure you can eat it?" Little Pepper picked up a piece, still a little worried. "Don't worry, Sister Pepper. It's definitely edible and very delicious, try it now." Lin Yuan took the lead and put a piece in his mouth. Delicious. Although not as delicious as the ones made in the store, it was also very good. Little Pepper saw Lin Yuan eating it, and also took a piece and put it in his mouth. Then his eyes lit up and he said in surprise, "Wow, it's so fresh and delicious. I have never eaten mushrooms like this." Tony also took a piece and tasted it. His eyes lit up, "It's really good and delicious." The three of them quickly finished the full plate of mushrooms with chopsticks. After eating, the three people sat on the sofa and chatted. Lin Yuan mainly told them about what he saw and heard at the rabbit's house. Suddenly, Tony stood up and pointed to the air in front of him and said, "Little Pepper, Lin, look, there is a flying elf here." Little Pepper stared at the front for a while and said seriously, "Where is the elf?" "It's obviously a small unicorn." Look how cute this unicorn is. Lin Yuan retorted, what are you two looking at? Don't you see such a big slime? Look how chewy it is. Tony pointed to the air in front of him and said seriously, here, the elf is here, I have never seen an elf before. Jarvis, scan it. Jarvis, sir, I don't see any creatures here except you three. Silence, deathly silence. After a long time, Tony spoke with difficulty, Lin, are you sure the mushrooms we eat are not poisonous? Lin Yuan replied firmly, mushrooms can't be poisonous, maybe I didn't cook them well. Chapter 44 It's the New Year. After tossing and turning for most of the night, the three of them finally returned to normal. With the detoxification technique, the three of them are of course physically fine, but there is still mental damage. Now Tony and Little Pepper are giving Lin Yuan a love education. Lin Yuan bowed his head to admit his mistake, saying that he would never cook mushrooms himself again, and strongly suggested that Tony and Little Pepper go to Rabbit's house to eat mushrooms once. Although Tony and Little Pepper said that they would never eat again, the eagerness on their faces was obvious to the blind. In the following days, Lin Yuan lived a very comfortable and peaceful life. When he was hungry, he flew to Rabbit's house to eat delicious food, and when he was full, he went home to lie down and play games. As for school? What a joke, that's impossible to go. After Lin Yuan's constant persuasion, he finally convinced his brother Tony to give up the vicious plan. Of course, Tony didn't give up completely. He said that in the second half of next year, Lin Yuan must go to college, and he would decide which school to go to. Lin Yuan thought about it and decided that as long as he didn't go to school now, he would talk about next year's affairs next year. Time passed by like the speed of a rock. Today, Lin Yuan flew to the rabbit's house to eat delicious food again. But this time, he felt that the atmosphere was a bit strange. The whole rabbit kingdom was suddenly surrounded by red lanterns, red couplets, and red blessing characters. Is it the new year? Alas, I have been in this world for almost 2 years. Time flies so fast. Last time during the Chinese New Year, Lin Yuan was trapped in Asgard and didn't feel like celebrating the Chinese New Year at all. This year is the first time he feels the flavor of the rabbit family's Chinese New Year in this world. This is the first time to celebrate the Chinese New Year in this world, so there must be a sense of ritual, so Lin Yuan decided to make a big purchase. When Lin Yuan returned to the villa, he was already carrying a lot of bags. Tony looked at the things in his hand and was a little curious. Lin, what did you buy? So many bags. Lin Yuan took out the things in the bag one by one and introduced them to Tony one by one. This is a couplet, this is the word fu, and this is a red lantern. What are these things for? Brother Tony, isn't this the Chinese New Year? These are used during the Chinese New Year. Chinese New Year? Do you mean New Year's Day? No, not New Year's Day, it's the Spring Festival. This year is very important to the people of the rabbit family. Then do you need help? Come on, Brother Tony, let's put up the couplets first. When he arrived at the gate, Lin Yuan pasted the couplets first, and then hung 2 big red lanterns on both sides of the gate, and pasted the word fu on the door. Then all the windows in the villa were pasted with window grills and the word fu, and the second floor balcony was also hung with red lanterns. It took 2 hours to decorate the whole villa. Now Tony's villa has been completely renewed. The whole villa can only be described in one word: festive. When Xiao Leijiao came back from get off work, she looked at the red villa and was so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth. Lin, Tony, what are you doing? Why are there so many red lanterns and so many red papers? Lin Yuan quickly explained, Sister Pepper, it's almost the new year. According to the rabbit, it is the custom of the rabbit family to hang red lanterns and paste couplets with the word fu. Is that so? It looks good, bright red. On New Year's Eve, I will cook for you and let you experience the atmosphere of the Year of the Rabbit. Tony and Pepper's faces changed, and they asked cautiously, you don't eat mushrooms for the New Year's Eve dinner, right? Lin Yuan was upset. This is not acceptable, right? If you don't eat mushrooms, there are more delicious foods in the rabbit family. Just wait. Tony and Chili Pepper breathed a sigh of relief, as long as it wasn't a mushroom. Time passed quickly, and New Year's Eve was here in the blink of an eye. Lin Yuan started to get busy early in the morning, because there were many guests coming today. When Tony and Chili Pepper's friends heard that Lin Yuan was going to celebrate the Year of the Rabbit at home, they were all very excited to join in, so Tony and Chili Pepper decided to have a small party, the kind that was only for friends. As for Lin Yuan's own friends, they are probably still begging Heimdall to see their girls on the alien planet. So Lin Yuan had to perform well today. He couldn't let himself lose face for the rabbit family in both worlds, and he also had to let the top people in this other world feel the flavor of the new year in the rabbit family. As for cooking, Lin Yuan was still confident. Although the dog system was very pitfall, its self-proclaimed auxiliary system was still worthy of its name. Cooking was also an auxiliary skill. Although it was not at the god level, it was also at the chef level. Cooking a sumptuous New Year's Eve dinner was definitely not a problem. For the whole morning, Lin Yuan made the preliminary preparations for the dishes to be cooked in the evening. After finishing the work, some dishes needed to be cooked in advance, and they had already started to be made. Just after noon, the doorbell rang. Lin Yuan went to open the door, and the first person to arrive was Ethan. Lin Yuan was surprised. He hadn't seen Ethan for a long time. Since this guy started working at Stark Enterprises, he has been a workaholic and has been in the laboratory almost all the time. It is harder for Lin Yuan to see him than to see the president. Lin Yuan hugged Ethan and joked, "Hey, Uncle Ethan, you, a busy man, finally came out of the laboratory." Ethan laughed, "Hey, I am a lonely man, and I can only spend my time working." "What are you talking about? What lonely man? You don't treat us as family." Lin Yuan pretended to be angry. Ethan laughed and quickly admitted his mistake, my fault. This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading. According to the custom of our rabbit family, admitting mistakes will be punished by drinking. You will have to drink a few more glasses later. Lin Yuan said with a smile. No problem. After welcoming Ethan in, this guy went to chat with Tony. Lin Yuan couldn't understand what they were talking about. Who can understand the sadness of a poor student? Soon, Happy and Natasha also came. Natasha is still an employee of Stark Enterprises, and since the last incident, her relationship with Pepper has become very good, so it is not surprising that she can come to Lin Yuan. Hi, Happy. Hi, Sister Natasha. Natasha threw a coquettish eye and smiled. I heard that my brother is cooking today, Sister is looking forward to it. Lin Yuan patted his chest and said confidently, Sister, just wait, the dishes I cook can be delicious. Then Sister will wait and see. Natasha chuckled and twisted her body to chat with little Pepper. Lin Yuan looked at Natasha's back with admiration. Although this sister is a little older, she has a really great figure and is very charming. Happy, who was next to him, looked at the interaction between Lin Yuan and Natasha, with a face full of resentment. We came at the same time. You just said hello to me and left me here. I don't want face. Rod was the last to arrive. Lin Yuan thought he would fly over directly, but he drove over honestly. Suddenly, the doorbell rang again, and Jarvis' voice appeared. Sir, there are new guests. Tony was surprised. The friends he and Little Pepper invited were all here. Could they be Lin Yuan's friends? Lin Yuan shook his head, indicating that he did not invite anyone. Jarvis, project the surveillance at the door. Okay, sir. The projection appeared, and two unexpected figures appeared at the door. Chapter 45 Dog Owner. The two people standing at the door, one is Nick Fury, the director of SHIELD, and the other is his right-hand man Phil Coulson. Why are they here? Tony muttered in a low voice. However, he still asked Jarvis to open the door and let them in. Nick Fury and Phil Coulson walked into the villa, each holding a bottle of red wine as a gift. Hey, Tony, long time no see. Nick Fury greeted, with a rare smile on his face. Hey, isn't this our busy director Fury? How come you have time to come to my place? Tony said jokingly. I heard that Lynn wanted to go to the rabbit's house for the spring festival. Coulson and I also want to feel the festive atmosphere, so we came here shamelessly. Nick Fury was not embarrassed at all for coming uninvited, and said as a matter of course. Okay, everyone who comes is a guest. Sit down and chat. Tony had no choice. Since he was already here, he couldn't just chase him away. Here, Lin Yuan was chatting with Coulson. Old Cole, I haven't thanked you for what happened last time. Hi Lin, that's a small matter, after all, you are also trying to save people. Coulson showed his signature smile. Thank you, you chat with them first, I'm going to start cooking, I'll let you taste my cooking skills later. After that, Lin Yuan went into the kitchen to prepare the New Year's Eve dinner. Lin Yuan had already decided on the dishes, and made a few special dishes from the north and south, and dumplings as the staple food. I'll let everyone make dumplings together later, so that there will be a New Year's atmosphere. As time passed, everyone in the living room suddenly smelled a burst of fragrance. Wow, it smells so good, I'm looking forward to dinner later. Little Pepper smelled the fragrance and said with a look of surprise. Yes, I didn't expect my brother's cooking skills to be so good. I'm looking forward to it too. Natasha echoed beside her. Others also nodded in agreement, all of them were a little impatient waiting for dinner. Lin Yuan opened the kitchen, took out the dough, and took out the dumpling stuffing prepared in the morning from the refrigerator. Now let's make dumplings. Who of you is interested in making dumplings together? Everyone responded and expressed interest. Even Nick Fury said he wanted to try it. Lin Yuan rolled out the dumpling wrappers while teaching everyone how to make dumplings. Yes, Sister Pepper, fold it like this. Oh, there is too much stuffing. Put a little less. If you put too much, it will leak. Not bad, Sister Natasha, it looks good. Oh my god, Director Fury, I didn't expect you to be so skillful. Lin Yuan gave everyone some pointers. What Lin Yuan didn't expect was that the best one was the black braised egg. Nick Fury. You can't judge a person by appearance. You can't tell that Nick Fury is so skillful. That's right, I'm an excellent agent. Isn't it normal to be a little skillful? Nick Fury said proudly. Are you sure? Lin Yuan pointed at Coulson with a smile. He was busy making dumplings. The dumplings in front of him were terrible. They were all crooked and cracked. The fillings were exposed or the skins were broken. Well, Coulson is an exception. Look at Natasha's dumplings, they are also very good. Fury still wanted to save face for the agent. Everyone laughed. Lin Yuan handed the job of rolling the dumpling wrappers to Natasha, and went into the kitchen to start making other dishes. Soon, a plate of steaming, fragrant dishes were served on the table. Braised pork, bright red in color and mellow in taste, sweet and sour spare ribs, sweet and sour, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, stewed elbow, soft and tender, fat but not greasy, po-trapped pork, golden and crispy, sweet and sour, white cut chicken, original flavor, yellow skin and white meat, braised fish, fresh and tasty, rich in sauce, 8 treasure rice, sweet, soft and colorful, etc. Various dishes with southern and northern characteristics of the rabbit family are mouth-watering, and the people who were making dumplings next to them couldn't help swallowing their saliva, and their hands made dumplings faster. Soon, all the dumplings were wrapped, and Natasha held dumplings, went into the kitchen and handed them to Lin Yuan, then took the pot of Buddha jumping over the wall that Lin Yuan gave her and walked back to the living room and put it on the dining table. Lin Yuan had started cooking this dish yesterday. The ingredients were all top-notch, and they were all selected by Lin Yuan himself. They were absolutely genuine. Lin Yuan took the cooked dumplings and walked out of the kitchen, put them on the dining table, and invited everyone to come and eat. The table for this meal was a round table that Lin Yuan specially asked Tony to customize. He felt that eating New Year's Eve dinner would be more interesting if the whole family sat together. If it was like the West, where everyone had a portion and ate their own food, it would be too boring. Everyone sat down, and they were also a little curious about this novel way of eating. Looking at the delicacies on the table, everyone's saliva was almost flowing out. Lin Yuan smiled and greeted, "Everyone, don't be polite, let's eat." All the people present were elites, and learning to use chopsticks was a piece of cake. Tony started with the braised pork first. "Delicious, Lin, I'll leave the food to you in the future. I didn't expect you to have this skill. I didn't know you were such a good cook." Tony couldn't help but praise while eating with relish. Little Pepper also laughed and agreed, Yes, Lin, you must cook for me often in the future. It's so delicious." Hearing the praise from the two, Lin Ran was very happy in his heart, but on the surface he still said modestly, No, it's just some home-cooked dishes, as long as you like it." At this time, Rhodes suddenly came up and asked with a smile, "Can I come to eat every day?" "My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. It's more exciting later." Tony laughed and scolded, "No, I'm afraid you will get addicted to it and take Lin away." Everyone burst into laughter after hearing this. Lin looked at everyone eating happily and felt satisfied. He had been in this world for almost 2 years. He was lucky to meet Tony and made many friends. In this lonely world, it was great to have such a large group of people to accompany him for the New Year's Eve dinner. "Try this Buddha jumps over the wall. This is a good thing. Try it quickly." Lin Yuan gave everyone a bowl of Buddha jumps over the wall. Tony took a bite and his eyes lit up, "Wow, this is even more delicious. Little chili, try it quickly." Then he turned to Lin Yuan and said, "This is delicious. I will make more of this in the future." Lin Yuan smiled and said, "Brother Tony, you are dreaming. Not to mention that the ingredients of this thing are all top-notch. And it takes a lot of time to make this. I started preparing this pot several days in advance." Lin Yuan introduced the ingredients and production time of Buddha jumps over the wall to everyone. Everyone was stunned. This thing is not something that ordinary people can afford. Tisk, the ingredients are top-notch and it takes a lot of time to make this pot. How about it? Can I, Tony Stark, not afford it? As for time, you have been very idle recently, what's wrong with cooking a dish? Tony looked disdainful. "I'm very busy." Lin Yuan argued, but seeing Tony showing a smile, he immediately admitted his weakness. Okay, at worst, if you want to eat, I will go directly to the rabbit's house to pack it back. The chef there is professional in making this, and it will definitely be better than what I make." "That's fine. I want to eat it for a month." Tony was satisfied. A unified voice appeared in everyone's heart. Dog Rich Man. Chapter 46 Owl Beast Form. The New Year's Eve dinner continued, and there were still many delicacies. Everyone feasted and praised Lin Yuan's cooking skills and the rabbit's delicacies. They all expressed that if there was a chance, they hoped to taste Lin Yuan's craftsmanship again. Of course, Lin Yuan readily agreed. "When there is a chance, I will make a mushroom feast for you at the rabbit's house." "That is delicious." When everyone heard this, they all expressed their anticipation. Tony and Pepper remained silent, lowering their heads to eat the food in their bowls. "Jarvis, turn on the projector and play the Spring Festival Gala program of the Rabbit family." Lin Yuan suddenly remembered something. No wonder something was missing. It turned out that the background sound was gone. As the program was played, Lin Yuan nodded. This taste was right. Everyone was also curious about the program and expressed their love for the singing and dancing performances. As for the crosstalk and sketches, everyone didn't understand them and didn't comment. After eating the New Year's Eve dinner, Lin Yuan took the fireworks he bought and went out to play. Pepper and Natasha also curiously followed him out to play with fireworks, while others continued to chat inside. Lin Yuan, Pepper, and Natasha each took a fairy wand and stood outside to chat. "Lin, can I touch the panda later?" Pepper played with the fairy wand in his hand and looked at Lin Yuan with hope. Natasha echoed from the side, "Yes, brother, I want to touch it too. I haven't touched a panda yet." Lin Yuan was in a big headache and said distressedly, "Two sisters, I will be 18 years old next year, not a child anymore, you can't touch me randomly." "Tisk, we are not touching you, we are touching the panda, and besides, I am your sister. You will always be a brat in my eyes." Little Pepper retorted with a domineering look. Yes, little brats have so many ideas. This is Natasha's exaggeration. "Hurry up, if you don't let me touch you, I will let Tony send you to school." "No way, Sister Pepper, isn't this already agreed, you are still threatening me with this?" Lin Yuan looked at Little Pepper in disbelief. "How can this be called a threat? This is the love of a sister for her brother." "Hurry up, you are still not a man if you hesitate. Just now you said I was a child, and now you are asking if I am a man." Lin Yuan complained in his heart, but he didn't dare to refute. He knew the power of pillow talk. There was no way. Now Pepper's status in the villa was definitely the first. Lin Yuan's status was better than the dog, although there was no dog in the villa. Lin Yuan decided to save himself and threw out a bait, "Sister Pepper, Sister Natasha, you can play pandas anytime. There are many people today. I will teach you to play a national game of the rabbit family. It's fun." "Really?" Pepper looked at Lin Yuan suspiciously, "You are not lying to me." "Impossible, how can I lie to Sister Pepper? Let's go in and I will teach you to play." Lin Yuan promised hurriedly. Taking the two back to the villa, Lin Yuan moved out the mahjong table he bought before, and secretly praised himself in his heart, "I am indeed foresight. Isn't this mahjong used now?" "Ha ha ha! What is this?" Pepper asked curiously. "This is mahjong, this is a game that almost everyone in the rabbit family knows, it's fun." Lin Yuan introduced, then turned around and shouted to the people chatting over there, "We are short of one person here, who will come?" The people chatting over there were also curious about what mahjong is, so they all came over. Lin Yuan explained the rules and methods of playing mahjong to everyone. Everyone's eyes lit up and they all expressed their interest. So Tony, Pepper, Natasha, and Lin Yuan played at the same table and demonstrated to everyone. After playing for only one round, except for Happy, who was silly, everyone knew how to play. After all, the people present were either scientific giants, business elites, or super agents. They were all familiar with such simple rules of mahjong. So from the second as soon as the round started, Lin Yuan was in trouble. One of the people sitting there was a super genius, one was a business elite, and one was a super agent. The minds of these three people combined were more than the pores on Lin Yuan's body. Lin Yuan was able to win a few times in the first round with his familiarity with the rules, but from the second round, Lin Yuan was abused to death. He couldn't eat or touch the cards. He was just a cannon when he played the cards. It was as frustrating as it could be. Lin Yuan played another round and couldn't stand it anymore. He stood up and said, "You guys play first, I'll go to Rabbit's house to buy a set." Then he fled. When Lin Yuan came back with a new mahjong table, the four people fighting on the mahjong table became Tony, Ethan, Natasha, and Nick Fury. These four people, 2 scientists and 2 agents, fought back and forth, formed alliances, and used all means. The fight was in full swing. Lin Yuan watched for a while and broke into a cold sweat. "What the hell is this? Good, run fast, playing mahjong with this group of smart people is really asking for trouble. Let's just pick on the weak. Lin Yuan turned his head and looked at Happy, who was watching the game, and said with a smile, "Come on, Happy, let's open another table." So Lin Yuan pulled Happy, Rod, and Little Pepper to open another table and start fighting. Little Pepper didn't want to play at first, but Lin Yuan bet that if she lost, she would turn into a panda and let her play, so Little Pepper agreed. Lin Yuan was in high spirits and ready to kill everyone. An hour later, Lin Yuan was sweating profusely, and the light in his eyes had gone out. He looked at Happy on the opposite side and turned over the cards. Win, Big 4. Lin Yuan was desperate. He would never have thought that although Happy's skills were quite bad, he had good luck. For a whole hour, he almost won all the big cards, while Lin Yuan didn't even win a fart. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. It's more exciting later. So the result is obvious. Lin Yuan became the only loser, yes, the only one. Except Lin Yuan, everyone else won. Lin Yuan wanted to cry but had no tears. He wanted to bully the weak, but was killed in the end. The ups and downs of life are really unpredictable. Little Pepper looked at him with shining eyes, and raised the corners of her mouth, indicating that Lin Yuan would fulfill the bet. Lin Yuan had no choice but to accept the loss. Lin Yuan turned into a panda, lying there in humiliation, secretly happy, and Little Pepper's eyes lit up, and she started to play with him, and laughed from time to time. Natasha saw Lin Yuan turned into a panda, so she stopped playing cards and came over to play. Others saw that there was a panda to pet, and they all came over to pet the cat. Lin Yuan had become autistic. If he had known, he would have let the cat be petted outside. As a result, not only beautiful women, but also a large group of men were petting the cat. What a loss! Lin Yuan Panda secretly swore in his heart, starting from next year, whoever says he wants to pet a panda, I will bite him to death. Just when Lin Yuan made up his mind, Jarvis began to count down. Sir, it's almost 0 o'clock, 1098, 3210. This was what Lin Yuan had told Jarvis a long time ago. As the countdown ended, the new year arrived. Ding! The system voice sounded unexpectedly. Host, Happy New Year. System, Happy New Year. It's New Year's Day, Lin Yuan also wants to talk nicely. Ding! Host, a new year, a new atmosphere, the system will give you a New Year gift package. Hey? Why didn't you have it last year? Lin Yuan caught the point. Ding! You were not on Earth last year, it's not New Year's Day if you're not on Earth. The system voice was obviously guilty. Damn, dog system, you forgot it. Lin Yuan said angrily. The system's voice was gnashing its teeth. Ding! Stop talking nonsense, do you want the gift package or not? Yes. 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 Lin Yuan shouted hurriedly, but he thought to himself. This dog system must have forgotten, take the gift package first, and then find this dog system to settle accounts later. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting the New Year's gift package. Do you want to open it? Open. Ding! The gift package is opened. Congratulations to the host for getting the Skill Owl Beast form. Chapter 47 New Year, New Atmosphere. No more. Lin Yuan asked unwillingly. Ding! No more. Just one skill, you dare to say it's a gift package? Whose gift package has only one thing in it? Lin Yuan asked with gritted teeth. Ding! Mine. System. The voice was a bit mean. It sounds better to say it this way. Host, don't be too greedy, it's good enough to have it. Don't be angry, no one will care if you get angry. Lin Yuan prepared himself mentally. One is enough, at least. The druid's owl beast form is also a good thing, this is the core of the druid's balance talent. With this core, my output ability should be even stronger. Lin Yuan thought of a terrible fact. I don't have any output skills. Dog system. Damn you, I don't have any attack skills, what do you mean by giving me the owl beast form? Are you mocking me? You have to force me to greet your whole family on New Year's Day, right? Lin Yuan was furious, his chest rose and fell significantly, making Chili and the others think that Lin Yuan was comfortable being rubbed, and they rubbed a few more times. Ding, that, host, don't say that, without attack skills, the owl beast form is still very useful. The system's voice sounded weakly. Then tell me, what is the use? Ding, it can be cute. Because it was New Year's Day, Lin Yuan didn't curse loudly, he decided to hold back first, and after the new year he must curse this dog system to death. Finally, this party where everyone was happy, except Lin Yuan who was injured, ended, and everyone went back to their homes and looked for their mothers. The next morning, Lin Yuan went to knock on Tony's door. Tony opened the door sleepily. Lin, why are you knocking so early? Brother Tony, Happy New Year! I brought you clothes. Tony finally woke up a little. What clothes? And what are you wearing? At this time, Lin Yuan was wearing a large flowered cotton jacket with northeast characteristics, and he was holding two of the same style in his hand. Brother Tony, it's the custom of the rabbit family to wear new clothes during the new year. Look, I brought you new clothes. After saying that, he handed over the clothes in his hand. You want me to go out wearing clothes like this? Tony looked at the large red peony flowered cotton jacket in his hand and shook his head like a rattle. Even if I jump off the cliff of this villa, even if I die, I will not wear this dress to go out. Little Pepper who came out from behind looked at Lin Yuan's clothes, and then looked at the clothes in her hand, and also firmly stated that she would not wear this dress to work. She is the president and she also needs face. Oh, well, what a pity. I feel pretty good. Lin Yuan pulled the big red cotton jacket on his body and said with regret. Tony and Little Pepper looked at Lin Yuan as if he was a fool. Then you two wear these two. You will definitely like these two sets. Lin Yuan had to give them another set of clothes. Tony and Little Pepper took the clothes suspiciously, and went back to the room to change clothes half-believingly. Tony came out first. And Lin Yuan gave him a set of bright red tang suit. He himself is a very handsome man, wearing a red tang suit, the whole person looks even more handsome. Looking at himself in the mirror, Tony nodded and said with satisfaction, this set is not bad. What is this dress called? Tang suit. Lin Yuan looked at the handsome Tony and couldn't help but praise, Brother Tony, you look really handsome in this tang suit. That's right. I look handsome in anything. Tony said arrogantly. Do you think I look good like this? Little Pepper's voice came out. The two turned their heads and looked at her, their eyes lit up. Little Pepper came out of the room wearing a red cheongsam. The slim design of the cheongsam set off Little Pepper's figure perfectly, and the bright red color made her face look like a peach blossom, delicate and charming. Tony's saliva was almost flowing down, and Lin Yuan couldn't help but admire, wow, Sister Pepper, you are really suitable for wearing cheongsam. So beautiful. Little Pepper was a little shy, but it can be seen that she likes the cheongsam on her body very much, and she has been looking left and right in front of the mirror. Tony quietly pushed Lin Yuan and said softly, order a few more sets of this cheongsam for your sister. I like it very much. Lin Yuan made an okay gesture, indicating that he understood. Little Pepper happily went to work in a cheongsam. The rabbit family and the eagle sauce family definitely didn't have a holiday during the new year, so they still had to go to work. Lin Yuan was also about to sneak out to play for a while, and Tony called him. Lin, wait. What's the matter? Brother Tony. Come here, I have something to tell you. The two came to the laboratory, and Tony said to Lin Yuan, Nick Fury came here yesterday to ask you for help, but he didn't have a chance to tell you yesterday because you were so busy. He mentioned it to me and asked me to tell you. I know that the boiled egg is a person who doesn't come to the temple for no reason. Lin Yuan muttered for a while, and then asked Tony, then what does he want me to do for him? He said that he would ask you to help treat someone in a while. That's it? That's no problem. Did he say who he would treat? No, you will know when the time comes. Oh, okay, just let him call me when the time comes. Lin Yuan also said that it didn't matter. This braised egg was always mysterious and played tricks. Then I'm going out, Tony brother. Go, come back early. Okay. Today, he was going to pay New Year's greetings to Jane. Jane was his sister-in-law, so it was understandable to go there to pay New Year's greetings. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. It's more exciting later. Before leaving, Lin Yuan first shouted to the sky, Heimdall, can you hear me? Today is the new year of my hometown. I am here to wish you a happy new year. In addition, please tell Thor that I am going to give Sister Jane a New Year's gift now. I will say that you asked me to do it. How about it, brothers, be loyal. After saying that, Heimdall seemed to have heard it, waved his hand towards the sky, and flew towards Jane's home. When they arrived at Jane's home, Daisy Louise, the girl with glasses, and Professor Eric Shavig were both there. Lin Yuan sent out the prepared gifts in the name of Thor. In addition to the various delicacies of the rabbit family, he also gave Jane a cheongsam, the girl with glasses a hanfu suit, and Professor Shavig a zhongshan suit. The three of them were very interested in the food and clothes of the rabbit family. They were all dressed up immediately. When they came out after changing their clothes, Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. Jane was wearing a cheongsam and had a graceful figure. The girl with glasses was plump and cute in hanfu. Professor Shavig was mature and steady in zhongshan suit. Lin Yuan took out his mobile phone and took pictures. This was for Thor to see. After chatting for a while and checking the time, Lin Yuan thought it was about time and said goodbye. Originally, Lin Yuan wanted to go to Rabbit's house for dinner, but when he arrived at Rabbit's house, he was almost hit by the fireworks. After finally going down, he found that most of the shops were closed, so he had to go back in disappointment. After the Chinese New Year, time passed quickly. That day, Lin Yuan was messing around at home. The phone rang. Hello, old Kobe. What? Is it going to start? Okay, give me the address and I'll be there right away. Ah? Come pick me up, okay, then you come, I'm at home. Chapter 48 Revive, My Warrior. After a while, Carlson called again. Lin, we are above your house, can you fly up? Coulson's voice came from the other end of the phone. Lin Yuan walked out of the villa slowly, looked up, and saw that the sky was clear and white clouds were floating, but he didn't see anything flying. He complained, Coulson, did you just go out? I didn't expect you to be the kind of person who says you're almost there right after you go out. Coulson quickly denied, no, I'm really here, wait a minute. Then Lin Yuan heard Coulson yelling on the phone, are you stupid? You're picking someone up with an invisible plane. Then Lin Yuan saw the air in the sky fluctuate, and then a plane with a strange shape slowly appeared. This was the Quinjet of SHIELD. Oh my god, this plane can be invisible. It's really advanced. Lin Yuan thought that SHIELD didn't have any invisible planes yet. It seems that SHIELD has a deep technological foundation. After Lin Yuan hung up the phone, he didn't hesitate and turned into a flying form and flew towards the Quinjet in the sky. The cabin door of the Quinjet was already open, and Lin Yuan went in directly. Inside the cabin, Coulson and several agents that Lin Yuan didn't know were waiting for him. Lin Yuan didn't see Nick Fury, probably because he was busy with other things. Coulson saw Lin Yuan coming in and said with a smile, Lin, thank you for coming to help. I'll trouble you next. Lin Yuan waved his hand and said nonchalantly. Hey, old Corvo, you're welcome, it's just a small matter. Carlson turned around and asked the driver to leave, then took out a computer and handed it to Lin Yuan and said, "Lin, take a look at this first." Lin Yuan took the computer, and there was a familiar shield on the computer screen. Carlson began to introduce. "It's like this. Our scientific expedition team found a crashed aircraft during the Arctic exploration. After our people entered it, they found this shield. We also found the frozen Captain America Steve Rogers nearby." Carlson pointed to the ice on the screen, and the figure in the ice was clearly visible. "This is Captain America." When Carlson talked about Captain America, light appeared in his eyes. It seems that he is a little fan of Captain America. "It's Captain America." Lin Yuan also verified his inner thoughts. However, he looked at Captain America who was frozen in the ice, and suddenly asked curiously, "By the way, how do you know that the people inside are still alive?" "Our life detector detected weak signs of life inside." Carlson seemed a little excited, paused, and then said, "We dare not dig the captain out directly, fearing any accidents, so please come to help. In case of any accidents, we can help in time." "No problem, leave it to me." Lin Yuan patted his chest and guaranteed. He remembered that even without him, Captain America could wake up normally, but Captain America rested for a long time after waking up. Now he can make Captain America recover quickly, and it's also good to make a good relationship. After all, Captain America is also a super thigh. As one of the three giants of the Avengers, Captain America's strength cannot be underestimated. Although he is often teased that he is 5050 against any enemy. If we follow this logic, if it was originally 5050, plus his own buff, it must be 7382. So I have to hug this thigh. After all, who would complain that they have too many thighs? The Quinjet is very fast and it has reached the North Pole in a short time. Under Carlson's leadership, Lin Yuan came to a temporary camp. The ice where Captain America was located had been protected by layers of protection. They were waiting for Lin Yuan to come and start digging. Lin Yuan looked at Captain America in the ice and couldn't help but sigh that his butt was really perky, hee. "Old Corvo, when will the treatment start?" "No hurry, we need to check his vital signs first. If it is unstable, you need to treat him immediately. If it is relatively stable, then wait for us to arrange it and then you can help with the treatment." "What arrangements are you talking about?" "We plan to let him wake up in a familiar environment. After all, he has slept for 70 years. We are afraid that he can't accept it and his spirit will collapse." Lin Yuan looked at Captain America on the ice and said with a smile, "Oh, the Truman Show? Haha, you underestimated him too much. He is not a psychologically fragile person, and you underestimated his wisdom. His ability is more than just the muscles on his body. As long as you don't do a little detail well, he will probably find it, and are you sure you want to deceive him like this? Why do you say that? We don't call this cheating, it's for his own good." Carlson was a little confused. Do you think a person who has slept for 70 years, wakes up and sees a strange world, he has lost everything, and then a group of strangers set up a trap for him in order to do good for him, will he still have any trust in you? Carlson was silent for a while, and then said, "I can't decide this either, I will report to Fury when I go back, let him decide." Lin Yuan pointed to the big ice block in front of him and asked, "Do you need my help to dig it?" "Oh? Do you have any magic to dig it out quickly?" Carlson's eyes lit up, and he asked expectantly, "If there is magic? It would be very convenient, saving time and effort." "No," Lin Yuan said confidently. "Then what are you asking?" Carlson was so angry that he rarely swore. "That's all I asked, since I'm here, I have to be polite. This chapter is not finished yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content later." Captain America was then carefully dug out and put on the plane along with the ice on his body. Lin Yuan followed the plane back to the shield base, where Fury was already waiting. How long has it been? No, Lu. No, Director Fury. Lin Yuan greeted Lu Dan happily. Nick Fury's face darkened. Don't think I don't know you want to call me Lu Dan. Hey, don't worry about these details. Lin Yuan looked indifferent. Don't be angry, don't be angry, I invited you, I invited you. Nick Fury calmed down and forced a smile. Lin, thank you for coming to help. Lin Yuan went over and hugged Lu Dan's shoulders and said with a smile, you're welcome, we are old friends, it should be, it should be. Nick Fury dropped his hand from his shoulder, looked at the unthawed Captain America, and then called his men to send Captain America to the medical room first. Let's go, Lin, let's go to the thawing room too. We'll need you to treat him when the time comes. Nick Fury called Lin Yuan, and then he went to the medical room first. On the way, Coulson relayed Lin Yuan's words to Nick Fury. Nick Fury pondered for a long time, turned around and asked Lin Yuan, Lin, what do you think we should do? Me? I dare not teach you shield to do things. I just said what I think. Nick Fury stopped talking. When everyone came to the medical room, they watched the medical staff inside start to thaw Captain America. Captain America's skin slowly returned to flesh color and he began to become soft. Soon, Captain America was sent to the ward, waiting to wake up. Nick Fury looked at Captain America lying on the bed, and suddenly said to Lin Yuan, Lin, if I ask you to take him to get familiar with this world after he wakes up, will you agree? Lin Yuan thought he had misheard. What did you say? Nick Fury repeated it again, and it was Lin Yuan's turn to be silent. After a long time, Lin Yuan asked Fury, by the way, why did you let me take him? Do you trust me so much? Nick Fury shrugged and said, it's not about believing or not believing, I just think you are more suitable. What you said to Coulson before was very right, so I decided to be honest. And I think that although Captain America has been frozen for 70 years, he is still a young man. Let you, a young man, take him, and he should be able to integrate faster. Besides, my people are very busy and have no time to take Captain America around. Lin Yuan's forehead veins popped. So you asked me to take him because you think I'm idle. I didn't say that, you said it yourself. Lin Yuan gritted his teeth and said, okay, I'll take him. But I have a few requests that you must agree to. Lin Yuan wanted to hold Captain America's thigh, and Nick Fury's behavior was just what he wanted. Okay, tell me. First, I will only take you for a month. After a month, Captain America should be used to it. After that, you can arrange it. Okay. Second, you can't interfere with my methods and where I go. I have to pay for my expenses and help me deal with any problems. Nick Fury was a little confused. Where do you want to take Captain America? Don't worry about it. It won't be a dangerous place anyway. Even if there is danger, do you think the captain and I can't solve it together? No, you can't go to a dangerous place. It's not that I don't believe in your abilities, but it's easy to cause trouble. Don't worry, it won't be a dangerous place. Don't worry, it won't be a dangerous place. Lin Yuan agreed, but he was thinking, of course it's not a dangerous place. I just want Captain America to become Captain Rabbit. Although Lin Yuan also knew that the possibility was not great, unless Captain America woke up with amnesia, there was a little possibility, but it was still possible to let Captain America accept some rabbit ideas, no matter how incomplete it was, it would be fine. Nick Fury breathed a sigh of relief and nodded, okay, you are in charge of everything. Third, I am here to help you this time. If I need help from S.H.I.E.L.D. in the future, you can't refuse. Nick Fury agreed without hesitation. Happy cooperation. Lin Yuan was happy and shook hands with Nick Fury to indicate that the deal was done. Next, Lin Yuan could start working. Lin Yuan walked into the ward, made a few random gestures to Captain America, then pointed with both hands and shouted. Rise, my warrior! Chapter 49 You're too wild. Nick Fury and Coulson stared at Lin Yuan's performance in amazement. Nick Fury was silent for a while, then turned to Coulson and asked, "Coulson, did Lin cast spells like this before?" Coulson also shook his head blankly, saying he didn't know, but still reluctantly explained, "I haven't seen it before, maybe it's different this time. Maybe the captain's condition is more troublesome, so Lin has to release it with all his strength with special moves." Lin Yuan didn't know that the two people outside were discussing his second-year behavior. He just suddenly remembered this classic line and thought it was quite appropriate, so he shouted it out, adding some actions to improve his style. As the healing light was released to Captain America, his condition was recovering rapidly. The reason why Captain America was still alive after 70 years of freezing was because his blood contained a lot of glucose. As the glucose stored in the liver was released, the freezing temperature of the blood was lowered, and antifreeze substances were created. This process is very similar to the internal regulation system of tardigrades and hibernating forest frogs to survive the harsh low-temperature environment. This discovery has not yet been made. It has been found in humans other than Captain America, and it is likely the effect of the serum. So even without Lin Yuan's treatment, Captain America can recover, but it will take longer. Now Lin Yuan's spell has greatly accelerated the process, and the effect of rejuvenation can also quickly restore mental strength, which allows Captain America to wake up quickly. An hour later, Captain America Steve Rogers opened his eyes on the bed. At this time, all irrelevant people in the ward have been asked to leave, leaving only Lin Yuan, Nick Fury, and Coulson. Captain America looked at the unfamiliar environment and the three unfamiliar people in front of him, and couldn't help but ask, "I'm not dead? Where is this place?" "Welcome back, Captain Rogers. This is S.H.I.E.L.D., I am Nick Fury, the current director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury first introduced himself with a smile, then pointed at Coulson and said, "This is Phil Coulson. He is also an employee of S.H.I.E.L.D. Hello, Captain Rogers, welcome back." Coulson was obviously a little excited to see his idol alive in front of him, and he was not as calm as a senior agent should be. "This is Lin Yuan, the second son of Stark Group. He helped you recover so quickly." Captain America heard this and looked at him curiously. The boy in front of him was very handsome, with a very obvious rabbit family face. He was a little confused. Is this the second son of Stark Group? Stark Group belongs to Howard, right? Did he find a rabbit family wife later? Impossible, Howard would not do this, and he doesn't look like a mixed race. Lin Yuan looked at Captain America's confused face and explained to him with a smile, "Hey Captain, don't listen to Director Fury's nonsense. What group's second son? I'm just Tony's adopted brother." Captain America was even more confused. "Who is Tony? Howard's son?" Captain America suppressed the doubts in his heart and thanked Lin Yuan. "Thank you. Mr. Lin, thank you for saving me." Lin Yuan did not take credit for it, and explained with a smile. "Captain, don't be so polite, besides, it's not me who saved you, I just want you to get better soon." "That's very worthy of thanks." Captain America nodded to Lin Yuan, then turned to look at Nick Fury. "What is SHIELD you are talking about? Also, can you tell me what's going on now?" Nick Fury said seriously, "The founders of SHIELD are Howard Stark and He paused at this point, and then continued, "and Peggy Carter." Captain America's face changed, his mouth trembled, but he didn't interrupt. Nick Fury continued, "Captain, it's already 2011. It's been almost 70 years since you crashed." Captain America's face changed drastically. He wanted to say something but didn't. He just looked down at the quilt on the bed with a gloomy face. Coulson looked at Captain America and asked a little worriedly, "Captain, are you okay?" Captain America glanced at him, lowered his head and murmured, "I seem to have missed a date." Nick Fury and Coulson didn't understand, but Lin Yuan knew it well. "Captain, what are your plans next?" Nick Fury saw that Captain America was in a bad mood and quickly diverted his attention. Plans? I don't know. It's been 70 years, and I have nothing. I don't know where to go or what to do. Captain America looked gloomy and confused about the future. How about this, Captain? How about I take you out for a walk and see what the current social development is like? When you are familiar with this society, you can decide what to do. How about it? Lin Yuan interrupted at the right time. Captain America looked at Lin Yuan, then lowered his head and thought for a long time, and then smiled and said, "Okay, then trouble you, Mr. Lin." "You're welcome, Captain. Don't call me Mr. Lin, it's too distant. Just call me Lin." "Okay, Lin, you don't have to call me Captain, just call me by my name." "Yeah, Brother Steve. Leave it to me next." Lin Yuan made a little joke. Captain America also responded with a smile, "Haha, then I'll leave it to you, Lin." "Director Fury, have you arranged where the captain will live?" Lin Yuan turned to ask Fury. "It's arranged. It's just a little far from your home, but this distance shouldn't be a big deal for you." My dear, there is more to this chapter, please click on the next page to continue reading, it's more exciting later. "Okay, then give me the address." "The captain is fine now. You drive me and the captain to the residence first, and then I will arrange the rest. You don't have to worry about it." Nick Fury's face turned black, and he cursed in his heart, "What the hell, are you the director or am I the director? You are giving orders now." But he had no choice. Who asked him to ask for help now? "Coulson, drive the captain and Lin to the villa." "Yes." Coulson was very happy. He was very happy to spend more time with his idol. Soon, Coulson drove the two to a villa area. The villa area was large and very quiet. The villas were scattered in it. The distance between the villas was relatively far, and they basically would not disturb each other. It was very suitable for the current Captain America. The three got off the car, Coulson opened the door, and then entered the captain's information into the access control system. Inside the villa, all kinds of daily necessities were complete. It seemed that Nick Fury had already arranged it. After entering the door, Lin Yuan opened. He began to introduce the various living facilities of the villa to Steve. "Brother Steve, come here. This is the bathroom. This is the water heater. This is the shower. This is the living room. This is the TV. This is the air conditioner. That is the laundry room. This is the washing machine." Steve was so upset that he said helplessly, "Lin, I have been sleeping for 70 years, not 700 years. Although these things were not as advanced as they are now, I still know most of them. Sorry, I have read too many novels. I thought you were a time traveler from ancient times." Both Steve and Coulson did not understand what Lin Yuan was saying. "Don't worry about these details. Brother Steve, do you want to take a rest first, or go out for a walk now?" "Let's go out for a walk now." Steve smiled and joked, "I've been sleeping for 70 years, I've slept enough." "Okay, then I'll make a phone call and make some arrangements. You talk to Coulson first and I'll take you to eat something delicious later." Lin Yuan patted his chest and promised, then went out to make a phone call. "Let me tell Tony first that this time I'll be out for a longer time." "Hello, Tony." "Lin, what's the matter?" "No big deal, I'm going on a long trip, maybe a month." "What are you going to do? Why does it take so long?" "I took a job to help Director Fury take Captain America out to play." There was no sound on the phone for a long time. Lin Yuan only heard Tony asking Jarvis on the other end of the phone, "Jarvis, Weiss, did I hear it wrong? Who did Lin say to take out to play? Was it Captain America?" Jarvis' voice also sounded on the phone, "Sir, you heard it right, Mr. Lin is right, it is Captain America." Tony's voice sounded on the phone, "Lin, you are getting wilder and wilder." "Okay, I know, Be careful. Okay, Tony. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yuan dialed another number and the call was connected soon. Hello, Mr. Lin. Long time no see. Is there anything I can help you with? Zheng Xian's voice came from the phone. Director Zheng, hello, long time no see. Lin Yuan said with a smile, this time I really need your help. It's not a big deal. I just want to take a friend is visiting our house. Welcome, welcome, what's your problem? Do you need our help to get a visa? Visa is not necessary, I plan to fly him there directly. The main reason is that our house is too far away and the plane is too slow. Lin Yuan said a little embarrassedly, I want to ask you to help me get a temporary ID, otherwise it will be too inconvenient to buy tickets and stay in a hotel. After a long silence, the other side said, sure, what's the other party's name, we need to register first. Steve Rogers. Okay, no problem, is he from the Eagle Sauce? This name is so familiar, isn't this the name of Captain America? Are the parents of this person fans of Captain America? The name is the same. Zheng Xian smiled and made a joke. Is it possible that this is Captain America himself? Lin Yuan was even more embarrassed. Zheng Xian didn't want to say anything anymore. This guy was too wild. He couldn't stand it. Chapter 50. Why didn't you say it earlier? Director Zheng, will this cause you any trouble? Lin Yuan saw that the other side didn't speak for a long time, and asked a little embarrassedly. You also know there will be trouble. Zheng Xian complained in his heart, but still said, no problem, Mr. Lin, we believe you. Zheng Xian didn't say anything else, just expressed his trust in Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan felt warm in his heart when he heard it. This is worthy of being a family member, just good. Thank you so much, Director Zheng, then I'll trouble you next. Lin Yuan hurriedly thanked. You're welcome, Mr. Lin, no matter who it is, as long as you bring him here, even if he is an alien, we will welcome him. Zheng Xian's words were so decisive that Lin Yuan felt warm in his heart. Yes, 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 Director Zheng, when Thor and his family come to Earth in the future, I will take them to our home to play. Zheng Xian was speechless. He had forgotten that Lin Yuan knew Thor's family. Aren't they aliens? They are also legendary gods. Alas, I don't know what kind of people will come to the rabbit's house in the future. It may not be human, but it doesn't matter. As long as they don't have bad intentions towards us, our big rabbit welcomes anyone. After solving the captain's travel problem, Lin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Captain, I owe you a big favor. I hope you can let go of the past on this trip to the rabbit's house. Well, let's make some arrangements for him first, so that he won't always stare at this little piece of land of Eagle Sauce. If it doesn't work here, it's okay over there. Well, good idea. As long as the seeds are planted, they will sprout sooner or later. He. Walking back to the villa, Carlson was chatting happily with the captain, but it was just Carlson talking and the captain listening. It was the first time that Lin Yuan saw Carlson talking so much. Brother Steve, I have arranged it here, are you ready? We are leaving now. Coulson was surprised and said, Lin, are you leaving so soon? What are your plans next? Lin Yuan did not hide it. I plan to take the captain to travel to the rabbit's house, eat some delicious food, and see different scenery, so that the captain will feel better. By the way, Lao Ke, go and tell Director Fury that I plan to stay at the rabbit's house for about a month. Don't let him worry. I will definitely bring the captain back intact. Rabbit's house? You are playing such a big game. Coulson was shocked. He didn't know whether it was the right way to let Lin Yuan take Steve to adapt to society. This man's thoughts made them unable to figure out. He thought Lin Yuan was just taking the captain around New York for a few laps, but he had no authority to stop Lin Yuan. After all, he had promised before, so he should report to Director Fury first and let him make a decision. Wait, Lin, don't leave yet, I will report to Fury first. Coulson said as he called Fury. After the call was connected, Fury was silent after listening to Coulson's report. After a long time, he let Coulson pass the phone to Lin Yuan. Hello, Lin, although I don't know what you want to do, but since I decided to let you take the captain, it means that we trust you, so you won't live up to our trust, right? Don't worry, it's just a normal trip, you people. Your ideas are dirty. Lin Yuan said bluntly. He knew that Fury's idea was to worry that Captain America would never come back, although Lin Yuan also wanted to do so, but he still had to stay in the Eagle Sauce, and besides, Lin Yuan not only wanted to get the captain's people, he also wanted to get the captain's heart. Fury on the other end of the phone didn't care about being scolded by Lin Yuan, he was already used to being scolded. That's good, I have put the documents in the captain's room, we will solve the visa. You have to buy your own tickets. Our plane is not convenient to go there. No visa is not needed. I have already made an agreement with the rabbit family. I will take the captain to fly there and enter the country directly. It is too slow to fly there. It is a waste of time. Nick Fury was speechless when he heard this. You don't even need a visa to enter and exit the country. Your way is even wilder than mine. Beep beep. The phone was hung up, and Lin Yuan was full of questions. What happened? Returning the phone to Coulson, Lin Yuan saw that Coulson seemed to be hesitant to speak, so he pushed him. Old Corvo, if you have something to say, just say it. This is not like you. Coulson smiled embarrassedly, then took out a bunch of small cards from his arms and looked at the captain eagerly. Lin Yuan leaned over to take a look, and it turned out to be Captain America's card. Hey, old Corvo, you still have this hobby? Show me. Lin Yuan wanted to take it and see it, but Coulson dodged. No, this is a limited edition, Captain, please sign it for me. Steve looked at the card with his portrait printed on it in Coulson's hand and felt a little strange, but he still fulfilled Coulson's little wish. After watching Coulson leave happily, he turned to ask Lin Yuan. Lin, where are we going next? Are we going to the airport? I don't have any ID now. Director Fury put your ID in your room, but we don't need it next. We are going to fly directly there. Fly directly there? Isn't that just taking a plane? Steve was about to ask, but Lin Yuan smiled at him, and he only felt a chill on his back, and then he heard Lin Yuan ask him. Brother Steve, are you afraid of the cold? We will fly very fast and high later, and it may be a little cold. Steve felt that Lin Yuan's words were very strange, but he still said stubbornly, I was dug out of the ice, do you think I would be afraid of the cold? This chapter is not finished yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Okay. Then let's go. Pulling Steve to the gate, Lin Yuan transformed into a flying form, and a handsome rock appeared in front of Steve. The rock then flapped its wings, and its body size actually became larger. From the original wingspan of about 3 meters, it now directly became nearly 6 meters, a small plane. This is because the skills given by the Spring Festival gift package are too useless, which deeply hurt Lin Yuan's fragile heart, so under Lin Yuan's threat, the system can only change Lin Yuan's skills. In fact, after the new year, Lin Yuan kept muttering in the system's ear all day, and the system couldn't stand it anymore, so it threw a skill, Ruyi, to make Lin Yuan shut up. Steve was stunned by the magical scene in front of him. What the hell is this? Am I confused? After waking up from a nap, has the world changed? Who can turn into a bird? Am I still on Earth? Lin Yuan saw Steve standing there stupidly and doubting his life, and shouted to him, Brother, what are you doing? This is just one of my magic. What's the fuss? Come up. Magic? Is this scientific? Shouldn't we be surprised? Steve was confused, but who is he? He is Captain America, How could he be afraid of this? He pretended to be calm and climbed onto the back of the rock. Hold on, let's go. After Steve sat down, Lin Yuan flapped his wings, and the rock rose with the wind and soared up to 90,000 miles. Fuck. Steve's body suddenly fell back. He didn't expect Lin Yuan's speed to be so fast. Fortunately, he was strengthened by the serum. His nerves made him react quickly, and he grabbed the feathers of Daipen and stabilized his body so that he was not thrown off. Then Steve only felt a gust of wind pulling him, the temperature around him was getting lower and lower, and white frost had appeared on his clothes. He didn't dare to open his mouth to call Lin Yuan, and could only endure it with his strong body. He was glad that his physique was strong enough to withstand it. However, what he didn't know was that Lin Yuan had already added various protective buffs to him. Steve lay tightly on Daipen, holding the feathers under him tightly with both hands, and his heart was already in tears. This is definitely not my previous world. This speed is only a bird can have. Woo woo woo, I don't want to sit anymore, I want to go home. Fortunately, Lin Yuan's speed is very fast, Steve doesn't have to suffer for too long. Of course Steve, it would be better if Lin Yuan's speed was not so fast. As Lin Yuan flew into the rabbit family, his speed and altitude slowly decreased. Steve could finally breathe a sigh of relief. At least it was not so cold. Lin Yuan flew towards the capital. He had made an appointment with Zheng Xian before, and went to the headquarters of the Shenmao Bureau in the capital to find him to get Steve's temporary certificate. The rabbit family capital Shenmao Bureau headquarters. Lin Yuan Daipen landed at the gate of the Shenmao Bureau headquarters. Steve climbed down from Daipen's back stiffly. His hair had been blown upright by the wind, and his clothes were covered with frost. He was shivering with cold, and his face was a little purple. The sentry at the gate of the headquarters looked at a big bird landing at the gate, and a strange-looking person came down from the bird's back. He immediately shouted vigilantly, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Lin Yuan turned into a human form and said to the sentry, "My name is Lin Yuan. I have an appointment with your director Zheng Xian. I came to find him. Please help me report." The sentry must have heard of Lin Yuan's name. After saluting, he turned back to the guard post to report. Steve came over trembling, pulled Lin Yuan and begged, "Lin, I beg you, can we take a plane when we go back? I just woke up and I can't afford it." Lin Yuan quickly treated him, then spread his hands and said helplessly, "Brother, we don't have entry and exit records, nor passports, so we can't take a plane." Then Lin Yuan looked at Steve with a contemptuous look, "Can't you, the great Captain America, even endure this degree of cold? Why is your willpower so weak?" Steve heard, "What? You dare to doubt my Captain America's willpower?" He patted his chest and said confidently, "I can fly with you all day.